a cliff 3,000 kilometers high. The man stood on the edge, and everything around him brought back memories of old times, especially about those days when he dreamed of becoming a god of martial arts. It wasn't the easiest dream to fulfill. He was branded a freak, but he still trained day and night like a madman. He had previously considered his training excessive, but it turned out that it was not enough. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. The mad demon in turn turned around calmly. The man was the left hand of the demonic cult of the Guiding Light, and he asked the red-eyed man to give them the stolen pearls. However, the mad demon did not listen to him, and the man from the cult said that he had nowhere to run. Suddenly, the red-eyed man simply dangled the pearl over the abyss. He was about to throw him out, but the cult fighter suddenly said that he could continue his story. After this, the demon thought for a bit. He began to praise himself, saying that he was an expert in mind games and tricks. He is also very good at drinking and has excellent control over his body. The left hand of the cult only said that he can deceive himself as much as he wants. After all, the only reason the demon didn't fall into the traps was because all the beautiful women were simply incapable of acting like they liked him. So they were forced to lure him in with a simpleton. Suddenly their gazes grew heavier. The demon began to blackmail the man again, and he again offered to continue his story. And he continued, starting to talk about how he had learned every possible technique for the sake of his dream. And that is why they call him a mad demon. An awkward silence followed. The left hand of the cult wanted to say something, but the demon said that he was not finished yet. After he had gone through this thorny path, he spent his time traveling the world to bring justice to the world. However, the man said that as a member of a demonic cult, he was lower on the Muram's list of wanted enemies than the demon. Suddenly, the red-eyed man picked up the pearl again in a gesture as if he wanted to throw it away. After that, he asked the man whether he should throw the ball away. He, in turn, irritably apologized for his words. And for the demon, it was quite entertaining to watch how he controlled his anger. The demon killed hundreds of the cult's elite soldiers, but the man still held himself in check. At least you couldn't tell from his face. A gloomy atmosphere permeated the area. The demon understood that the man wanted to kill him, and wanted to end the conversation with a fight. However, before that, he will have to throw away the pearl that is in their way. The cult's left hand immediately cooled down and said that he would like to negotiate. This hurt the demon's feelings, because he was pursued for days without even a chance to rest. He didn't even have time to take a shit, which he complained about to his enemies. However, their answer did not satisfy him. But the man couldn't understand what the red-eyed man was trying to do. He brought the pearl to himself and said that he would now make them eat all his shit. And a moment later, he tipped the ball into his mouth. There was a deathly silence. The cult's left hand was unable to utter a word in the face of such insolence. The demon said that the taste was quite unexpected. The pearl tasted like a peach. Then the man started yelling at the red-eyed man. However, he only smiled, saying that, looking at the reaction of the cult's left hand, it was the right decision. And this was the last straw for him. He was very angry, so he ordered his warriors to destroy this idiot. His subordinates shared his feelings. And a moment later, a whole squad of fighters attacked the demon. He just stood in a stance. With his hand outstretched, he awaited his enemies. The first enemy ran up to him. He quickly struck with his sword, but the red-eyed man moved aside. And after waiting for the right moment, he counterattacked with his left hand. The force of the impact was such that the body of the demonic cult member flew far beyond their field of vision. The second warrior fell from a strong blow to the back with an elbow. The battle raged. The warriors surrounded the demon. However, even so, he remained calm. And this attitude extremely frightened the enemies. But the demon was persistent in his intentions. His limbs did nothing but pierce and knock down enemies. And literally in a second, all the fighters were dead. With pops and crunches, their lifeless bodies fell to the ground. A small haze came from the place where the demon stood. He turned to the left hand of the cult. He became curious as to why the man allowed his subordinates to die. And his provocation was successful, as he decided to finish off the red-eyed man with his own hands. Stepping forward, he ordered everyone to retreat. The demon was amused by the fact that the man was so self-confident, but did not enter into battle until he weakened him. The angry cult member became even more vicious. The demon considered this duel worthy of releasing his chi. His hands began to glow with a pleasant yellow light as he continued to egg the man on. The left hand of the cult in turn flew towards him at full speed. A lump of life force formed in his hand, which he wanted to hit his opponent with. Gathering all his strength in his torso, he opened the wounds he had received earlier. However, he was going to take the man with him to the next world. After long moments, they found themselves close to each other. Their forces touched, and the blast wave from the collision intended to destroy all living things around. The blow was so strong that all the fighters had to cover their faces with their hands. The peak of the rock had collapsed, and a thick haze hung over it. The red-eyed man's body flew out of her like a rag doll. He was worried that he might not have been able to cope with his opponent. The cult's left hand was covered in blood, and he thought that the demon was really too strong. Even in this state, he was able to take the man's hand away. Suddenly he noticed that the red-eyed man was flying down the cliff. Losing the pearl meant death to him, so he screamed after the falling demon. And the red-eyed one just made an obscene gesture, and at the end offered them all to suck. The left hand of the cult was dumbfounded. He slowly walked up to the cliff and looked down. A second later, he loudly ordered his subordinates to find the demon's body. Otherwise, they would be executed. At that moment, the demon was falling and thinking about his life. Although he did not regret his actions and the life he had lived, something was bothering him. He managed to achieve everything. But unfortunately, there was never a hot girl in his life. He thought he was dead, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange place. A golden glow surrounded him on all sides, and looking around, he did not understand where he was. An old man approached him and said that the red-eyed man must be completely crazy, because he ate something that contained a soul without thinking. The white-haired old man hung in the air right in front of him, and the demon realized that this sage was incredibly strong. However, he said that it was not so important now, because the red-eyed man had eaten the pearl, which contained countless souls of the greatest masters. Now the souls that cannot ascend will unite with his soul. If he falls asleep, the souls will immediately wake him up. And if he eats, the souls will share the essence of the food with him, and they will also cling to everything that he does not touch. His QE will be constantly running amok. The demon said that he liked it. There was a silence during which the old man thought that this guy was some kind of crazy person. He asked if he could ask the demon something. The old man was interested in why the red-eyed man had swallowed the pearl in the first place. The man, his power is beyond the red-eyed one's senses, and if he doesn't give him an answer, he will be immediately ground into dust. The elder finished with the intimidation and calmly told him to answer without lies. The demon said that he didn't want to eat her, but to make sure that the head of the demonic cult wouldn't eat her. The elder asked why he did this. Red-eyed replied that he hated their leader because he didn't even consider anyone human. The sage realized that the man did this only because of his dislike. After that, he thought for a while, and he smiled and said that was a great reason. The demon only sighed with relief. The old man said that the life he had given the demon would be his last, and he would not be able to help him until the old man's punishment was carried out. The demon did not understand anything, but the sage said that this was the best he could give him, and he did deserve some kind of gift. A ball began to form in the old man's hands. The man stared in surprise. His entire being began to be enveloped in a yellow glow. The action moved to a certain house. The demon opened his eyes and suddenly realized that he was in some kind of room. The interior was recognizable, and to confirm his suspicions, he looked around the room more closely. Everything was like this. He was in the hotel where he lived as a child. It really was his room, and it seemed like it wasn't a dream. Then he began to analyze what had happened. He was about 20 when he lived here. Suddenly it began to dawn on him. He realized that he could start studying martial arts several years earlier than before. And what's more, he will now be able to become stronger in a shorter time. His fist clenched sharply. His body was shaking, as he was already anticipating how strong he could become. Suddenly he felt pain. He realized that his lip was cut, and that he had been beaten the day before. And to confirm his suspicions, he saw a destroyed hall outside his room. He began to remember that if this was what he thought, then he knew what time he was in. Finally, he remembered everything completely. 2 visitors started asking him what he was saving money for. He couldn't say that he was completely desperate about his parents' death, so he just wanted to laugh it off. Then rumors began to spread that the boy was saving money to sleep with her. People were talking about him and calling him a loser. He was just making a joke about Cheyenne, who was popular at the time. And looking at the current state of the hotel, he became sure that he had ended up in that period of time. Looking at the situation from the outside, he was surprised that they beat him just because of this. To begin with, he decided to study his body in detail. Pushing all thoughts to the background, he sat in the lotus position. He decided to relearn the art of steel lands, which he would use in the future. To do this, he needed to focus on his internal sensations. And suddenly he discovered chi in his body that shouldn't be there. In the past, he didn't have it in his body, and since he was lucky, he decided to immediately begin studying the technique. His concentration was extreme. Time passed quickly, because in such a state the hero did not keep track of how many minutes and hours he trained. Night fell. Then he opened his eyes and couldn't believe what he saw. Despite being well acquainted with this art, he was able to master it incredibly quickly. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the old man who spoke about the gift. Most likely it was him. Even the energy he now felt in his body was different. This was the elder's gift. Therefore, the hero decided to train without sparing any effort, because he already has an impressive base. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a sound from his stomach. He thought about how much time had passed since he had felt something in his heart, and so the guy decided to take a walk. Even though it was late in the evening, people were still milling about on the streets. Even some cooks did not go home, but continued to work and sell food on the street. The hero began to remember everything. Suddenly, some man noticed him. He recognized the boy from the hotel and was surprised by his appearance. Passersby started talking loudly about how he had been beaten up a couple of days ago. That's how he was before. Everyone neglected him just because he was an errand boy. And the longer he thought about it, the more it infuriated him. Finally, he reached some building from which a pleasant orange light fell onto the street. And the guy recognized this building as the Plum Blossom Brothel. Even though he tried to justify himself, people did not stop. And then he noticed the people nearby. At that moment, Cheyenne came personally to look at this loser. Her look, full of contempt, caused extremely negative feelings in the hero. To add to this, they continued to beat him with their feet. When the men left him alone, he returned to the hotel. And even then, everyone was talking about him behind his back. He didn't understand why fate was so harsh to him. Now, however, these memories rather amused him. That's why he thought he had returned at the perfect time. Because now he has the strength to put everything in its place. Some man approached him and asked why he was standing there and whether he was going to set the brothel on fire. This man continued to insult the guy. However, the hero calmly absorbed all his words. And the man, who did not receive the desired reaction, began to push even harder. Sputtering saliva, he continued to express his dissatisfaction. But the guy just calmly asked what his name was. The man took this as a challenge, and therefore attacked the stupid boy. However, he only calmly moved his head away from the blow. And a moment later he counterattacked him in the jaw. The blow was so strong that the man simply fell to the ground. His consciousness switched off literally in an instant. The hero was irritated that he was attacked because of just one question. Having finished with this, he decided to head to the brothel. The establishment's security guard recognized the boy and told him to get out of here. The guy asked why he was talking to the guests like that. A moment later he was attacked again. And just like last time, he simply dodged the blow. And then he knocked the man down, hitting his head on the ground. Another insolent fellow was left lying on the floor unconscious, and the hero just shook the dust off his shoulder. In his opinion, this establishment has terrible customer service. Opening the door, he saw a lively hall in front of him. An excited smile lit up his face. He shouted across the room for the staff to serve the new customer. Suddenly, silence swept through the busy establishment. All eyes were directed in his direction, but this only made him even more excited. Suddenly, the guards headed towards him again, only now there were two of them. The hero smiled and said that he would like to have a drink at their establishment. But the men took it as a joke and became very angry. One of them was about to hit the guy, but someone's voice ordered them to stop. The hero recognized the voice of the one who said it. It was Cha Songtae, the manager of the Plum Blossoms. He said with a smile that they couldn't throw out a customer who came to them for a drink. The guy looked at him strangely. And after that, turning to the guards, he said that they should move away. Sante ordered the staff to bring the guy some good drinks. After all, it's unlikely that he will have the opportunity to visit such a place again. The staff obeyed him, and the hero went up the stairs. He was escorted to a special room. It was furnished with expensive furniture and separated from the common room. The attendant leaned against the door and asked in an irritated voice what he would like to drink, and the hero responded sarcastically. The boy in red clothes didn't like this, and he said that the hero should watch his language. He, in turn, sat down in a comfortable chair and said that he didn't need it. He insulted the boy even more and ordered him to bring the drinks. This simply made the brothel worker furious. Although he wanted to express his extreme indignation, it was the manager's order, so he swallowed his resentment and left. After some time, the hero was sitting at a table completely covered with food. He asked the girl who served him and what drink they brought him. She said it was a premium Duquando liqueur, and later poured the drink into a bowl for him. A moment later, he asked if Cheyenne was here now. However, instead of answering the question, she said that the boss would be furious, since the hero had recently been beaten for similar words. He chuckled, because now all the locals knew about his beating, but later said that the girl should bring her here. She looked at him strangely. The girl just exhaled nervously and said that she would make a request. After closing the door, she left the client alone in the room. Taking the bowl in his hand, the hero said irritably that this liqueur wasn't even third grade. And calling the workers swindlers, he drank alcohol. At that moment, he heard loud footsteps heading towards him. A security guard came running towards him and angrily yelled at him, asking what he was even thinking. Izaka calmly asked what was wrong with the errand boy coming to them for a drink, and why the man continued to insult him. He, in turn, only glanced angrily at the guy. Remembering the man's name, he turned to Dongguak. Calling him over, he asked him to let him pour the man a glass. He didn't understand why Izaka was behaving so strangely. The guy began to pour liqueur into the second bowl with a smile. A moment later, he moved her closer to the man. The man calmed down a little, but said that the guy should get out of here as quickly as possible once he was done with everything. But Izaka mockingly addressed him by name. Suddenly there was a loud bang from a fist hitting the table. The man jumped up from the table and wanted to hit the guy. But he didn't do it, because suddenly a knitting needle stuck into his other hand. Izaka smiled again and looked at him mockingly. The sudden pain made the man freeze. The guy asked why the security guard was behaving so rudely. The hero just wanted to have a few drinks and sit with Cheyenne before leaving. But he was unnerved by the fact that everyone around him was barking like dogs. Suddenly the door swung open and a girl appeared in the doorway. It was Cheon herself. There was displeasure on her face, and she asked the man to leave. Izaka pulled the knitting needle out of his hand, and a second later he hurried outside. The door slammed shut and Cheon sat down on the chair. The hero smiled meekly at her. But the girl couldn't understand what this grin was about. Izaka, in turn, asked why an errand boy should control himself in a place like this. Cheon really didn't understand why he was acting like this. After all, if the guy continues in the same spirit, he will only increase his score. Dukwando liqueur is already very expensive, and the guy also injured Dogwaka, so he should pay the check and leave before he does any more damage. Izaka thought that this was the first time he saw Cheon up close there. Later, the girl said that even if he brought all the gold and silver in the province, she would never agree to sleep with him. Even though she works here, that doesn't mean she sleeps with everyone she meets. In that case, Izaka also decided to tell it like it is. He never said he wanted to sleep with her. All he said was that he wanted to hear her sing. Because, as was said, she sells her art, not her body. And even that was just a joke that he accidentally said at the hotel. He didn't want this, and he certainly didn't have the money for it. He met her only to tell her the truth. So now he ordered her to go out, and she looked at him in confusion. He repeated, saying that she should leave. For some reason, all this shocked the girl so much that she was stunned. Suddenly, the doors of the room swung open with a bang. There were 3 men standing there, and the one in the middle turned to Izaka. He said he thought the guy had come here to die. The man decided to take him outside so as not to have to wash the blood off the walls later. But Izaka calmly poured himself some more liqueur. He calmly asked them to wait, as he still needed to finish his drink. All 3 of them looked at him angrily. However, the guy pressed on their pride, saying that since they were sure that they could kill him at any time, there was no point in them rushing. They looked at him like he was crazy. Their anger evaporated and they began to burst into laughter, and their leader asked Cheon to leave. Now they sat down next to him, and the central man said that Izaka could finish his last glass. The security guard was quite amused by the fact that the boy had suddenly developed a sense of self-worth. While the hero was drinking from the bowl, they heatedly discussed how they would beat him. Finally, the man turned to him again, and the boy responded by offering them a drink. Having received no response, the man sighed sadly. He began to get irritated by this show, and he ordered Izaka to finish and go outside. But he continued to pour himself alcohol and drink. He voiced his dissatisfaction with the quality of the liqueur. The room was shrouded in silence, and because of her, doubt arose in the man's head. He didn't understand why the guy was so calm. Finally, the liquor ran out, and Izaka decided to ask something. Addressing the men as friends, he asked if he was really that funny. One of them said that Izaka is nothing more than a clown. The man said he shouldn't have let the situation get so heated. And Izaka, in response to this, began to giggle like a madman. The men began to smile as they looked at him. His laughter grew louder. Finally, the men began to laugh heartily, and the 2 outer guards suddenly attacked the boy with swords. But the weapon didn't have time to reach his body, because Izaka kicked the table up with a sharp blow. All the food that was on the table suddenly appeared in the air. A moment later, he hit the table with all his might, which immediately flew into the guards. All 3 were knocked out with one kick. They remained conscious, but Izaka immediately placed his foot on the table under which the enemies were located. His tone changed and his voice was chilling. With a serious face, he asked again if he looked like a clown. The brothel maid who was with Izaka was standing just outside the doors. Watching this performance, she could not believe her eyes. At that moment, Izaka slammed his foot on the table and laughed loudly, repeating the same question. And his blows forced the men's bodies deeper and deeper into the floor. This simply did not fit into the head of the girl, who watched this in amazement. Finally, Izaka finished hammering them into the floor, and then rudely ordered the girl to bring him more of this third-rate liqueur. There was irritation on her face, but she said that she was asking for forgiveness. But it was not third-rate liqueur, but Dukwan, the highest grade. Cutting off the argument, Izaka said that he was now trying very hard to restrain himself from hitting the woman. Therefore, she should think very carefully before opening her mouth. In response to this, she only turned around angrily and hurried away. He watched her go and turned to the men. All that was left of the table were splinters, and the guards lay like a mountain of flesh. He sat down next to them and began asking why they weren't laughing. If they called him a clown, then they should laugh. A little later, he heard the sound of many feet. The manager, along with the entire establishment's security, began to enter the room. There was extreme displeasure in his eyes, and Izaka just smiled slyly at him. A moment later, there was silence between them. The manager began to look around the room and see what their client had done. Mountains of broken dishes, as well as 3 careless security guards, lay on the floor. The manager angrily asked Izaka if he had completely lost his mind. At this rate, he won't be able to leave here alive. The guy calmly asked if he would die, and in response received consent. An oppressive silence fell between them again. Izaka smiled, and the manager became furious. This offended his feelings, and so he sharply attacked the hero. He, in turn, avoided a direct blow like a shadow. A bottle of liquor appeared in his hand, and his movements were directed straight at the manager. And with the sound of a vessel shattering into pieces, the bottle smashed on the manager's head. The impact was so strong that the bottle fragments flew straight into the faces of the guards standing behind them. The white-haired man began bleeding from his head and his workers tried to cover him. Izaka continued to stand and look at the people. After this short skirmish, he asked if anyone else wanted to fight. His look was not at all that of a 20-year-old boy. This bestial bloodlust made the entire staff swallow nervously. However, this made the manager even more angry. He took his sword out of its sheath, and the hero advised him to think before taking the next action. He warned that if Sontai drew his sword, he would die. Feeling the tension in the air, he realized that Izaka was not joking. The hero, in turn, added that he would like the current situation to be hushed up. To confirm his words, he mentioned that these three were not lying there for no reason. And given the condition of Sontai's eye, he shouldn't think that Izaha is just lucky. The manager just remained silent, and Izaka warned that if he didn't want to die, he needed to think carefully about his actions. Or he can draw his sword and die. The threat was not unfounded, and therefore Sontai became very nervous. The man realized that at that moment he had not even seen Izaka's movements, and so he decided to obey and sent his subordinates to the first floor. Putting away his sword, he asked what Izaka was going to do. Sontai thought he was interested in an apology from the owner of the house. The demon said that it sounded good, and later asked if he would come if he called him. The manager confirmed his words, saying that he would call him. Moving away from the topic, Izaka asked how the manager was feeling. He said that his eye was not damaged, and the hero said mockingly that, unlike him, he thought he would die when his subordinates at home beat him. The man caught his banter, but remained silent. Then he called the maid and ordered her to prepare a room for them. He also asked Izaka to leave these men alive, and he looked at him silently. This expression did not escape the manager, who was shocked by how calm the guy was after this massacre. Izaka, after thinking a little, allowed the men to be taken, and the other guards carried their colleagues to the medical center. A little later, Izaha and Sontai settled in another room. The manager continued to whisper his indignation about this whole mess. He asked how Izaka became so strong, but at that moment, he was looking at the bottle. His gaze literally looked right through her. The manager realized that he would not answer such questions and offered him some Dukuan liqueur, and Izaka asked if this was the same liquor that they brought him before, because earlier they brought him some nonsense and called it Dukuan liqueur of the highest quality. The manager looked at the guest with irritation again, and then he said that perhaps they had accidentally bought third-rate bottles, but it was just business. Izaka shut him up and made him swallow to check if there was poison in it. Sontai obeyed and downed the alcohol. Meanwhile, the hero continued to stare at the bottle of liquor. Finally, the manager swallowed the drink and exhaled excitedly. He asked if Izaka had always been so good at fighting. He looked thoughtfully into the bowl of liqueur, making up a story for himself. He said that he had always restrained himself because his late father had told him never to get into a fight. The manager saw through him right away. However, he didn't show it and apologized for what happened earlier. Izaka accepted the apology, calling the manager a fucking bastard. He said he was starting to get annoyed by how arrogantly Sontai apologized to him, so he should probably break a few more of his bones. Sontai's entire being instantly tensed, and bending over and hitting his head on the floor, he sincerely apologized. He said that it was the first time he had ever knelt before someone, and that he was very sorry. Meanwhile, Cheyan entered the room. He didn't expect to see her here, but she didn't expect to see herself bowing to an errand boy. She suddenly realized that perhaps Sontai had lost to this boy. Izaka noticed her presence and asked her to come closer. Sontai noticed her confusion and sternly told her to pull herself together. Finally, she came and stood in front of the table. And taking the vessel in her hands, she wanted to pour Sontai some alcohol, but he yelled at her even louder, saying that it was not for him. She was very nervous, and a moment later she began pouring liqueur for Izaka. The guy noticed her and addressed her. The same one, concentrating on pouring alcohol, responded. Izaka took his bowl, and keeping the intrigue, he began to approach from afar. He said thoughtfully that even an errand boy is capable of true love. Cheyan didn't expect this, so she was very surprised. However, there was one thing. Izaka said that this love has nothing to do with Cheyan, and therefore she should leave. He also added that she was ruining his mood, and her face had changed dramatically. Having experienced a whole range of different emotions, she was unable to utter a word. Sontai told her to leave. The girl's spirits sank, but she didn't argue, and a moment later she left the room. With a bit of sadness, Sontai said that she burst into tears just hearing this. However, Izaka ignored this phrase, turning again to the manager. He again said that Sontai needed to stop with his disrespectful tone. The manager nodded and smiled slyly. This did not escape Izaha's notice, and Sontai began to get very nervous again. They played staring games again for a while, but instead of threats, Izaka praised him for his endurance, and he bowed again and thanked him. Time passed, and Izaka continued to drink alcohol. Suddenly he asked when the owner would come. Sontai explained that he was currently serving the experts from the Black Rabbit Union, so it would be difficult for him to come here right now. The hero understood what he was talking about, and said that their union was a gathering of swindlers. The manager said that the association would establish itself here with the government's approval, so the head wanted to show them his good side. However, there were many shocks today. Izaka took the hint that if he got their master under his control, the Black Rabbit would have to make his way to the local market on his own. The manager answered in the affirmative. The hero suddenly put down the bowl with a bang. He didn't like the fact that the manager wanted him to have a drink with the boss and then leave peacefully. It won't solve anything for him. That's why Sontai asked the boy what he wanted, and Izaka in response asked whether the union would interfere here if the master and his brothers would serve the hero. The manager understood what he was getting at, and that made him even more nervous. Finally, Izaka said that he would create a sect here, and the house would join him as his subordinates. This open statement left Sontai extremely puzzled. The guy gave him a chance to choose. If he believes that the Black Rabbit Alliance will win, he can fight with the master on their side. But if he thinks otherwise, he can join Izaha. The man couldn't understand what was going on in his head. The main character abruptly put the bowl on the table and stood up. He decided to leave, and the manager asked where he went. Izaka understood the hint, and asked if Sontai thought he was running away. Without hiding his suspicions, the manager answered in the affirmative, and so Izaka became serious again. He continued to play staring games with him for a while, but Sontai couldn't stand it. He bowed his head and wished them luck on their way back. Izaka continued walking and finally left the room. Outside, he met the gaze of the house guards. This attention only made him smile. And a moment later, he ordered everyone in a rude tone to get out of his way. He continued walking down, keeping a sly grin on his face. And as he was going down the stairs, he suddenly heard a scream. He heard the voice of a man who was looking for some boy. It was the same knocked-out guard who wanted to take revenge on Izaka, and the guy calmly approached him. Finally, the doorman saw his target and rushed at him with his fists. But compared to the guy, he was so weak that the guy didn't even need to clench his hand into a fist. He was thrown into the wall with the back of his hand, and after flying a few meters, he crashed into the furniture. This scene made the whole hall fall silent. The guy loudly said that everyone should explain the situation to this man, otherwise he would have to be killed. However, Izaka didn't expect anything from these uncouth bastards. Keeping his hands behind his back, he walked calmly outside. And finally I said goodbye to the staff. However, they were not happy about it. Pleased with himself, he set off on his journey. A little later, walking along the road, he noticed something. Noticing the sign, he realized that he had found what he needed. He said out loud that he should get a weapon if he wanted to fight the Union. So the guy went into the forge, where work was now in full swing. The first one he came across was the vice chief of the forge, Guak Yungai. He recognized him and asked if he had come back to repay his debts. Izaha said he needed to buy something, and Yunga thought he needed a kitchen knife. The hero said that he was thinking about fighting the Cho family, so he was looking for a weapon. Yunga hastened to calm the boy's ardor, because the fact that he was beaten should not cloud his mind. However, Izaka asked him to shut up and show him something like a one-handed sword or a whip, or a razor-sharp dagger. The vice chief was puzzled by this, and Izaka explained that this is simply his preference. Calling his assistants to him, Yunga asked them to bring the assortment. Changing the subject, he also said that he liked the noodles that Izahi's grandparents made. Izaha said that now was not the time to talk about chicken noodles, and tension arose between them. For some time they continued to look sternly at each other. However, after some time the helpers finally arrived. They held the weapons on trays, and Yunga said that Izaka could evaluate them. But the guy said that he would buy everything, because he was in a hurry. For everything, Yunga demanded 90 nyangs from him. Izaka was puzzled by this price. But this price was already greatly reduced, since the vice chief gave him a discount as a local. Izaka suggested an option where he would rent a weapon for 50 nyangs. This greatly angered Yunga. Suddenly the steps of the head of the forge were heard. The two guys turned towards him. The leader was a dark, broad-shouldered man named Kum Chulong. Everyone except Izaka bowed to him. Yunga immediately described the whole situation to him, and the master immediately recognized the black-haired man as the eldest son of the Zak family. The man also mentioned that he liked the cooking of Izaka's relatives, but the latter doesn't know how to cook at all. And so Yunga hastened to inform him that he had already told him about this. Getting down to business, the master said that he was surprised by Izaka's aspirations. And if the Cho brothers are bothering the guy, then the man can deal with it without shedding blood, because he did not repay the debt to the red-eyed man's relatives. The latter surprised the main character a little. Something was bothering him greatly. After all, in the past life there was no such dialogue, nor good relations with Chulong. However, Izaka hastened to refuse help. The master asked him in surprise what he would do with all this. The guy suggested that they gather local blacksmiths and found a clan of steel dragons. The man simply couldn't get his head around it. Izaha explained that if they create a federation of clans, then outside forces will not be able to extract money from their prefecture. The master asked about a federation of clans, and the hero said that the brothels were also going to found a clan, and they in turn will create a clan of blacksmiths. The Union of Architects will submit to the Sect of Brothers, and Izaka, in response, will unite all working classes into a clan. These plans shocked those around them. Finally, Izaka said that there would be no tribute, because he wanted no one to rob them. And although it sounds careless, it makes sense. He made up the name from a play on words, a place for the lower classes, and a dirty end, and thus their clan will be called the How Clan. Such a painstaking question made the man think seriously. However, a moment later he chuckled at the title. In the end, he agreed with a smile, but he was interested in whether Izaka would be able to cope with the Cho brothers. But he was confident in his abilities. So Chulong ordered his deputy to give the guy the weapon for free. He also added that they were obliged to talk if Izaka could survive. The guy answered him with consent. Sometime later, the hero was already sitting in his room. A quiet wind ruffled the leaves of the trees, and Izaka was completely immersed in his thoughts, and his thoughts made him determined. When he went outside, he saw someone digging the ground with shovels. Right on his property, a gang was digging his grave, and at the head sat the second brother, Choigul. He was surprised by Izaka's appearance, because he wanted to call him when they had finished digging the hole, and a moment later, he suddenly drove the dagger completely into the tree, and with such a gesture, he sternly invited the guy to sit down with him. However, he did not react to this in any way. A couple of seconds later, he sat down at the makeshift table. Choigul said that today was a good day, because they received permission from the Black Rabbit here to establish a sect. Izaka just continued to sit and listen. However, the man was infuriated that such a piece of shit as the hero had caused mischief in their brothel. Therefore, he must name at least 3 reasons why he should not be killed now. This feigned severity only made Izaka smile, but Choigul wasn't joking. The hero explained that he had no reason to cry. Such familiarity made the man attack. He tried to take his dagger, but it was no longer in the tree. With a slight movement of his hand, Izaka took it for himself. The man didn't expect such speed from the former errand boy, and so, this moment cost him a pierced hand. Now Izaka began asking the same questions. Choigul quickly lost his ardor, because he was curious about the kind of boy who had caused a disturbance in the brothel. Suddenly her subordinates said that they had finished digging the hole, and he tensed up and ordered them to dig it a little deeper. Allowing himself a nervous grin, he looked at the guy. He thought the guy had some kind of epiphany, and having tried to create a diversionary maneuver, he attacked again. However, Izaka's speed was catastrophically high. The man simply didn't see the blow. And at that moment, Izaka managed to take out a dagger and stab him in the shoulder. And a moment later, it was already nested in the other hand. A shudder ran through his body, and Izaka asked why they were digging a hole anyway. Choigul angrily said that it was needed for intimidation. But the guy didn't fall for this lie. A second later, he pulled out a dagger. Now he again asked the reason why he should leave the man alive. However, he simply could not come to his senses. Izaka noted with a smile that he couldn't even think of one reason. And the guy decided to play judge, saying that Igul was involved in selling people and killed them when something went wrong. However, the man fought for his life, saying that the Black Rabbit Alliance would not let this go. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain, and a moment later he looked at his chest. Without him noticing, the dagger entered his chest at the guard. This happened because the man did not answer the question, but began to threaten the guy. In fact, this is what killed one of the brothers. Izaka stared at the corpse for a couple more seconds, and then he turned towards the people digging the hole. They didn't even bat an eye. So the guy decided to interrupt them by telling them to stop digging the hole, and only now did it dawn on them that their commander was dead. Izaka explained this by saying that he accidentally tripped over his dagger. A heavy silence hung between them. One of the group asked fearfully who the black-haired man was. However, the hero did not understand the question, saying that he was that same errand boy. Although the man was not talking about this, Izaka interrupted them and asked them to take off their masks. They obediently bared their faces. The guy didn't recognize them, and they said that they had only recently arrived in Yiliang Prefecture and were working at a brothel. Izaka left them a choice. Either they all die, or they bury the body and go back to their cities. However, it was difficult for them to return to their homeland. However, it was not because of the good life that they came here. Izaka waved his hand boredly and said that they could stay if they took care of the corpse. Suddenly, one of the guys said that he could work in the kitchen at his hotel. After all, he will have nowhere to earn a living except in the hotel. Izaka asked him if he could make chicken noodles. The guy said enthusiastically that it was as easy as pie. The hero gave him the go-ahead, but before that, they had to fulfill their part of the agreement, and the guy bowed after him and thanked him. After completing his evening procedures, Izaka finally returned home. He carefully closed the doors behind him. However, he was not alone. A manager visited him and came to check whether Izaka could defeat Choigul. The black-haired man even felt a little offended because Sontai underestimated him. When asked about his eyes, the manager said that he wears a mask to hide his face from the public. He said that he had injured his eye, and after that, having escaped, he immediately went to look for a doctor. If he hadn't done this, he would have been buried along with Choe-gul. And hinting at his intelligence, he looked closely at Izaka. He also gave a demonstrative assessment of this, saying that the manager had done a good job, and he thanked him in return. He was interested in what Izaka would do with the remaining 2 Cho brothers, and the hero, without thinking twice, said that he would kill them. If he allows them to exist, the suffering of Yiliang Prefecture will only increase. The manager understood this, and therefore advised him to be wary of Cho Ilsum. Suddenly, Izaka interrupted him. He immediately froze and asked what was required of him. The black-haired man wanted to eat, so he asked the manager to run out and get some groceries. Sontai was offended by the interruption, but Izaka only stared at him stupidly in response. Realizing that he wasn't going to get anything, the manager was surprised that they didn't have any snacks at the hotel. In fact, this is what Izaka confirmed. Sontai gave in, saying that if he gave him money, he would run out and get some snacks. However, Izaka shook his head and said that he had no money. The manager couldn't get his head around the fact that this place used to be famous for its chicken noodles. But now you can't even scrape together enough money for snacks. The hero didn't care, so he asked Sontai to take more snacks. After all, if they have something left tonight, they can eat tomorrow. Suddenly, halfway from the hotel, Izaka stopped the guy. This surprised Sontai, so he turned around. The main character indignantly said that the manager was dragging his feet like a turtle. Not only did Sontai have to spend his money, but it was also starting to get on his nerves. And so, a moment later, his face twisted into a malicious grimace. It hurt his ego to be the errand boy's gopher. Suddenly, Izaka shouted after him again that he was walking too slowly. And so, although he was angry, Sontai ran. Some time later, they were already sitting and eating. The manager looked clearly displeased. But Izaka didn't care about anything. He said that Sontai could eat without embarrassment, since after all, the food was bought with his own money. The manager was no longer able to remain angry, and so he simply said that he was enjoying himself as much as possible. Izaka explained that this was his method of discipline, since this money was earned from fools who were served third-rate liquor under the guise of expensive one. The manager's hand began to shake violently. Izaka calmly asked why he was shaking so much, and Sontai's face instantly fell. He slammed the table hard. And a moment later, he tipped back a bowl of liqueur, and with a long exhalation he put it back on the table. Izaka asked him if he was angry. Sontai said he was angry because the food he bought was just awful. The hero only remained silent in response to this. And the manager, getting off topic, said that if Cho Ilsum also dies, then the Black Rabbit Union will not ignore it. Izaka insulted him and said that if he was so worried about his life, he should become stronger. The hero was infuriated by this. He began to parody the manager's questions, and the manager began to get even angrier. And when Izaka didn't stop, it was the last straw for Sontai. He jumped up from the table and said that he didn't believe that the black-haired man was anything special, because they would have to confront an entire alliance. However, Izahi's stern look made the manager cool his ardor, and when the red-eyed man suggested that Sontai find enlightenment through death, he immediately went out. An awkward silence fell between them, and after that, Sontai began to sit back down. Now he angrily suggested to Izaka to kill all the bastards from the Black Rabbit. The hero understood that the manager was saying this in the heat of the moment, and so he decided to smooth things over by saying that after eating he would go get Cho Ilsum. The manager was startled by his calm tone, as if he was going for a walk. Izaka did not deny this, and then said that Cho Sampyeong was more dangerous for them now, because he did not know where he was. His drinking buddy told him it was only a matter of time. However, Izaka was worried that if he returned to the brothel, the manager would not be able to cope with him, but he was confident in his abilities. However, this will be problematic due to the eye injury. Izaha needed to know for sure, so he challenged Sontai to decide whether he could handle it or not. He didn't give a firm answer, but said that he would look into the situation. After all, he is, in his words, a master of tricks. Moving on to the main topic, Izaha asked whether Sontai would eventually be able to run 3 brothels. But the guy had already had too much to drink, and therefore was sure of everything, which Izaka didn't like at all. He said that as long as there were many people living in brothels, it would be impossible to deal with them all. And the most important thing for them is that those who work there get what they deserve. They will take care of the rest of the needs. Sontai interrupted him and said that it would be very difficult. But Izaka was adamant, because they had to do it. And the reason was that either it would happen the way the hero wanted, or their dear Cha Songtae would die at his hands. That's why the manager has to take care of everything, because if something goes wrong, he'll end up in the same hole as the Cho brothers. Such a compelling argument greatly motivated the guy. But a moment later he changed his mind. He was tired of death threats, so he wanted to go to the mountains. Izaka didn't stop him, because if they succeeded, Sontai would be in charge of 3 brothels. Otherwise he would put someone else in charge. After these words, the manager became even more motivated, and Izaka only sighed because of the guy's simplicity. And a moment later he tipped back a bowl of liqueur. And after that I decided to get up. He began to undress, and when asked why he was doing this, he said that he wanted to change into Sontai's clothes. The manager was simply taken aback by this, and so a sinewy man, naked to the waist, stood before Sontai and ordered him to undress. Cursing everything that existed, the manager obeyed. But suddenly he met Izaka's gaze, and so I decided to casually say that he cursed Cho Il-sum, but his flow of words did not stop. Still, he acknowledged Izuha's intelligence. After all, in the hero's current rags he wouldn't be allowed into the blossoming plum tree, and so this was quite clever. Although most likely they will stop him simply by seeing his face, Izaka just stood there silently, and after some unseen footage, he finally got dressed. Turning towards Sontai, he asked her opinion on his new outfit. Even though all this made the manager nervous, he said that Izaka looked amazing, and the fact that he looks almost like an errand boy, but this is certainly better than he expected. Before this, he dressed in dirty rags, and therefore looked like a homeless person. But before he could finish speaking, Sontai received a slap on the back of the head. Later, he realized his mistake and humbly apologized. Izaka thought that he was being too kind to the manager, because his habits were starting to show, and he looked at him like a naughty puppy. Without waiting for an answer, Izaka said that he would return soon. Sontai saw him off, but asked him to be careful with his clothes, and Izaka continued to slowly move away from the hotel. After some time, he had already moved quite far from home. And then Sontai's true colors came out and he started insulting Izaka from behind. By evening, the main character reached the palace. There were many guards at the entrance, and Izahu asked if Cho Il-sum was there. The guard asked where the black-haired man came from, and he only said that he came from the Black Rabbit Union. This surprised the guard, so he asked the guest's name. Izaka responded by hitting him in the face. Having fully immersed himself in the role, he played the role of an arrogant member of the union, and the doors opened before him. Walking forward, the guard asked to follow him, and a moment later they went to the second floor. Having reached the room, the guard asked to wait so he could call the head, and Izaka decided to sit down. He looked around the chambers and was impressed by the decoration. Apparently, one of the brothers planned to accept the Black Rabbit Alliance here, so that they could create their own alliance in the Marima world. After some time, the head finally appeared. He squinted at Izaka and said that he was seeing him for the first time. He didn't like the fact that this brat came to him at such a late hour. Moreover, he sat in his chair and did not even greet the head of the house. And so Cho Il-sum decided to inquire what level the guy occupied in the union hierarchy. But he only smiled, saying that he was not a member. The head, however, spoke disapprovingly of his subordinates. The smile never left Izaka's face, and later he asked his brother if it was true that he didn't understand who was sitting in front of him. Cho Il-sum's face twisted as he realized that this was the same errand boy, and Izaka confirmed his guess. The head's body shook with rising rage, but suddenly he was struck by a lack of understanding, because his brother said that he would deal with the boy. Izaka explained that since he was now sitting in front of him, it meant that his brother was dead. Finally, Cho Il-sum realized the situation and his mind became clouded with anger. He couldn't get his head around the fact that his brother had died at the hands of an errand boy. Izaka confirmed this. The man didn't believe this, and so, in a fit of rage, he attacked the guy. However, this was expected. Izaka was prepared for this from the very beginning, and his hands met with Cho Il-sum's hands. However, much more effort was put into the guy's technique, and so the man's body flew away like a feather. But he was also not an ordinary person, and therefore was able to land on his feet. Now he looked at the guy with even greater disbelief. He just lost in the Chui aspect. Izaha only sadly said that Cho Il-sum, according to rumors, is much stronger than he actually is. But he ignored his words, thinking that such a weakling could not suddenly become strong. So he decided to go on the attack himself. The head of the house strained to answer this. Their hands met again in invisible confrontation. However, the man was thrown back again, only with much greater force. He flew into the wall and blood flowed from his mouth. The impact was so strong that the walls were covered with thick cracks. The remaining emanations of ki flowed back into the guy's body. However, something was bothering him. Meanwhile, the man was coughing up his own blood. Apparently, his internal organs were damaged. But what worried him more was that some incompetent person could use such techniques. Izaka gave him a contemptuous look in response. He suddenly grabbed Cho Il-sum by the throat and lifted him up. He really didn't like the man's logic, saying that if an errand boy could use technology, then it was bad. His anger made his hand tense even more. Izaha continued to talk about what a scoundrel Cho Il-sum was, and by the end of his monologue, the man was already trying to justify himself. However, this was immediately followed by inevitable punishment. The impact caused the building itself to shake. The roof and walls were shaking, and the servants began to get nervous. They all went upstairs where they saw the dead gentleman. Addressing them, Izaka said that there was nothing they could do anymore, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to handle it all differently. Making a face like a maniac, he declared that the leader of the union had changed his mind, and it had been decided to postpone the creation of the sect. Therefore, if anyone wants to question the Alliance's decision, they will face the same fate as Cho Il-sum. The servants began to look at each other nervously. But later they made way for the imposter, Izaka. However, someone among the people recognized him and began to whisper. People have come to the realization that they are being led by the nose, and as a result, their guesses were confirmed. But they didn't know what to do. Izaka turned around and said that their guesses were correct, and people instantly became enraged. The main character looked at them with disdain and asked why they were so upset that he was someone's lackey. The men realized he was not joking, and so he added that if any of them were ready to join Cho Il-sum, then he could arrange it. The indignation began to subside, and Izaka exhaled nervously, and yet people were interested in why he killed their master. But he asked back, asking if this bastard had a good reason to kill others. The answer was so exhaustive that everyone fell silent. Sometime later, Izaka was already returning home and saw Santai on the threshold. He was surprised at how early the guy arrived, and therefore did not immediately believe that Cho Il-sum was dead. Izaka refuted his suspicions, saying that the man was finished, and if he doesn't believe it, he can check it himself. Only a moment had passed since his departure, and there wasn't a single scratch on him, even after the massacre. Santai was furious that this degenerate had become so strong in such a short period of time. Suddenly, Izaka said in a commanding tone that the manager needed to make sure he cleaned the hotel. He was simply taken aback by this. It's not right for such a bastard to dare to order Cha Song-tae himself to get out. But still, a moment later he began to look for a broom. Now that Izaka has settled urgent matters, he can practice being calm. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Memories of the last fight appeared in his head. He was getting stronger much faster than he expected. That's why I decided not to miss this opportunity, and a source of chi immediately flared up within him. Time flowed like sand through fingers. The sun replaced the moon, and by the end of the training, at least half a day had passed. And among the hubbub of the crowd walked Santai, who listened to the gossip with a smile. After some time he reached the hotel, and by this time Izaka had only just woken up. Finally he conquered the Tree Kingdom and became closer to the Kingdom of Darkness. Although he achieved this in his past life, his knowledge was too quick and superficial. Looking at his hands, he saw chi hovering on them, and smiling to himself, he was confident that he could become stronger than in his past life. And looking around, he became sad with surprise, because his room was pretty battered. This was due to impurities that the body releases during training. Even the smell was disgusting, but this stench only confirmed his progress. Santai entered the hotel and shouted loudly about the stench. Covering his nose, he frowned deeply, and Izaka came out to greet him. But Santai was not happy with such a greeting, because he thought that the hero had shit himself. Izaka only frowned angrily in response. The manager did not continue their dialogue, but simply ran away because of this disgusting smell. Looking at Izaka as if he were a dirty animal, he said that he should have left the room before taking a shit. He continued to be indignant, and the hero became even more furious. But it was hard to be angry with the manager, because he immediately burped. Sometime later, the action moved to another building. After going through hard training, Izaha allowed himself to soak in the bath. The water was a pleasant temperature, and the boy felt pure bliss. But his smile faded due to recent memories. Santai looked at him as if he were a wild predator and threatened him with a dagger. After all, Izaka stank so much that it could have been confused with attempted murder. And while the boy was lounging in the bath, he swore that he would teach Santai a lesson. Suddenly the door to the room opened. Izaka glanced lazily at the person entering. Cheyenne came to him. He in turn asked why she had come, and she briefly said that she came to help with the bathroom. And in response to the indignation, she said that this was the will of her brother Santai. With a sad face, she said that if he did not want her, then she could at least wipe him off. After this, her gaze became even more drooping. Izaka said that everything was fine, and she didn't need to come here. He also added that he would talk to Santai so that she would not do this again. After all, he had already said that Cheyenne was not a prostitute, but a hostess who greeted visitors. All this touched the girl very much, so she stood there for a while longer, and silently looked at Izaka. He, in turn, was indignant, because Santai had once again forced the girl to do something that the guy hadn't even asked for. Cheyenne's gaze changed, and she looked at the hero with interest. And a second later she thanked him, and also apologized for the past. He also generously said that no importance should be attached to this. The girl decided to satisfy her curiosity by asking why Izaka hadn't defended himself that time, but he had nothing to say in response to this. However, he explained all this only by saying that he was looking for a reason for revenge. When it comes to a gentleman's revenge, 10 years is a tolerable period. However, the countdown of the errand boy's revenge begins from the moment of the beating. Cheyenne was surprised by this ordinary saying, but the guy said that he just came up with it himself. The girl looked at him strangely, and then there was an awkward silence between them. Cheyenne left the room, and Izaka continued to soak in the bathtub. He didn't like the way they used beauty in that way, because things like feminine charm didn't work on him. Suddenly he remembered how his last enemy in his past life said that women don't work against him because he's a fucking pervert. His tastes were so perverted that women refused to participate in his plans. Izaka was infuriated that he was remembering something like this. Suddenly Santai ran up to him, shouting that there was a fire in the building. But Izaka was suddenly angered by the fact that the manager had panicked over some kind of fire. However, he hastened to explain that the source of the fire was the hero's house. He looked down for a couple more seconds, and some time later he was already standing near his burning hotel. Like many other people, suddenly someone addressed the crowd. It was a man in yellow robes who said that he would kill anyone who helped the errand boy. Izaha approached Sampyeong, saying that it was a bad idea, since his brother's grave was behind the hotel. He turned around and shouted angrily, asking who said that. The hero did not hide and came out to him, and Sampyeong looked at the guy with a question. He simply didn't recognize him. But Izaka became increasingly enraged, because this bastard had burned down his house. Sampyeong still recognized him, but did not understand how that freak turned into this man. A man with a beard asked Sampyeong if he was the same guy, and one of the Cho brothers confirmed it. However, the guest did not like the fact that he was called to kill some errand boy. He stated the fact that the Cho brothers were going to found a sect. However, they were interrupted by some errand boy. The man thought that they were simply making fun of him. Sampyeong couldn't stand that look, and so he nervously backed away. The guest said that he would not swing a sword because of some brat, so he ordered Sampyeong to deal with it himself. After all, he clearly must be stronger than someone's sixth man. But if this is not the case, then reuniting with his brothers would be the best option for him. Sampyeong simply couldn't believe his ears. Izaka added that Brother Cho should have at least a modicum of common sense. He wanted Sampyeong to try to defend himself. And the condition was that the loser would be consumed by fire. The man in black just chuckled, thinking that Izahi had an inflated ego, but he agreed to these conditions. Therefore he, Nong Jisok from the Dark Storm Castle, will be their second. A short time later, they stood opposite each other. Sampyeong pointed his sword at him and thought about how his brothers could lose to him. Izaha appreciated Jiseok's intelligence, because under the guise of a duel, he wanted to find out the boy's abilities. The hotel continued to burn, and the men silently prepared for battle. Their duel began, and Izaka looked down. But suddenly a determination flashed in his eyes, and he quickly dashed towards Sampyeong, causing him to roar. The hero asked what was wrong, and the man said that the guy should get a sword. However, Izaha, with the look of a cold-blooded killer, said that he did not need a sword to tear it apart. This shook Sampyeong's ego, so he pounced on the guy, but his first blow missed. In response to this, Izaka counterattacked, and it was just a jaw-dropping blow. Having hit the man in the side, all the air left his lungs, and his body fell flat on the ground. He tried to come to his senses for some time, and Izaka said that he wasn't even fighting at full strength. This also hit Sampyeong's pride, causing him to become furious, and so he struck after a quick turn. His blade was a couple of centimeters from the boy's neck, but he coldly said that the man was also careless. Izaka grabbed his arm so that the man could not bring the blade to bear. He later explained that his brothers, who were stronger, turned out to be the same. Therefore, it would be best if they all did not return to the village. Izaka intercepted the blade and cut the man's chest. He was engulfed in dark blood, and he immediately fell down dead. His body fell to the side, and Izaka looked at him angrily. But a moment later there was nothing left in his gaze. The people were surprised, because they did not believe that this was the same errand boy. Izaka was more worried that they had burned down his hotel. Then he turned towards the man's voice. He said that Izahi definitely had talent, and if something happens, then they will see each other. But Izaka stopped him rudely. Tom didn't like the tone of this puppy. However, Izaka continued to be rude to him, saying that he didn't care where the man came from. And holding out his sword, he challenged him to a fight. The man took this coldly. The guy said that he clearly wouldn't let go of the person who burned down his hotel. But for some reason, Jisok started running. Izaka also did not understand this reaction, and so he decided to start the pursuit. He quickly overtook the man and jumped right in front of him. He tried to attack with his ki. Gathering his strength, he folded his hands and put them forward. A stream of invisible force flew rapidly towards Izaka's back, but he managed to turn around. And with a wide swing of his sword, he cut through everything that was in front of him. The power disappeared, but a thin line appeared on the man's face. A moment later, his eyes began to turn red, and a suddenly appearing bloody streak divided his body into two halves, and he immediately fell down dead. Approaching him, Izaka again looked thoughtfully at the corpse. The hotel, meanwhile, continued to burn. More accurately, there is nothing left of the building. Izaka returned to her and assessed everything that had happened. People looked at the former errand boy with fear, and even Santai couldn't hide his emotions. He was surprised by the ease with which Izaka dealt with the Cho brothers. But there was something more important than that. Santai couldn't figure out who this man was. Suddenly, Izaka turned to the Cho brothers' servants. He asked who gave the order to burn the hotel, and if they didn't want to answer, he promised to personally give each of them a dressing down. They all suddenly began to ask for forgiveness and permission to live. Izaka repeated his question and asked why he had to repeat it. Santai stepped out of the crowd and said that perhaps their goal was to get rid of the stench that was in the hotel. After all, having smelled that smell for the first time, he also wanted to burn it. The crowd began to wonder why the hotel smelled like shit and who had taken a shit there. Because of the panic that arose, Izaka thought about finishing off the manager. Suddenly he turned to Santai. He ordered him to gather all these bastards and with their help build the hotel anew. But he, playing to the crowd, did not understand why he should do this. Izahi's veins bulged from such impudence, and he decided to stop being so kind to Santai. He understood the seriousness of the situation and remained silent for a while. And he said with determination that they must make as much effort as possible. Since there is much more space now, they will erect an impressive 2-story building. Izaka added that they would need to build a high fence, a training hall, and a place for classes. Santai became a little nervous and asked if he wanted him to build a dojo instead of an inn. The hero was unquestioning. He told him to build both in one place. The manager said he would keep that in mind, and they will call it Zaka's Dojo Hotel. Izaka advised him to look for talented people, and Santai asked whether he was actually planning to found a sect. The guy agreed, but the manager was uneasy about the union's involvement. However, Izaka casually said that he would take care of it. And besides, the sect was just a formality. Suddenly the manager asked about the name, and the main character said that their sect would be called the Full Moon Sect. In another life, the Full Moon Sect was the first one he founded. This name made the one-eyed man think a little, but overall he agreed that it was good. Later, he said that he had already realized that Izaka was no longer the same as he had been before, and therefore Santai wanted to ask one question. He said that the blonde man could ask a question. The manager didn't understand why he was left alive, and Izaka, with a look of complete seriousness, said that he did it to mock him. This left Santai extremely puzzled, but still, it was better than death. The action moved to a brothel. Izaka allocated himself a personal room, where he was already training hard. He needed to perfect his key techniques because he knew from his past life how important it was to protect others. At this time, Santai was engaged in accounting. Time passed, a new day arrived. The manager gathered the people and went to build a new hotel, and only by midday did Izaka decide to rest. He opened his eyes and his chi was floating around him. And having come to his senses a little, he realized that someone had come to him. It was Santai who reported that 2 of the Black Rabbit's alliance had come to visit them. The manager said they had been greeted warmly before, but he didn't know what to do now. Izaka decided to greet them personally, and the blonde suddenly thought that he was going to fight, but he said that they were unlikely to do anything in response to the murder of the brothers, but would rather try to find out everything about the new leader. Santai was worried that they had not come to greet him. However, Izaka will deal with this too. The manager misunderstood him and thought that they would have to accept death. The hero was confident in his abilities, and even if they attack first, he won't die. Santai had nothing to oppose him with. A minute later, Izaka went down to the guest room. He walked in with the manager and saw people in black clothes, and Santai bowed to them and wished them a pleasant time. And a moment later, he closed the doors. Izaka hastened to sit at the head of the table, and the men began to introduce themselves. The first was Chongpang from the Golden Peak Department. The second one was from the same place. His name was Han Go-wook. Izaka remained silent, and they were indignant, because such a commoner had no right to know who they were. Chongpang was the first to speak, asking if it was true that the guy had killed the Cho brothers. He didn't deny it, to which their faces suddenly became embarrassed. The guy was interested in how they were connected to them, and the men, instead of answering, looked at each other. They didn't like how arrogant Izaka was acting, and either he is a fool or he is confident in his skills. After this silence, the hero asked why they had become silent. Men became even more serious. They were probably so calm because they came to collect money. Chongpang did not break the silence, but began to look at Izaka with interest. He said that the Chos promised them to found a sect in the province, but the guy killed them. However, Izaka did not understand the essence of the question, so Chongpang began to threaten that if they reported to the union, everything would become very complicated. Izaka immediately realized everything. They wanted him to pay them bribes, just like the Cho brothers did. The men breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he wasn't so bad after all, and Izaka suddenly offered them a drink. He called out to Mrs. Song, and the door immediately opened. A woman with purple hair entered them. The guy asked her to bring some of that lousy Dukuan swill and some snacks. At first, she didn't understand what he meant by booze, but a moment later she understood, and asking to wait a couple of minutes, she bowed. The 3 men were left alone. Although Han Go-wook was not averse to drinking, he wanted to agree on the terms before leaving, but Izaka suggested focusing on alcohol. For some reason, this made the fat man very angry. Even though he hit the table and yelled at the guy, he was absolutely calm. However, Izahi's face instantly distorted, and he threateningly asked if the fat man wanted to test his hand in a fight with him. They both didn't understand why he was so confident in his words. Izaka was wondering if they really thought the union would arrive in time to rescue them. A nervous silence fell between them. The guy advised him to think about it, because he wouldn't have dealt with his brothers if he had been afraid of the alliance. This made the men even more tense. And although Izaka admitted that the two men's skills were better than those of the brothers, they were also talentless. And even more cold sweat appeared on the guests' faces. And deciding to hurry the two weaklings, the hero said that if they did not make a decision by the arrival of Lady Song, then he would chop them into small pieces. And after that, he pointedly turned his attention to the door and said that she had returned, not forgetting to make his terrifying look before doing this. Sun was already entering the room, but suddenly something really surprised her. These two men, who had been acting arrogantly towards Izaka, began to smile and assure her that they would put in a good word for the boy in the union. And he, also smiling, asked if this was true. Their conversation seemed extremely relaxed and good-natured, and after some time, nervous running could be heard outside the brothel. Two representatives of the union fled from there as if they had been threatened with death, and Santai asked Izaka whether they should be let go like that, to which he said that if they were killed, things would become much worse. Now he must not attract the attention of the 12th Lord Rakshasa. Izaka also added that he plans to take up training, and therefore entrusts management to Halmun Sontai. This was extremely unexpected news for him. But he must take into account that if he quickly spends all the money, he will be fired immediately. Santai didn't believe the words about dismissal, and Izaka explained that dismissal is equivalent to death. And although the manager wanted to start to appear, he was stopped. Still, since this is Izahi's place, the laws will also be his. Suddenly he stopped, remembering something. Turning around, he good-naturedly congratulated Santai on his new position. However, this only got on his nerves. Having mocked his subordinate, Izaka went home with a smile, and Santai complained about his hard life. Meanwhile, the main character decided to meet with the head of the forge. They came to the diner, and the man asked if he had completed the task. Izaka confirmed his guess, and the chef interrupted their conversation and asked if they would like the signature dish. Red-Eye did not refuse. The blacksmith was very surprised that the boy was able to cope with everyone. The guy didn't deny his exploits. The man was also worried that Izaka had made enemies because of whom innocent people would suffer, but he was simply surprised by the coincidence of circumstances, since he had had conflicts with the Cho brothers in his past life. The guy assured that no one would be hurt, because he himself was going to attack. The blacksmith was surprised that Izaka wanted to defeat the Black Rabbit alone. He did not deny it. It was hard to believe. The man still couldn't accept that the hero had single-handedly defeated his brothers. Smiling, he told Izaka to remember the taste of today's kuksi, and then be sure to treat the man to it. The guy was demonstratively upset because he was poor, but the blacksmith did not believe him, because he was the owner of the Zaka Hotel. The cook overheard them and asked if they were working there. Izaka said that Dungsu's brother also worked there, and the cook pointed to himself with a question, saying that he did not remember him working there. This was a hint that the guy wanted Dungsu to work for him. Suddenly, Izaka said that if he worked there, he could afford to treat him to noodles. But for some reason, this was taken seriously, and Dungsu threatened him. Someone's voice suddenly ordered Izaka to go out. It was a man in black. Dungsu also asked Izaka to leave, but he still asked to be careful. The blacksmith also wished him luck. Izaka only sighed in irritation in response, and he went to deal with the problem. It was raining heavily outside at that moment. However, this did not interfere with their conversation. The man asked if it was true that Izaha was able to kill Nungji Seok from the Union. The guy tried to remember this name. Suddenly it dawned on him that this was the name of the man who had set his house on fire. Finally it dawned on him. The man in black said he was sent by the Union. It was the two-eared phantom Wee Xian Wu who killed him in his past life. Surprisingly, he was young, but already had such a serious nickname. The man asked why he killed Nungji Seok. Izaka explained this by saying that he set his house on fire. But the reason didn't really matter, because Wee Song Wu was going to kill the guy anyway. Red-Eyed suddenly asked if he really thought that if Izaka was killed, everything would be in the hands of the Union. Provoking him, he said that in that case, Wee Song Wu was clearly deprived of brains. He responded to the provocation by saying that before killing Izaka, he should be taught a lesson. Lightning struck nearby, allowing for a surprise attack. Several warriors of the Union suddenly appeared in the square. They immediately attacked Izaka, but his movements were too fast. He kicked the ground, sending a layer of water and mud straight into his opponent's face, because of which he had to defend himself. Izaka knew that the two-eared phantom was actually two people, and if one was in danger, they would come running to save him. With a quick dash, another dual-wielding swordsman attacked Izaha. He attacked rapidly, not allowing the guy to breathe. Red-Eyed had to step back. What in fact saved him from death. After avoiding the counterattack, he tried to lure out Guyan Su. Suddenly Santai appeared behind Izahi. However, he ordered him not to interfere and to listen. Santai, removing the bandage, cursed the rain. And at that moment Izaka was attacked. He told his friend that there was another one hiding here. The blonde was just trying to find this warrior. Suddenly a soft pop was heard from the roof. A man in a blindfold jumped off it, who immediately landed near his ally. Sontai was surprised that there really was someone else there. Finally, Izaka was able to lure him out. The bald man was quite surprised that the guy knew there would be two of them. Therefore, he advised Guyansu to be more careful, and having split up, they began to approach the enemy. Suddenly they stopped because something caught their attention. Sontai yelled at the bald bastard that he would be his opponent. He promised to cut him into pieces. The blonde screamed louder and louder, trying to gain confidence. He continued to yell, and the three warriors froze. They tried to ignore him, but Sontai continued to insult the bald man. What drove him to attack the blonde? He was angry, and therefore his movements became even faster. Sontai tried to parry the attack, but in the end I accepted it with all my weight. He couldn't withstand the force of the blow and rolled backwards. And sprawled out on the bricks, he froze. Izaka was scared for a second, but then he told this moron to get up. Sontai thought he could lie down a little longer, so he reluctantly stood up. Later he complained that because of the rain, all his clothes were now dirty. Izaka didn't understand how the blonde's plan was supposed to work, and he justified himself by saying that if it hadn't rained, everything would have worked. And as soon as they weakened their defense, he struck them in the back, and the Union's envoys looked at them as if they were mentally retarded. Sontai gave them a serious look, and later he said that the bald idiot was already shaking in his boots. Hearing another insult directed at him, he became even more angry, and without thinking, he went on the attack. The blonde was frightened by such a furious impulse, but Izaka covered him. In this furious fight, their eyes met, but Wee Sun-woo's anger did not subside. However, this did not help him much. Realizing that slashing blows weren't helping, he decided to change tactics. But Izaka, as if dodging not only the blade but also the raindrops, dissolved into the afterimages. His movements were quick, and he avoided all attacks. The warriors assessed his strength with a silent gaze, and Sontai saw something like this for the first time. Izaka suddenly realized that he was feeling this for the first time. For the first time in his 2 lives, he enjoyed fighting, and his smile made Guyansu tense up even more. Childish games were over. Releasing his aura, Izaha began to draw his sword from its sheath. Now his gaze was truly stern, and his sword was enveloped in a barely visible aura. This did not escape the keen gaze of the warriors, as well as outside observers. Sontai also saw that Izaka's blade was entangled in some kind of scarlet light. The 2 warriors immediately recognized the sword energy in this. Now Izaka stood with his bare sword at the ready, waiting for the attack, and at that moment the 2 warriors exchanged glances. Realizing that they couldn't cope alone, they decided to attack together. Their movements were quick. They circled around Izaka at the same time. All this was done so that he would not have time to react, and finding the right moment, they both attacked. But not a single muscle moved on Izaka's face. Their speed was like a snail's pace to his eyes, and before they could make a single swing, blood immediately appeared on the bodies of the 2 warriors. They fell dead before they could even get close to their enemy. Such was his new power, and everyone who was here saw this. Their new master, who can protect them. Sontai approached him and, for the first time, sincerely thanked him for his hard work. Izaka didn't quite like this, and asked him to behave as usual. Later, Sontai asked who these people were, and the hero said that they were members of the Black Lily. This surprised the blonde extremely. The Black Lily is much more powerful than the Black Cats, which makes things much more serious. Izaka started to leave and said that he wanted to take a bath, and Sontai promised him to clean up here. The blacksmith confirmed that the red-eyed man had indeed dealt with the Cho brothers single-handedly. The rain did not stop. Meanwhile, Izaka was relaxing in the bathroom. He was worried that he was getting stronger much faster than he thought, but also that people were dying who were supposed to die in the distant future. Compared to the past, he has more problems. He closed his eyes and listened to the situation. Suddenly he realized that the sounds from the street had died down, and strange footsteps began to be heard along the corridors. 2 men ran up to him with swords at the ready. Izaka recognized them. They were the brothel owners Li and Shai, and their names were Songwoo Geum and Yun Chungu respectively. Red-Eyed thought that this coup was orchestrated by Sontai. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the warriors who attacked him. While their rapid dash continued, the bathtub began to swell. A moment later it exploded, throwing broken boards in all directions. To avoid damaging their heads, the warriors had to defend themselves. And in that brief moment, Izaka made a counterattack. He hit 2 men at the same time with his hands, twisting his palms. This gave the blow even more force, and so their bodies flew into the neighboring walls. They were knocked out immediately. The guy thought they attacked him, knowing he would be in the bathroom without a weapon, and so it looked more and more like a plan by the cunning Sontai. Later the hero quickly got dressed. Meeting one of the workers, he asked where Cha Songtae was now. He replied that he didn't know, and Izaka threatened to ask him to be more honest. The man bowed deeply and said that it was true, so Izaka himself went to look for him. He didn't know if Sontai was involved in the attack. However, anyone who bears their fangs at him will die. Suddenly he heard someone screaming. He recognized Sontai's voice in them, and then he immediately started running. On the way, one thing puzzled him. There were many bodies scattered around the area where Sontai was located. The sounds were still coming from around the corner, and when Izaka turned around behind him, he saw a crowd of people. There were a dozen armed men standing there who had cornered Sontai. He, like a predator pinned to the wall, tried to take as many people with him as possible. Izahu was shocked by what he just saw, and in response to this, people began to turn in his direction. Sontai finally saw his friend. The hero expressed his surprise out loud that the blonde was still alive. Sontai did not stand on ceremony and began to loudly beg for help. He was extremely angry at those bastards. However, this delay made him even more angry, because Izaka stood rooted to the spot. Izahu began to get irritated by the way he was asking for help. The people turned away from Sontai and bristled towards the hero. He only provoked them. People, shouting that he was just an errand boy, gave themselves confidence, and a moment later, they all rushed into the attack together. However, the guy was already prepared for this. Every blow he struck dealt death, and without falling under the swords, he easily defeated everyone. Spinning like a top, after his hail of attacks, only bodies were left flying in all directions. They couldn't do anything against him. Suddenly, Sontai started shouting menacingly at them. Venting his anger, he bent over and shouted at the corpses. But suddenly his gaze caught Izaka's eye. He almost cried, because he thought that the hero had come personally to save him. However, he said that he was going to kill him with his own hands. This greatly upset the blonde. Izaha said that he thought that Sontai was involved in this matter, and he was surprised that they came to him too. Red-Eyed confirmed this, saying that they attacked him in the bathroom. Sontai was simply amazed at the stupidity of these idiots. He later asked Izahi if he had any doubts that he was not involved in the attack, and he casually said that apparently that's how it is. Suddenly he turned to the blonde, and he listened to him attentively. Izaka became curious about how many more people he needed to kill. People still see him as an errand boy, and Sontai promised to make sure that in the future people would not dare to think about such nonsense. Izaka told him to try, and he agreed. He again told Sontai to try harder, and he again agreed. And leaving, Izaka sadly muttered that he just wanted to soak in the bath. Some time passed. Everything around was fragrant, and the bright sun hung in the sky. Sontai was busy building a new hotel, and Izaka continued to diligently train his body. The workers have already managed to lay the foundation, and a month later, they had practically erected the frame of the future building. Izaka wasn't happy with the speed of the work, but Sontai said that due to the scale of the project, it would take at least a year. He also added that he would also like to speed up the process, but this cannot be achieved. Things won't go faster if you just throw a bunch of random people into production. However, Sontai recently found a capable leader. Suddenly, he invited this very man to come over, and he decided to introduce him to Izaka. His name was Yonja Seong. Izaha recognized him from his past life in the future. This man would be famous when he became the head of the Hao clan. Sontai explained that the hero is the head of their clan. He greeted Izaha and said that he had taken up the job on the recommendation of Uncle Jum Chol Young. Red-Eyed smiled at him and greeted him back. Yeonja Sung said that according to his uncle, if he completed this work, he would be appointed as the head of the construction clan, and they would not have to pay any fees. He wondered if it was true, and Izaka answered positively. This made the man happy, and so he decided to make the hotel something truly unique. However, he wanted to ask for something. He and the workers planned to build temporary barracks for living and food. Therefore, he would be grateful if the leader would treat them to delicious food sometimes. Izaka smiled meekly and turned to Sontai, and he listened to him attentively. The hero told him to send people from Maiwa, Iwa, and Siwa here every evening to cook delicious food and treat the workers. Sontai accepted this order with a smile. Later, Izaha promised to make Yeonja Seon the leader of the builder clan. Having settled matters, he went home. And while walking around the city, he noticed a blacksmith. He greeted him and asked if he had seen Yeonja Sung, and Izaha replied in the affirmative. The blacksmith described him as a very talented boy, and Izaha was very surprised by the fact that Yeonja Seon was somehow connected with Uncle Guillaume. The same one, interrupting his thoughts, said that he would like to give a gift. Therefore, if Izaka needs some kind of weapon, he would like to forge it. And he suddenly asked whether the blacksmith had ever made a weapon that could be called a famous or precious sword. The blacksmith answered negatively. He won't be able to make any money from them, and if rumors spread, thieves will definitely come for such treasures. And even if he did that, they would start threatening him. Izaka was surprised by the blacksmith's skill of persuasion. Then he thought about it. He said that sharpness and weight were not important to him, and therefore he wanted an indestructible weapon. The blacksmith suddenly became deeply thoughtful. After some thought, he asked whether the shape of the product was important. Izaka said it was important. Having agreed, the blacksmith promised that someday he would definitely give it to the new head. Having said goodbye, Izaka moved on. He wandered around the village for some time, but suddenly he came across two men in black robes, and they looked quite threatening. At first, Izaka did not understand such attention. One of them suddenly asked if the hero was the owner of the Izak Inns. The guy understood everything immediately, and passing by them, He said that he was just an errand boy. The man became nervous and asked Izaka to stop. The hero nevertheless decided to listen to them. The first one said that he was Hyuk Ryung Hong and was the messenger of the Black Rabbit and had come to convey the words of his superior. Hearing about the alliance, Izaka tensed up. Hyuk Ryung Hong continued, saying that the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master wanted to see the hero, and he added emphatically that he had sent an invitation, not murderers, so Izaka had better not refuse, because if Hyuk Ryung Hong returns empty-handed, then we won't be able to do without them. And that was the end of his message. Izaka didn't understand why he was obliged to come. Hyuk Ryung Hong said that if he didn't want to, he could just run away. Then he will save his life, and the murderers will not maim innocent people. The hero interpreted this as meaning that he must come and bow to the Union if he wanted to be the head of the Ilian district, and if he doesn't do this, he must leave it. Hyuk Ryung Hong confirmed this. Smiling, the red-eyed man said that running away was not manly, and therefore he would meet him. The messenger asked whether he should be given time until the evening, or whether he would follow them now. Izaka said that he could not come empty-handed and in such clothes. Therefore, if the messenger tells him where to go, he will get there himself. The address was a mountain hut in the hunting grounds of Mount Chongho. Izaka realized that it was quite close and agreed, and later he went to his place. The messenger also added in his back that if he wanted to run, he should do it with all his might. However, Izaka added that he does not intend to run. Later in the evening, Sontai found out about this and was furious. It really unnerved him that this money-obsessed killer had called Izaka, and the hero said that he was not invited, but that he himself decided to go. Sontai said with confidence that he would gather everyone to start a war. However, Izaka said that he could handle everything himself. But this was already a different level, and therefore Sontai was not so confident in the chapter. And in his opinion, if Izaka goes there, it will be the end for him. That's why he wanted him to take it with him. The hero was even a little surprised by such zeal and asked if he was serious. The blonde continued to look him in the eyes with the same confidence. But then he said that, frankly speaking, he wasn't entirely sure. Izaka glared at him and told Sontai to work on his manners. Finally, the blonde turned to the head, and he handed him the scarlet robes. He wanted Izaka to wear at least this. The hero was surprised that Sontai wanted to give him her clothes, which he treasured. Izaka warned him that it might break. However, the blonde said that he could tear her to shreds. It was very kind of him, and Izaka accepted the gift. Wearing a long scarlet hari on top, he went into battle, and Sontai promised to handle the rest. And it's time to get down to business. Towards sunset, Izaka began to approach Mount Chonho. In the middle of the forest there stood a house, surrounded by a fortified palisade. Hyuk Ryung Hong stood guard, and thought that Izaha had probably escaped. But suddenly he saw something in the middle of the forest. It was Izaka. The envoy was extremely surprised by this fact, and therefore thought that he had decided to bend the knee after all. Still, for an errand boy, he's too greedy. Red-Eyed reached the gate and announced that he had arrived. Hyuk Ryung Jong began to get unnerved by how confident Izaha was about killing the Cho brothers. But in fact, with demonstrative politeness, he invited the guy to come in. The gates began to open, and Izaka carefully examined what was behind the fence. There, in the middle of the camp, near the fire, sat a massive man. The red-eyed man looked at him with a slight squint. He recognized the big guy as the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Bansa-ung. The messenger turned to him and said that he had brought the innkeeper Izaka. However, he laughed at the guy, saying, "What kind of owner is he?" And a moment later, he began to carefully examine the guy. The same one looked at him with a neutral expression. The master was curious about the guy who had taken over 3 brothels, but he looked even younger and more ignorant than he expected. He turned to the boy, saying that since he had not run away, he had come to kneel before him. However, Izaka does not know his place and is too greedy. He looked at him with the same look as before. Suddenly, he decided to approach the chair. He, without any ceremony, simply took and sat down. And the master suddenly became furious because Izaka was not allowed to sit down. However, the red-eyed man said that he did not need permission for this. Bansa Wung became even more angry. There was a strong tension between them. The messenger watched this, and already thought that Izaka had simply gone crazy. The master thought the same thing he said out loud, and Izaka smiled and said that it was true. The big guy laughed loudly in response. He called Izaka a funny guy and asked how old he was. However, he rudely said that he did not need to know this, and asked if that was why he had called him. The master frowned again. Now Izaha spoke up and said that since that was all Bansa-un wanted to say, then he had to choose. Either he will die alone, or he will first send his subordinates to the slaughter. The master's grimace was distorted with anger and became like that of a frenzied bear. He began to stand up, drawing his sword and saying that he wanted to spare Izaka. But now it would be difficult not to kill him. Red-eyed prepared to attack. Not letting him start first, Izaka sharply raised his leg, and the blow was so strong that the master had to defend himself. However, the sword block he put up was of little help to him. This huge mass of muscle and fat flew off like a football, but he was still conscious and peered at Izaka like a beast. The guy also watched his every move. Not allowing himself to fly any further, the master stopped his flight in the air. He stood firmly on his feet, but his legs began to shake, and blood began to flow from his truly bestial mouth. The messenger was simply taken aback by this. They all looked at Izaka, not understanding how this was possible. And the red-eyed man mimicked the master who had recently spoken about mercy. And he added that he was not the one who needed his mercy. Now Bansa-un realized the seriousness of the situation. Just like Hyuk Ryung-hong, who no longer saw him as that errand boy, the master was still coming to his senses and did not understand how this was possible. He definitely heard that Izaka was an errand boy at the hotel, and the guy asked why he was standing still if he said that he could kill him at any moment. The man took the bait and decided to attack first. He thrust his sword forward and made a quick dash, and drawing a line with his weapon, he missed Izaka. This made him even more furious. Despite his weight, he launched a rapid series of attacks, but none of them touched even the edges of the hero's clothes. Izaka was disappointed with how third-rate the opponent he had encountered was, and so he decided to put an end to this farce, and a moment later he delivered a terrifying blow to the enemy's side. The big guy's insides began to give out, and so blood gushed from his mouth. But Izaka did not give him time to breathe, and his sword, shrouded in a scarlet aura, described a wide arc. He hit the man right in the neck, and she, having separated from the body, flew high up, and not a muscle moved on the guy's face. The big guy's subordinates were stunned by such a bloodthirsty and merciless scene, and that same messenger became completely dejected. A moment later, the hero explained that this would happen to anyone who touched the errand boy from Ilion. Their master couldn't even fight back properly. Later, Izaha asked if anyone wanted to follow Bang Sa-wung, but in response he received only silence. However, one of the subordinates stepped forward, saying that Izaka had now attacked the Black Cat's alliance, and so he was interested in how the guy would deal with this. The hero said that he didn't care, because they would die right now. The men were simply taken aback by such a statement. He will count to 3, and everyone who does not kneel will go after their master. The counting began immediately, and the men stood and didn't know what to do. But common sense still prevailed, and everyone gradually began to bend their knees. Not daring to take any risks, absolutely everyone bowed their heads, and the guy looked at them arrogantly. In his past life, he strove for this. All his efforts to become a demon were for this. For a moment like this, when people look at him with fear and respect, one of the union asked if Izaka would spare them. But he looked at him with incomprehension and said, "Why?" The man also did not understand anything, and said that he thought that if they knelt down, he would spare them. However, Izaka said that he would send first those who would not rise. There was no talk of mercy. But people still wanted to live and asked him for mercy. The hero again asked with a puzzled look why he needed this. In such a case, men have no choice but to fight to the death. Izaka didn't like that he was trying to offer a deal without even giving his name. He said that his name was Sima B, and he was a secret inspector. Izaka thought for a moment. He didn't remember that idiot, and he probably died along with Bang Sa-woon when the union was dealing with their master's bad deeds. Sima B opened up and said that if Izahi's skills were similar to the master's, they would have overwhelmed him with numbers. And the guy asked to continue the thought. However, Sima B thought that he had not demonstrated all of his skills. Izaka was impressed that the man noticed this. He said that Sima B was accepted, because if he was quick-witted, then it was natural to try to survive. Realizing that luck had turned in his favor, he was delighted. However, he suddenly drooped, asking what would happen to the others. Izaka said that everyone who knows about this situation needs to be eliminated. So he challenged the others to fight. Most of them sat nervously, but there were also those who were already drawing their blades. Their hands trembled, but they still pulled the blades from their sheaths. Sima B urged them to stop and told Izaha that everything could be decided if they did not report to the alliance. However, the guy had no reason to believe them. Sima B explained that he personally could be trusted, but Izaka did not agree. After all, no matter how you judge him, he seemed to be the one responsible for everything, after the master. The man confirmed his words. Izaha said that their master was dead, and if Sima B came to his superiors with such news and without a single scratch, then they would clearly not leave him alive. Only now did this thought dawn on the man. These runts will be punished for this too. They might survive, but the stigma of being a half-traitor will never go away. Sima B's face instantly sank, so Izaka decided to get started. But suddenly the deputy foreman spoke again. The hero decided to listen to him again. Sima B said that all they had to do was go and steal money from the hut. An awkward silence fell between them. The man explained that their master had appropriated a lot of money that was lying in this hut, and therefore if the union found out about this, then none of them would live. This money is from the Ilion district, and since they themselves will openly transfer the stolen money, they will inevitably become accomplices. Izaka understood that he wanted to earn the right to life, in exchange for money, and the fact that they would not tell anyone about anything. In theory, this is the only thing he cares about, because it won't matter if the union finds out about everything a little later. So Izaka agreed. He entrusted all the work to Sima, calling him a soldier. He didn't understand why they called him that. Izaha explained that since ancient times, people with the surnames Sima and Juga have been the best when it comes to recruiting soldiers. However, he himself did not know why this happened. After their dialogue, people started transferring money. A little later, a cart was already standing near the brothel, and Izaka said that the theft was successful. Sima B said that now that they had become accomplices, they no longer had any reason to return to the Alliance. The guy allowed them to live here, but if someone bothered him, he would not spare them. However, the soldier assured him that he would keep an eye on everything. Izaka told him to gather all the useless bastards who usually don't do anything and come up with something to keep them busy. Finally, Sima B asked if their organization had a name. The hero proudly said that they were called the Peerless Hao Clan. When the man heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. But then I realized I had never heard of such a thing. Izaka was somewhat offended by this. He was simply mocking the man who had already bowed and asked for forgiveness for this. And the hero explained that everything was fine, since he had only recently created the clan. Moreover, all this happened in a hurry. Sima B was alarmed by Izaha's description of the clan as peerless, as they didn't even know what people might say. The hero explained that to be incomparable means to have a miserable life. Suddenly, Santai burst in, worried that some people were bringing stolen goods to them. Izaha said that it was just money stolen by the Golden Phoenix Pavilion Master. It sounded mundane, but the meaning of the phrase made Santai freeze in place. He couldn't believe that Izaha stole money from the Black Rabbit Union. The guy explained that he just felt like it. However, Santai was not satisfied with such thoughtless amateur activity. After all, he doesn't know what to do if this causes an attack by the Union. The Black Rabbit Alliance are people who steal, not people who can be stolen from. But Izaka, in his defense, said that he was also good at beating people up. Unfortunately, this did not calm the blonde down. The hero promised that if anything happened, he would personally clean up their leader's face. And Santai was already starting to go crazy. Izaka added that it would also be possible to torture and torment their leader, or take him into submission, to which the blonde agreed. He began clapping his hands and said with a crazy smile that their leader could be cut off right away, and that this was indeed an excellent plan. Izaha thought he had finally been heard, and said that he had already told her that Santai shouldn't worry. The blonde simply removed his fake grin and gazed despairingly at the landscape outside the window, and the hero looked at him in confusion. He said that looking at Santai, everyone will also be worried. A moment later, he asked the blonde to gather the clan commanders in the hotel's wasteland. However, Santai was not aware of the situation and did not know who to call. 3 clans had already been founded: trading shops, blacksmiths, and builders, and Izaka asked to bring their unofficial leaders. The blonde understood everything and got to work, and sometime later they were already sitting around the fire. The blacksmith began to speak first, asking what Izaka wanted from them. The hero said that he wanted to tell them about the principles in the Hao clan. From now on, all problems that arise in the clan will be Izaha's fault. The leaders simply didn't understand this. Now, if anyone were to ask for the location of the clan leader, they would have to immediately lead them to him. This is the first principle of action in the Hao clan. The leaders continued listening with bated breath. However, the blacksmith asked how this could even be called a principle of action. Izaha explained that he had no talent in making noodles, so he decided to focus on influence. Uncle Guillaume couldn't believe his ears. No one could believe that Izaka finally admitted that he couldn't cook noodles, and he looked at them like they were idiots. Changing the subject, he asked whether Uncle Guillaume or Duke Su, the manager of the Chunyan Hotel, had any aspirations to become influential. They replied that they didn't even think about it. He asked the rest the same question. The head of the construction team responded positively. However, Santai raised his hand and said that he did not agree, and an awkward silence fell between everyone. Izaha ignored him and said that most of the Hao clan thought the same thing. But he was different. He wants to reduce the number of deaths among those who cannot stand up for themselves. Because of these words, everyone looked at him with apprehension. Izaka began to list all those who are just ordinary people. Many people get killed because they are just innocent people. And this injustice does not stop, and perhaps it will be so in the future. However, if there are such people, then as the head of the Hao clan, he plans to find out all this, no matter who his opponent is. The head of the merchants asked if this meant that he wanted to face the unions alone. Izaka confirmed their suspicions. And all this is just because he is the head of the Hao clan. All the heads were sincerely moved by this speech. During the time when Izaha was a mad demon, Magyo and Muriman, and also Hyukdo and Bekdo, whenever they clashed, countless people died. He has no sympathy for these crazy primates who mastered martial arts only to die fighting each other. However, he could not accept the fact that the errand boy had once been beaten to death for no reason. As a result, he killed these monkeys and received the nickname of the Mad Demon. All his life he was pointed at and criticized. Whatever he did, he was called crazy, and there were even cases when he took upon himself a crime he did not commit. On top of all this, given his temperament, he became a martial arts master in no time. and no one but him knows what it's like to run away from Muruman during training to kill the leader of Magyo. Now everything is different. He always finds a reason to strike first, and therefore he will become a protection for the weak. Suddenly Santai raised his hand. What bothered him was that the principles only worked if Izuha had incredibly strong abilities. And even if we forget about the Black Rabbit's alliance, the blonde didn't understand how the hero would cope with the huge number of clans and masters in the future. Izaka looked at him thoughtfully, and he said that if he becomes the best in the world, that will be the solution. His ambitions were truly frightening, and so everyone suddenly became quiet. Santai leaned back on the table and said that Izaka was talking nonsense again. However, the blacksmith said that he would support their leader. The head of the construction team also decided to rely on Izaka, and the head of the merchants asked if this was even possible. After all, there are many masters, most of whom begin practicing martial arts before they can even walk. And Izaka confirmed his words. The man added that even for them it is difficult to become peerless, and they say that the peerless comes from heaven once in a generation. Izaka suddenly began to chew on the phrase of the one who came from heaven, and I realized that it was him. Everyone looked at him as if he were crazy. However, Izaka said that it didn't matter at all, because what mattered was how much effort he would put into it. The errand boy chose his goal to be the best in the world. Everyone here must think seriously about what they will live for. And with that, the conversation came to an end. After their meeting, Izaka went home. The difference between his past life and his present life is that before he didn't have a plan. If he takes care of the Hao clan, he will be able to fight Muruman and Magyo in the future. And if he is a representative of the weak, then he will have a reason to fight with the rest. This is the power of reason. After all, when someone imposes an opinion on the world, then in case of success he becomes a revolutionary, and in case of failure, only a crazy bastard. And unlike his previous life, he will now become a successful crazy bastard. Meanwhile, the action moved to the Black Rabbit's union. The head, like his subordinates, sat at the union meeting. However, the situation was unnerving. Their ruler asked if it was true that the errand boy had killed their pavilion master and stolen their money. One of the men reported to the masked master about those events. The chief did not believe that the master had died so easily, and later asked who Izaka was. The man replied that he was an errand boy from Ilion. The head asked again if it was true that one of the union leaders had been beaten by some boy, and his words were confirmed. Their master thought that one of the 12 heavenly generals had decided to play a cruel joke on them. He thought that someone from outside had sent this boy. However, he was informed that Izaka originally lived in Ilyana. The proceedings simply reached a dead end, and the one who reported wanted to ask for the right to figure everything out himself. The head thought about this for some time, and suddenly he turned to the side. He looked at one of his subordinates, and addressing him as Master So, he asked him to stand up. The chief said he had heard that he had been training hard recently, but he denied it. Ignoring him, the leader asked how long it would take Master So to defeat the Golden Phoenix Master. Golden Dragon Pavilion Master Seogun Pyong thought about it. He thought that he could defeat him in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. The man did not say this, but only said that he would find a way to overcome him. That's why the boss decided that he would take care of it. This frightened Master So, because Izuha dealt with his colleague too easily. However, he could not contradict his general. The head added that Seogun Pyong should go there alone so as not to create noise. This made the man even more worried. Finally, the red-eyed man added that if Master So fails, it would be better to kill himself right away. But the man could not understand his intentions, and yet he did not dare to disagree. But under the bowed head, a face distorted with anger was visible. Meanwhile, the next day arrived, and the head of the merchant clan was busy preparing noodles in his inn. He saw Izaka and greeted him joyfully, and he asked me to make him some spicy noodles. The guy sat down at the table and saw a certain man at the next table. The dark-skinned warrior was snacking on noodles, and Izaka noted that he was seeing him for the first time, and besides, he seemed strong. To his surprise, he also found a Japanese sword on him. The one who owned it in his past life was a 300-year-old man from Hyukdo. The man suddenly turned to the owner of the establishment. He asked about Izahi and whether it was possible to see him. The owner smiled nervously at him, and then he said that he didn't know where he was, because he hadn't been seen at all lately. He also added that this guy often gets into trouble and may have already run away somewhere. And Izaka himself, listening to this, only mentally praised the head of the merchants. The dark-skinned man listened to this attentively. But then, closing his eyes, he smiled knowingly. He said he heard that Ilion was full of crazy people, and apparently this was a well-deserved reward. After all, the merchant dared to lie to him, despite the fact that Izaka was sitting opposite him. And he didn't even bat an eyelid. Realizing his mistake, the merchant no longer expected anything good. The dark man turned to Izaka, asking if the errand boy knew who he was. The guy called him a bastard Seogun Pyong, asking why he even switched to informal speech. And the man was surprised that the hero knew his name. He asked Izaka who he was, and the guy called him a schizophrenic because he himself had already said who he was. The man became angry, clarifying that he was asking about who Izaka was. This question left him stumped. He noted that this was a very deep question, and he needed time to answer. Who is he in this huge and cruel world? And Master So called him a crazy idiot a little later, and he angrily sucked in the noodles. However, Izaka was more concerned about when his noodles would be ready. The merchant was also struck with anger, because they were going to kill them, and the guy only wanted something spicy. Suddenly he said that they had run out of noodles, and Izaka became very angry. Master So, in turn, swallowed the broth with extreme aggression, and a second later he abruptly lowered the plate onto the table. Having finished his meal, he asked the owner to pay him. However, he backed down, saying that he would not take payment. But the man thought that this was not the way to do things, and therefore the merchant should go and take the money. The owner of the establishment didn't want to approach someone like him at all, and he continued to glare at him. But giving in, he put the coins on the table, and getting up from his chair, he called Izaka to go outside, and also turned to the merchant. He said the noodles were delicious and he would come again. The man was not very happy with such praise, because he was extremely nervous. Suddenly Izaka approached him, asking for a kitchen knife, and when asked why he needed it, he said that he didn't take a weapon with him. And a second later, Master So and Izaha were standing on the street. The dark man asked what he was going to do with the knife. Izaka said that he simply didn't take his weapon with him, and Seo Gunpyeong considered this an insult. Suddenly Izaka sniffed the knife, and I realized that they were cutting garlic, and if that was the case, the wounds would be much more painful. So he threatened the man that if he attacked him, he would suffer from wounds soaked in garlic juice. Master So couldn't believe that it was Izahe who lost to the Master of the Golden Phoenix. The guy, moreover, did not understand why he had come alone, and he justified himself by saying that they would not gather people for the sake of an errand boy, because it was shameful. The words about shame touched Izaka. However, the dark-skinned man explained that they couldn't even talk normally, and the hero, reading him like an open book, realized that they were simply trying to get rid of Gunpyeong, and it really hurt the man, and Izaka confirmed his guess. However, the dark-skinned man was not going to continue listening to this nonsense, and he decided to draw his weapon. His blade was quite unusual, and standing at attention, he asked why the errand boy was so impudent. But Izaka also didn't understand why some third-rate warrior was so self-confident. At this point, Gunpyeong's patience ran out, and he went on a frontal attack. His blade cut through the air, but not the boy's body. Seo Gunpyeong's sword is sharp and strong, but if Izaha tries to deflect it with a kitchen knife, the blade will be ruined. But he thought that introducing ki energy into a kitchen knife would be completely ineffective. However, Izaha's bored look made Gunpyeong fly into a rage. He went on the offensive, accelerating to the limit. But this did not change the situation. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground with a sharp push. Flying some distance in the air, he tried to hit Izaka's body with a sharp jerk, but he just dodged it, which made Gunpyeong even more angry. The blows continued to trace out long arcs, and their duel turned into something like a dance. The guy made the man use his entire body to the fullest, and a moment later, he managed to catch Izaka, who was momentarily in the air. He took this as a chance, since he had no option to dodge, and even so, the guy dodged his blade like a snake. The man couldn't believe his eyes. His sword passed literally a couple of centimeters from his opponent's body. Meanwhile, Izaka was thinking that his skills were not bad, and later, he demonstratively began to stretch his fingers towards the blade. The man interpreted this as an attack and immediately retreated. There was a short lull in their fight. Izaha thought that it had finally dawned on Gunpyeong that he was the only one of them who had lost his mind in the fight. Suddenly the man spoke, asking how the boy managed to predict his every move. However, he did not answer, saying that it was a stupid question, since he was just an errand boy. Gunpyeong was furious. He thought that Izahi had the same status as the head of the Union, or he was one of the 12 heavenly generals. The hero only said that the man's movements were too sloppy, so he could easily follow them. Later he asked why the man was surprised if he had mastered the useless martial arts that were taught to the Hyukdo slaves. Gunpyeong was deeply offended by this insult, and asked why the hell Izaha was calling his swordsmanship a slave's martial art. The boy explained with boredom that all 12 heavenly generals were actually slaves of the great Rakshasa. Gunpyeong's face distorted again, and he was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. However, Izaka continued to provoke him, saying that it was difficult to even call them slaves. They are just puppets of the great Rakshasa, or pawns. And the dark-skinned one continued to absorb everything. Izaha continued, saying that they were the fighting cocks of the great Rakshasa, the toys of the great Rakshasa. And he kept listening and listening. The guy continued, saying that their organization remains at Rakshasa's beck and call, and all they do is lick his ass. Finally, Gunpyeong's patience snapped and he screamed. Izaka added that, no matter how you look at it, all 12 generals are Rakshasa's disciples. They were told to wear a stupid mask, they wear it. They were told to kill, they kill. They even founded the organizations themselves for the amusement of Rakshasa, as did the ranks within them. They are all just offspring who pay tribute and give women to the great Rakshasa. Still, this was too much for a simple provocation. The man wanted to say that he was wrong. However, he could not object to a single word this boy said. Izaka asked if Gunpyeong really thought he was so cool. But you shouldn't consider yourself some kind of loser either, because Rakshas is just an old pervert who will soon die at the hands of a guy. And the man began to regard this as the ravings of a madman. This made the guy a little angry. However, a moment later he smiled again. He said that even if Gunpyeong became the first of the generals, he would only learn more arts from Rakshasa, but it would not give him anything. He may become the best in Hyukdo, but he will only waste a lot of time, and Rakshas will thus take advantage of the lure and enslave the slaves. Suddenly the man interrupted him, asking if he had finished speaking. After all, since Izaka is so outstanding, now he won't just evade. The guy realized that he needed to beat up the dark-skinned guy a little to bring him to his senses, and he finally went into an attacking stance. His fingers slid along the blade, coating the knife in fire, and using his chi, the fire spread more and more. The man couldn't believe his eyes, and a moment later the kitchen knife turned into a fiery blade. Gunpyeong realized that he was facing a master who could not be defeated, but he still did not intend to retreat. Izaka started walking towards him, saying that he called it the taste of fire, and yet the official name for it is chlorinated incense. The Dark One also decided to fight seriously, and his blade was enveloped in a blue aura. He looked nervously at his opponent, and Izaka just smiled at him. And a moment later, Seo Gunpyeong went on the attack. Releasing his power outward, he shot forward a wave of his aura. The ephemeral blade made the air swirl, and Izaka only stood and waited for the blow. He adjusted his grip on his knife, and with one short swing he drew a line of fire. She crossed the entire distance between him and the man, causing his power to dissipate. And Gunpyeong, using only his reflexes, noticed such a swift attack. Placing his blade in front of him, he tried to defend himself. However, the kinetic force of the blow was such that it sent him, like his blade, flying back. Izaka silently looked at the man's body, and the owner of the hotel watched their duel, defending himself with a frying pan lid. Having seen everything from beginning to end, he admitted that Izaka was extremely strong. Suddenly the guy started trampling the dark-skinned guy with his feet. He was out cold, but that didn't stop Izaka and he started kicking him. The merchant just stood there in shock and didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Sometime later, Gunpyeong was taken to a brothel, and Izaka ordered Sontai to wake him up. With his signature move, a palm slap to the face, he ordered the brat to get up. He started screaming at the man, saying that he didn't dare continue to sleep there as if he was at home. Gunpyeong's whole body ached and he let out a heart-rending groan. But suddenly he jumped out of bed, and I realized that he was still alive. Izaka immediately got down to business, asking where the great Rakshasa was now. However, the man did not know this, just as the head of the union probably did not know this either. The hero asked what about their leader, and he said that he was sitting in the room. Izaka started to get angry, and said that he was asking what the bastard had been up to lately. Gunpyeong said that he was training. Red-Eyed realized that they would soon have a battle of ranks. The dark-haired man was extremely surprised that Izaka knew about this. It was strange, because only the masters of the Black Rabbit Union had this information. Izaka said that their clan knows everything except what he doesn't know. Gunpyeong didn't understand a word of this phrase, and Sontai, with an angry look, explained that there was nothing they didn't know. And Izaka said that this was not true, because they do not know what they do not know, but they have ways to quickly find out what they do not know. Finally, Sontai understood his leader's message, and he said that there was nothing that the Hao clan did not know about, because they had the strongest intelligence. And the dark-skinned one said that he thought so, that Izaka was a battle puppet of the Hao clan. The guy was angry that he was called a puppet, and he asked if he wasn't an errand boy. Because of this, Sontai decided to teach him a lesson. He started beating Gunpyeong because he called their leader an errand boy, and Izaka watched this and thought hard. It was strange because Gunpyeong's skills weren't that bad that he could be beaten by Cha Song-tai. This idiot was only picking on me because Izaka was here. Finally, the blonde finished with the educational measures, and turning around, he smiled radiantly and said that he had taught him a lesson. But after that, Izaka asked him to go out for a while. Sontai immediately hurried out, and with a satisfied smile, he left. Izaka meanwhile turned towards Gunpyeong. He invited him to join them, but he refused. And after that, Izaka asked if he should kill him, and then Gunpyeong finally wilted. Red-Eyed advised him to think about the offer, and the dark-skinned man understood that he would be killed immediately as soon as he said this. He was distracted from his thoughts by Izaka, who asked how long he intended to remain silent, and Gunpyeong decided to ask for mercy for himself. The hero smiled, because the dark-skinned man did not want to work for him, but wanted mercy. However, he assured that if he was spared, he would never disturb them. He also swears by the sword that he will not interfere in the affairs of the Hao clan and anyone associated with it. Izaka initially wanted to make him his servant, but it looks like he'll have to send him back. However, no matter how stubborn he is, if you want to subdue someone, then catch him and beat him half to death 7 times. This is what Teacher Wolong, whom Izaka admired, said. And although Gunpyong already felt the bloodthirsty gaze on him, they let him go. At first, he didn't even understand where he should go, but the hero explained himself more clearly, telling him to get lost. Izaka also said that he was ready to accept his challenge at any time if he suddenly returned when he became stronger. However, if he even hears a glimpse of the murders, he will find and tear Gunpyong into small pieces. And he suddenly said that he understood everything well. He also bowed for being spared despite his defeat. And having collected his things, he left. Sontai didn't understand why Izaka let him go. However, he did not understand why the head of the Life Clan should kill a person at the first opportunity. Sontai didn't even know that the clan's name had such a meaning, and the hero turned around and left, offended. Meanwhile, Gunpyong walked away. He thought that he really had lost, and he recalled that his boss ordered him to end his life if he lost. However, he did not understand why he had to kill himself. He looked rumpled, and his stomach growled loudly. He was very hungry, and suddenly something caught his attention. He met that same merchant, who looked at him in surprise, and also in surprise declared that he had survived. He stopped short of his caustic remark, but Gunpyong ignored him and asked for a bowl of noodles. However, he said that they had run out of noodles, and the dark-skinned man chuckled thoughtfully. Something appeared in his hand and he threw it sharply, and the merchant caught this something. He tossed him a whole bunch of coins, saying that he would pay for the food in advance. The owner of the establishment asked the dear guest to pass through, and a little later, Gunpyong was already eating noodles from a large bowl. The host asked the guest if he wanted anything else, since he had paid too much, and he asked for anything. So the man decided to cook him some more food. Gunpyong's mood darkened, as he thought that his future looked bleak. The boss will kill him, but he also can't leave without saying goodbye to his subordinates. Suddenly he said out loud that life is a complicated thing. The owner of the establishment heard this and said that it was not easy for anyone, and him too. But since the Hao clan appeared, there are no more people demanding huge payments. Gunpyong was surprised that they did not pay tribute, and then asked if they paid tribute to the Hao clan. The owner said that their clan does not require money and protects ordinary people. However, Gunpyong only thought that Izaha was truly crazy. They brought him another dish, and he asked what it was. The merchant said it was pork bone soup. Gunpyong, however, found it quite appetizing. So much so that it was difficult for him to restrain himself. The owner said it looked simple, but it was really tasty. And after that, Gunpyong pounced on the food. But suddenly the door behind opened, and Izaka came to them. His gloomy face frightened Gunpyong. He was really angry because those bastards started eating pork bones without him. The dark and Izaha's aura instantly killed all appetite. However, sometime later, the 3 of them were already sitting and eating in silence. But the silence was broken by Izahi, who turned to Gunpyong, saying that he had been granted salvation, but he was sitting here and eating bones. Tom had nothing to answer. Izaka didn't even think that Gunpyong had nowhere to go. The man said he needed to think about something, and the boy immediately guessed that he was talking about his subordinates. He confirmed his guess, saying that they were like brothers to him. Izaka realized how loyal a person Gunpyong was. He survived only because he did not hold any leadership position. Izaka thought that if Seo Gunpyong was killed there, then more people would come to him, and maybe even the leader himself. Suddenly, he turned to the dark-skinned man. He asked him to accompany him to the Black Rabbits Union. Gunpyong asked in fear, asking if he really wanted to attack the Union. That's exactly what he wanted to do. The dark-skinned man was convinced that a real psycho was sitting in front of him. Izaha wanted Gunpyong to take his subordinates away so that he wouldn't accidentally kill them. With fear in his eyes, he asked when the red-eyed man wanted to go, and Izaka got up from the table and said that they were moving out now. The merchant was also worried that he wanted to go without preparation. He also explained that a surprise attack is always carried out in a hurry. The rest had nothing to say in response. If Izaha attacks first, then Ilyan will be fine. Besides, if he kills Gunpyong's subordinates, then he will definitely not obey him. They reached their destination towards nightfall. Izaka ordered him to take care of his subordinates, and while he ran around the fence, the red-eyed man stood at the front entrance. The doors were quite massive. However, a moment later, Izaka kicked them. The crack in the door opened instantly, and the man who appeared asked who the guy was. He said he was Izaha from the Ilyan district, and the voice asked who Izaha was. The guy angrily told him to stop asking questions, or he would kick the door down for them. The guard told him to get lost, and after that the crack closed. But Izaka didn't hesitate and simply jumped onto the fence. He carefully jumped onto the tiles, standing on one leg, and he gave himself a couple of seconds to look around the courtyard. Suddenly the guards noticed a shadow appearing on the floor. Izaka simply jumped down, ignoring the guards, and he walked on calmly. One of the guards suddenly screamed that they were being invaded. Many pairs of legs responded to this call. Izaka was surrounded and asked who he was, and he again replied that he was Izaka from the Ilyan district. Their leader recognized this name, and at that moment came out to greet the unexpected guest. The chief asked if this was the errand boy, And Izaka remembered that answering a question with a question is a worthy decision of a strong man. And so he asked if this was the same rabbit slave of Rakshasa, famous as an old bastard. The head did not respond to this. And so Izaka decided to deliberately clown around, wondering which was correct, rabbit slave or slave rabbit. Such impudence made ordinary warriors break out in a cold sweat. Nevertheless, Izaka got down to business, asking how the head of some backwater gang dared send an assassin to him. And later he asked if the rabbit had a brain at all. This was the height of impudence, which made everyone's faces distort sharply. Izaka didn't like this silence, so he asked if the slave rabbit would open its mouth. The Union head's subordinates already thought that the red-eyed man was simply crazy. The rabbit noted that since Izaka was here, Master So had lost. However, the hero told him to shut up, because it was time for fists, but he didn't understand why he had to fight. Izaka interrupted him, telling the people that if the rabbit had stood up to him, he would have proven to be a good leader, regardless of his skills. However, he has some guesses about the hero's skills, and if he orders them to attack him first. Suddenly he pointed his finger at the head of the Union, and he continued, saying that he was not worthy of being served. The members of the Union were simply stunned. And that was not all. Izaka called him a cowardly Hyukdo worm and a degenerate hiding behind a mask. The men were surprised that his tirade never ended. Izaka also called him a useless idiot who controls them by relying on Rakshasa's influence. An extremely gloomy mood hung all around. All the subordinates slowly turned towards the leader. He realized that Izaka wanted to fight him one-on-one, but in his opinion, no master would fall for such tricks. Suddenly, Master So appeared among his subordinates and asked if the boss wanted to send everyone to their deaths again. The leader looked at him with contempt, saying that he had ordered him to kill himself. However, he wanted to decide for himself. This made the rabbit extremely angry, and Izaka intervened, saying that he was right. The rabbit asked why the hero spared Gunpyong's life. Izaka explained this by saying that he was not as much of a fool as the head of the Union. Master So addressed the Golden Dragon Pavilion, calling on them to come over to his side, as he was betting his life on the victory of the Hao clan leader. And the men walked towards him in unison. There was not a drop of doubt in them. And the head of the Union began to be overcome with rage. Gunpyong said that if the rabbit is confident in his abilities, then he should not involve his subordinates. And the patience of the man in the mask was coming to an end, and his close associates began to get very nervous. The man promised himself to deal with these idiots once he finished everything here. The rabbit said that he accepted the challenge of this six. However, Izaka told him to stop shaking the air, trying to seem as if he was not the one being forced to do something he did not want to do. Finally, the hero's words began to touch the master. Izaka announced to everyone that this would be a duel between him and their leader, and therefore if they interfered, it would be bad for them. However, one of the men could not bear it and attacked him. His weapon flew past Izaka, and he caught it in flight, immediately sending it back into flight. However, now the axe has acquired much greater speed, and the owner of the weapon simply couldn't react, and his forehead was broken by a terrible blow. His body flew into the wall from the momentum of the axe. Izaka warned that this would happen. Meanwhile, the rabbit was still standing there, filled with anger. But later he spoke up, saying that the boy was too noisy. Izaka looked at him with a smile, but he had to turn around because someone was approaching him from behind. It was Gunpyong with his sword. He said that he wanted to entrust his sword to Izaka. Giving his sword to someone was like entrusting his life to them, and this sword was very valuable to Gunpyong. Izaka looked at him for another moment, and he smiled sincerely. He said that he would use it and return it back. And a moment later, Izaka drew his blade. Turning to the rabbit, he said that he was ready to begin. And finally he moved towards Izaka. He began to draw his sword, which looked like a work of art. Tension arose between them. However, not for Izaki, because he was twirling the sword with all his might, getting used to it. And after a couple of seconds he stood up. The head of the Union realized that their duel had finally begun. And then he released his chi, attacking his enemy from a distance. And Izaka began to dodge playfully. His speed made everyone believe that he was not alone on the parade ground. However, now they were fighting at close range. Their two auras clashed in an invisible duel. However, a moment later it became visible as the rock beneath them began to crumble. After that, they began to exchange blows. Their duel looked like two equal opponents fighting. However, Izaka's face was still just as mocking. The guy broke through the master's block and launched attacks from unexpected angles. But the man dodged them all, just like Izaka. Their movements were difficult to capture for anyone else, as this battle pitted two true masters against each other. And from the clash of their spiritual forces, the hearts of ordinary people stopped. They couldn't understand how an errand boy could fight their master on equal terms. But Master So wasn't so sure. It was clear to him that Izaka wasn't even putting in any special effort. He deliberately allows clashes in order to discern in the martial art of the head of the Union, the fighting techniques of the great Rakshasa. But apparently there is nothing else to see here, and so Izaka decided to put an end to this farce. From his next blow, the leader's legs gave way. Actually, that's why he realized that the guy was hiding his abilities. And Izaka also saw his insight, who had already decided to finally end this duel. Izaka's strength increased exponentially, and therefore the leader was forced to retreat. But the guy said it was too late, and a moment later he dealt such a blow that the rabbit had to go on the defensive. The force of the blow simply threw him back. His breathing became very difficult and he could no longer attack. And Master So turned to him, saying that he was ordered to commit suicide in case of defeat. So why then did the leader surrender so easily? Then the rabbit told him to shut up. Some men began to take out their blades, but Gun Pyong asked them to stop, because if they ignored the leader's order, he would settle everything. That's when they stopped. This made the rabbit even more furious. And accepting Izaka's next blows, he addressed him as the leader and asked him to stop. He also noted this with a sly smile. This made the rabbit angry again, and he himself went on the attack. Anger gave him strength. However, his body simply could not withstand the pressure. Blood began to flow down his hands and pain erupted throughout his body, and he immediately retreated. But power began to flow through his blade again. Just like at the very beginning, he sent a wave of power towards Izuha. She rushed towards the guy, destroying the stones beneath her. However, he realized that if he dodged, Seo Gun Pyong and his group would be harmed, so his blade was enveloped in fire. He used that trick again, and in response, he made a strike that drew a line from top to bottom. She walked straight over the body of Izahi's enemy. This blow was much stronger than the one he used in the fight with Gun Pyong. After a while, the haze began to clear, and through it the burnt body of the head of the Union became visible. The force of the blow slammed him into the wall, and all his clothes, like his body, were charred. A second later, blood burst from his throat. It was not a simple spit, but a whole stream of scarlet liquid, which splashed everything, including the rabbit's chest, which was soaked in red. All his subordinates meanwhile stood in complete stupor. Gun Pyong knew that Izuha was hiding his abilities, but he never imagined that he was so superior to their leader. The hero, in his favorite manner, stood and watched the fruits of his actions. The blade shone from the fire, and his clothes were not even worn out during this, at first glance, bloody battle. Suddenly he turned around and addressed Seo Gun Pyong. He was instantly overcome with emotion. Izaka said that with his words he saved many lives. The same one thanked him for this. The guy turned towards where the rest of the masters were standing. He said, and therefore he will send everyone to their leader with a pious heart. However, the masters remained frightened and silent. Izaka was surprised that no one wanted to follow the leader to heaven. Because of this nonsense, the masters became even more depressed. Red-Eyed said that he was very sorry, because this was his last chance to challenge the errand boy. All eyes were on him, and a moment later he went somewhere, and the men's faces grew even gloomier. Suddenly, Izaka picked up the mask that had fallen from the head's face, and putting it on, he said that everyone should remember it, because from that moment on, he is the head of the Black Rabbit. Whether they wanted or not, he decided so. However, after this there was a heavy silence, and Izaka put the blade back into its sheath, and he threw it to Gun Pyong, thanking him. But later he approached the blade the chief had discarded, asking what it was called. Gun Pyong explained that the sword was called the Black Rabbit's Fang, and Izuha called the name really dull. But then he stopped short, because now this blade had become his property. Such frivolity did not allow the masters to come to their senses. Turning to them, Izaka told them to clean up after the leader who had challenged him. He also added that they should remember that if they want to succeed in Hyukdo, they need to clean up well first. They didn't dare utter a word, but this was already beginning to irritate Izaka. And so, a second later, they simultaneously declared that they understood everything. Now the hero decided to start a meeting of the leaders in honor of the new beginning. Gun Pyong said he would come in after he sorted everything out, so the other leaders could go, and they immediately hurried inside. And Izaka decided to practice a little with the blade. From this day on, he is the head of the Black Rabbit Union, until the Rakshasa reveals it. And so he began to repeat all the movements of the former leader. He needed to fully master his martial art so that no one would know. And the leaders watched him in amazement. Seo Gun Pyong noticed that Izuha was indeed trying to reproduce the former leader's technique. After some time, they all finally gathered, and the guy asked to report on the current state of affairs. Gun Pyong said that thanks to the leader's generosity, many soldiers from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion had managed to survive in Ilyan, and so it was necessary to decide what to do with them. And whispers began to circulate among the leaders. Izuha and many eyes filled with joy turned towards Gun Pyong. The dark-haired man became embarrassed because he didn't know that Izaka was so kind. The guy added that Gun Pyong is a man with good endurance, because he recently got into a lot of trouble. Izaka allowed the dark-skinned man to decide for himself what to do with those people, and the master agreed with his decision. The hero also said that Gun Pyong, as a future representative of the leadership, should train even more, and therefore he is entitled to a bonus. It wasn't Izaka's money anyway. Seo Gun Pyong suddenly perked up, saying that he would try even harder. Suddenly, the guy became angry and asked why the bastards weren't applauding, and they immediately started clapping. But this was taking too long, so he angrily ordered them to stop. Izaha said that by training and fighting, they become stronger together. That is the meaning of hyukdo. If they develop a deep attachment to someone in the process, they will have brothers in spirit that they did not have before. This is what hyukdo is all about. This is how it was in his time. But suddenly Izaka noticed something that stood out from the overall picture. It was a fat man who was looking boredly at the floor, and so the guy asked him if his words seemed boring. Although he denied it, Izaka suggested that he get lost and sprinkle earth on the destroyed wall. The manager apologized to him warmly. This attitude simply got on Izaka's nerves. However, no one could say a word to him. After this, Izaka asked who their commander was. An old man came out to him and introduced himself as Commander Bayok. He was ordered to give Gunpyong a bonus and to report on the situation in the future, and was also reminded that if there was any theft, his head would immediately fly off his shoulders. The old man suddenly began to sweat, but understood everything. Suddenly, Izaka realized that he had forgotten about the battle of ranks and asked when it was. The leaders were simply taken aback, because they didn't even think that he knew about this. Gunpyong said there was no date yet, but it was expected that one of the lower generals would issue a challenge soon, namely the Red Monkey. And if Izaka wants to increase his rank, then this time he will have to fight the White Rooster. He asked what rank he was, and Gunpyong said that the rabbit was in 5th place among the 12 generals. Red-Eyed was very surprised by this fact, and then asked where Rakshasa was now. The elder explained that the red snake found the blue-eyed beauty and presented her to the mentor, so he was probably with her. Izaka, however, was surprised with a smile that the bastard had enough stamina for such a thing. But suddenly his mood disappeared somewhere, and something suddenly made him burst with rage, and the fat man thought that he was guilty of something again. Gunpyong thought that Izaka's thoughts were impossible to predict, because he first called Rakshasa a mentor, and then an old geezer, and got angry. The boy was angry that Rakshasa was raping women, so he asked why the Muramen weren't doing anything about it. Gunpyong was surprised by this question. Suddenly Izaka stood up and started yelling that, although Rakshasa was his teacher, this old man was obsessed with alcohol and women, and therefore he was going to rebel against him. The leaders looked at him in bewilderment. They thought that he wanted to rebel not because Rakshasa was old and led a dissolute life, but because he was in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Izaka asked if there was anyone who wanted to stop him, but a deathly silence fell over the room. Suddenly, Izaka asked how things were going in Hyukseonbu, the Black Highway Department. He learned that slave auctions were still being held there, and as the leader of Hyukdo, he couldn't turn a blind eye to such things. The leaders looked at him strangely again. Izaka wanted their alliance to defeat Hyukseonbu in order to put Hyukdo on the right path, and the men did not understand how he made such a decision so easily. After all, Hyukdo seemed to lack moral standards. One of the masters suddenly asked why they should do this. Izaka asked him if he thought it was normal to sell people. He thought it was wrong, so the guy yelled at him. He addressed everyone, asking why they studied martial arts in the first place. For this is the path for those who walk at night, intoxicated by their sword. However, they didn't understand anything, and Izaka continued his dialogue with himself. Therefore, the leaders hastened to bow to the chief so that he would finally shut up. He also said that he would use the elixirs, and means that belonged to the Union, and therefore if anyone objected, they could confront him one-on-one. And then he asked if anyone was against it, but there was silence in the room, and so everything resolved itself. Izaka was glad that he wouldn't have to stain his hands with their blood. Some time passed after their meeting, and Izaka stood on the balcony and enjoyed the view. It was quite calming, and the memories were especially wonderful. Izaka didn't even think that he had such a talent for meetings. Suddenly a servant came to him, saying that dinner was ready. However, the hero did not want to eat, he just wanted to wash. Blood spatters had stained him, but he still hadn't had time to take a bath. Turning around, he took off his mask, and the servant was extremely surprised by this. Izaka didn't understand what surprised him so much, and he apologized. And he continued to stand bent over. He thought that he would be harmed, but the hero said that he was the new leader and that he should not be nervous about it. The man said that he was glad to meet him. Red-Eyed wanted him to give him a tour, which he said so, and he obligingly agreed. After some time, he was led to the room where the ingredients for strengthening were kept, and Izaka was quite surprised by the large selection. He became curious about what they had. Among all the medicines, there is a rare type that was possessed by all the strongest masters. It quickly rotted, and only a few took it, limiting themselves to low-level means. Suddenly he opened the first drawer. There were low-grade drugs there, but that was also not bad. And after that he began to open all the drawers one by one. But what he was looking for never caught his eye, and the number of open boxes kept increasing. Suddenly something caught his eye. It was a stimulant pill, a quality product of low origin. He took 3 pieces in his hand. This drug was suitable for his condition, and helped to further accumulate chi energy, and a moment later, he swallowed them all at once. He waited for them to settle in his stomach, and he went to a place where he could practice. Sitting down near the boxes, he began to concentrate. His eyelids closed and his breathing began to even out. To begin with, he was going to gradually suppress the heat from the pill, and then use the invulnerable golden turtle technique. This was his technique for absorbing drugs. He felt the drugs inside him begin to disintegrate. However, what was unexpected was that they simply burned into his body. The heavenly pearl he had swallowed earlier had absorbed the heat of this pill before he could practice the spiritual technique. Before he even started training, he was already finished. And then he opened his eyes. He couldn't understand how the pearl immediately absorbed the energy of the pills. That's why I decided to test the effect of the drugs in practice. Qi began to emanate from his body and concentrate between his hands. To begin with, he applied the tree kingdom, and then he moved on to the fiery kingdom. The elements concentrated under the pressure of force, creating vibrations in the air. The echo of power spread around, creating a vortex of energy. And later he released this power. And suddenly I realized that something was wrong. Usually, pearls absorb spirit, vitality, and warrior determination, accumulating them. But it even absorbed the energy of this drug. And Izaka guessed that pearls had an amazing property. It might have been crazy, but he thought that this feature could absorb energy, or the internal strength of the opponent. Izaha wanted to live like a madman, not be one, becoming a monster like the founder of Magyo. To understand the state of his body, he needed to observe it. His breathing evened out, and he thought about the name of this technique. There were a lot of options, so he sat and went over them in his mind. But I still decided to stop this brainstorming. He should have thrown this nonsense out of his head. And yet he realized that since he had returned to the past, nothing was impossible for him. His hand instantly moved towards the boxes, and using force, he tried to open them remotely. But the boxes remained motionless. He was disappointed. Apparently his martial arts and inner strength were not up to par, and yet he never adjusted to others. To create art that does not yet exist in the world is the duty of a madman. He needs to discard the theory of ignorance that he has created. So we will have to adapt to the new conditions of the Heavenly Pearl. His hand was enveloped in scarlet power, and concentrating, he commanded that something should come, because of which, a moment later, a ghostly hand appeared in the room. He controlled her as if she were his own, and that's why he was able to use it to pull the box of pills towards himself. It was something that had never happened in this world before. That's why Izaka started giggling madly. He called the technique the great technique of outstanding absorption of heavenly pearls. However, the last two words had to be omitted because no one should know about this thing. The next day was surprisingly sunny. The trees were in bloom and people were enjoying the weather. And unexpected guests arrived at the Union Mansion. At this moment, Master So stood in front of Izaha. He told him that someone was looking for a hero. Gunpyeong confirmed this, saying that a woman came to report news in Ilyang County. The dark man wanted to drive her away, but he thought that the news must be urgent. True, Izaka could not understand what kind of news there could be. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Gunpyeong, who asked whether he should let the woman in. The protagonist thought for a while, and decided to let her in. A minute later the doors opened, and a woman in green shoes began to enter the hall. She walked up and bowed to Izaka. It was Mrs. Song. He recognized her, but did not understand why she came here. The dark man ordered her to speak. She introduced herself as Song Soso from Ilyang County, and Izaka heard her full name for the first time. He said she had a beautiful name, and then he ordered to continue. She said that in Ilyana there is a hotel called Zaka, which has an errand boy. The masters began to get very nervous. After all, they have definitely heard about something like this before. For example, that this was their leader. The woman said that he dared to interfere with the management of the Black Rabbit Union. She continued to tell the story. Her story was quite informative, and Izaka listened to her extremely attentively. The dark-skinned man was drenched in sweat, because she was telling the head about himself. Meanwhile, the masters bowed their heads and broke out in a cold sweat. They simply couldn't believe their ears. Finally, Song finished her report, and the leaders looked towards their boss, waiting for an answer. Izaka demonstratively thought for a moment, and said that he understood everything. She told him about how the boy had killed all the brothel owners and captured Ilyan, but she didn't understand why it bothered her. However, the woman did not understand what he wanted to convey. Izaka changed the subject, asking if she had anywhere to go. She bowed and said that she had nowhere to go. The leader looked away thoughtfully, saying out loud that it was a great pity that such a valiant woman had no shelter. So he offered her a position as a servant manager. Her face lit up because it was a very generous offer. He confirmed that a woman with a brave spirit was very valuable, and therefore she could start work tomorrow. She is of the right age, and also has experience working at the Manhwa Inn. She bowed gratefully, saying that she would not let him down. However, in return, she must promise him two things. The first is that in case of betrayal, death awaits her. But she said that she wouldn't dare do that. Now Izaka pointed his finger at her, and he told her to take special care of her mouth. The woman thought that she had heard this somewhere. Izaka thought that it would be too difficult for her, but she said that she would always follow his will. So he said that from now on she was hired. He declared once again, but louder, that the woman, brave in spirit, was accepted. She thanked him with joy, saying that she would serve him faithfully, and Izaka said that she should be grateful that he gave her another chance, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. That's why the hero decided to take off his mask. His hair came free along with the mask, and the woman saw a terrifying picture. In front of her sat the same errand boy she had complained about. She immediately realized her mistake and, not believing her eyes, fainted. Her body immediately fell to the ground. Foam came out of her mouth, and Izaka couldn't understand why she passed out. The dark man looked at her and held his fingers to her nose. He stated that she simply fainted due to extreme fright. Izaka asked the servants to take care of her, but he was upset by such rudeness on her part. Master. So didn't understand why anyone should take care of her. And the main character explained that you shouldn't just abandon a person who has fainted. Gunpyeong, like the other leaders, froze in surprise. And Izaka advised them to remember it well, how compassionate a person he is. The leaders looked at him understandingly, and they quietly said that they understood everything. A little later, people were working out on the parade ground, and Izaka was shouting that everyone needed to do 500 basic push-ups. And also remember that Hyukdo is training, learning, and competition. Their training had been going on for some time now, and a river of sweat was pouring off the men. The guy continued, saying that from now on, they would only focus on growing their power, and since no one takes Hyukdo seriously, they have to become stronger. The Golden Dragon warriors were not busy, so they were ordered to prepare sandbags and place them on the backs of their comrades. Gunpyeong was ordered to follow them. He bowed low and said that he understood everything. And having gathered his people, he retired to the backyard. The leaders had to do 100 push-ups, and those who finished had to take wooden swords and beat those who tried to cheat. You can't beat them to death, but you can break bones. Suddenly, a couple of the leaders finished their exercises and abruptly jumped up for their swords. And they did it very quickly. Izaha was surprised that they used Jingong, a technique that makes the body light, to go after the wooden swords. The sweat was still pouring off the people, and the leader was hurrying them. After all, soon they will bring them sandbags, and they will have to do the rest of the repetitions with them on their backs. And now they were clearly more comfortable than they could become in the future. That's why the men sped up a lot. The air was damp and the fighters grew increasingly furious, shouting something out loud. Izaka looked at them thoughtfully. He nodded to himself and said that was good. Someone just expressed the increasing pain well with sound. That's why he allowed everyone to make such cries. And the parade ground was immediately filled with the shouts and sighs of those training. Izaka also added that the 5 people who complete the push-ups the fastest will be rewarded with a day's salary. And after his instructions, he left the parade ground. Later, he met with one of the leaders. He gave him something special. It was a collection of characteristics of the 12 heavenly generals. The elder said that he thought that Izaka would be interested to learn about his future opponents. So he wrote down everything he knew there, along with illustrations. And Izaka highly appreciated this work. And looking at the book, he thought about something. There was a lot of information here about the heavenly generals that he didn't know about. He was surprised that the red monkey was a woman. The elder explained that she was stealing things for Rakshasa in exchange for his martial arts. She is far below Izahi in rank, but due to her Jingong skills, there is no general who can easily see her. The hero asked if it was true that she was so good at technology. And the old man said that geniuses are sometimes born, and she is one of them. He also added that the information about Rakshasa is at the very end, since the boss is left for last. Izaka smiled slyly at him. He said the old man bowed demonstratively, saying that he was not doing this for the gold, and for your own life, and they both burst out laughing. But suddenly they were interrupted by Mrs. Song. Izaka greeted her and asked if anything had happened. She also said that a man in a mask came and was looking for the head of the union. He was very surprised and asked what kind of mask was on the man's face. And Song said that he was wearing a monkey mask. The old man realized that a red monkey had come for Izaka. The guy stared at the book. According to the reference book, the monkey had incredible Jingong skills and severe kleptomania. She has the audacity to demand a draw and escape using a technique, and is also said to be comparable in strength to the first 4 generals. Having absorbed all the information about her, Izaka closed the reference book. The acquisition of characteristics was completed. Having preened himself, the hero went to her, and a moment later he saw a girl in a black and red mask in front of him. He looked at her suspiciously, but he still moved on. And sitting on his throne, he watched her actions. She greeted him with a gesture and asked how he was doing. And Izaka said, "Long time no see, thief." She immediately replied that she did not like this kind of treatment, and noticed that his voice and manner of speech had also changed. The guy realized the problem was that they didn't have the same atmosphere in their communication. He explained that he was often tired due to training, and his voice changed due to the release of chi during martial arts training. The monkey thought it was the perfect moment, since he had internal injuries, and so she said that she wanted to take money from him, like last time, so as not to challenge him. Izaka thought that she knew about his decisive battle with the White Rooster, and therefore was specifically asking for money. He was extremely unhappy with the state of affairs in Hyukdo. The girl confirmed his suspicions about the battle with the White Rooster, and Izaka asked if she had enough money to live. Otherwise, she behaved like a beggar asking for alms. This began to anger the Red Monkey. That's why she decided to fight him today. But Izaka interrupted her, asking if she had done any research at all before coming here. But she sharply replied that she would simply take 30 silver bars, or they would fight. She felt like he was trying to avoid the call-up because of his injuries, so she wanted to raise the price. The rabbit smiled and said that he wanted to propose to the monkey. Her eyes widened greatly at such familiarity. She froze in surprise looking at the man, and later she asked if he was joking. He also said that this was not a joke, and also that he was not going to accept her challenges until she brought money. However, if she manages to defeat him at least once, he will give back the money that he took earlier. She simply couldn't believe her ears, and the guy briefly said that it would be a fight for money. He did this with the emphasis that the desire for easy money is, in essence, the root of theft. The girl asked about the conditions, and he said that it was up to her to decide. She smiled, but she couldn't understand why he was so confident. She thought he was crazy, but that only made her feel better. The condition was that if he managed to remove her mask within 8 minutes, then she lost. He can use whatever he wants, but the place will be the territory of the Union. She really took him for a madman, because he was going to defeat her in Jingong's skill. Sometime later they left the mansion. The girl provoked him, beckoning him with her hand, and he looked at her attentively. A dark energy radiated from his concentration. The Red Monkey said that time was on her side, but he ordered her to shut her mouth, because she did not dare to lecture her brother. Today he will teach her a lesson. Even though he said that she would leave here safe and sound, it seemed that she had forgotten her place. However, she said that these were her words, and the guy broke into a swift dash, and it seemed he had already grabbed her by the mask, but she began to melt before our eyes. It was just a residual silhouette, and the girl stood behind it. Her speed was truly astonishing, and the guy made the following move, but he missed again. All these movements came very easily to the girl. The Dark One watched the duel, saying that even their leader would have a hard time competing with such speed. But he thought differently, and so he moved on. He walked straight ahead, but she stood calmly in place. At that moment, the girl was already thinking about what she would buy for herself with her winnings. However, the guy suddenly appeared in her face. She dodged and jumped away in fear. She couldn't figure out how he became so fast. Her thoughts were interrupted by Izaka, who was already behind the girl. She felt it and using only reflexes jumped up. The guy decided to try to make her task more difficult by creating a curtain with his power. Fog began to envelop everything around. By that time, the girl had only just landed, but Izaka was already there. His hand flew just a millimeter away from her mask, and yet she managed to jump out again. And the guy's hand reached for her leg. He didn't manage to get it, but he had a plan. The girl thought she had won their mini-fight, but he did not lower his hand and looked at her attentively. He used his new technique, and his ghostly hand grabbed onto the girl's leg. Pulling it towards himself, he tried to reach the mask with his other hand, and the girl tried to use an attacking technique, but Izaka only squeezed her leg tighter, and he pulled her body to the ground with force. His blow was crushing. However, the girl was able to stand firm. Only at the last moment did she manage to put her hands out. This caused a pause between them, but the girl immediately turned around and jumped back, and then she attacked herself. But this is what Izaka was waiting for. He immediately used the technique again, which was aimed straight at the monkey mask, and he successfully managed to grab hold of it directly, and in his other hand he had concentrated attacking ki. A moment later, the mask left the girl's face, and Izaka immediately pressed his energy into her face with his other hand. What the red monkey couldn't bear and fell unconscious. Her body flew some distance and crashed into the ground. Both her face and clothes were badly damaged. And Gunpyeong and Buke were watching this. Suddenly, Izaka said out loud that he won easily and without any effort. His subordinates congratulated him on this, but he chuckled with displeasure. He also asked them to take a look at the monkey. Bayok went down and looked into the crater where the girl lay, and she was clearly unconscious. The rest of the subordinates said that it would have been stranger if she had been conscious. He also explained that this girl could allegedly come to her senses in the middle of the night. The men didn't understand him, and Izaka explained that in this way she could end up right next to them and steal valuable resources. And he will slowly run away with the loot, but it won't work on him. This is especially true for her sweet traps. Now the men realized the danger of the situation. Suddenly the girl spoke, saying that she had learned a lot today, and then she stood up. In fact, it really was a trap, and the men opened their mouths in response, because she was truly beautiful. And suddenly they all turned their heads to look at their leader. Its leaders did the same. Their appearance made it clear that Izaka had gone too far. He realized that she was literally this sweet trap, so he decided to tie her up. She couldn't even move her fingers because her chi points were crushed, and she didn't like it at all. And she also realized that this was not at all the brother she knew. His abilities, his manner of speech, and even his aura, everything was different. and she felt like she should have realized this earlier. Suddenly, Beck came into her dungeon. He came on the orders of the chief and apologized in advance for the rudeness shown. She started yelling at him, and suddenly a multitude of people appeared in front of her. They quickly dragged a comfortable seat and a table, and having scrubbed it, they assumed a solemn pose, and Buck accompanied them and thanked them for their work. Later, he sat down at the table and took the brush in his hand, and he stared at the girl very carefully. He looked at her, and she couldn't understand what he was doing. Bayok explained that the chief ordered the red monkey's face to be drawn in great detail. The old man was only following orders, and therefore asked not to hold a grudge. However, the girl continued to be indignant, asking why her face, This was the reason that if the girl ran away or refused to help the union, then Izaka would hand over the portrait to the Marima union. He assumed various poses and tried to draw her in as much detail as possible. The girl tried to show up, but the old man said that it was impossible to draw a mountain without looking at it. This made the girl extremely angry, and unable to bear it any longer, she ordered him to stop. Beck sighed angrily, saying that he was upset that a person who was young enough to be his granddaughter was calling him informally. But she only smiled slyly, asking what he would do to her. The old man responded by asking if he could draw her naked. But of course, he was joking, and said that he would try to do everything as quickly as possible. Even though he said he would die if he didn't do it, she didn't think so. He went on to say that she had probably already noticed that the previous leader was dead, and the girl suddenly began to listen attentively. Bayok said that he did not put up a worthy fight, and having flown over the fence and lost his limbs, he died. This shocked the red monkey. The old man thought that she, too, would be torn to pieces. However, Izaka spared her life, and therefore she must show him respect. The girl only frowned and lowered her head in response. Suddenly the old man said that he liked this position, and so he asked her not to move. After some time, he got the portraits, and Izaka, seeing this, said that the work done was simply magnificent. The guy loudly declared that Bayok had passed the test, and he bowed even deeper. He also warned him that if the monkey decided to run away, he should make more sketches and send them where necessary. He nodded and said that he understood everything. Then Bayok left, leaving Izaka and the monkey alone. She immediately asked who he was, and the guy asked how she found out. The girl said that you can't hide the aura, and later asked how he dared to behave like that with Rakshasa's students. But Izaka addressed her as a little sister, and said that he wouldn't have climbed in if he had been afraid of him. She, in turn, angrily told him not to call her that. Then he suggested calling her a thief-nit, and so the girl gave in and asked to call her sister. Now she asked why he had spared her, adding that the most important thing in her life is money, and she will do anything for it. The guy just said that he planned to kill Rakshasa, and now the girl thought that he had clearly gone crazy. The girl believed that it was too early for him to compete with Rakshasa. Izaka promised to take her words into account, but it was more important for him to know whether she could betray him or not, and she said that she would do everything for money. But the guy didn't believe her, but she didn't deny it, also adding that no one would trust her anyway. Izaka said that the general is now carrying poison, and it was intended for their little sister, the monkey. The prospect of being poisoned did not please her. She backed down, saying that she would fulfill any request he made. Besides, they have her portrait, but the guy still didn't believe her. The general brought a poison called Purple Dawn, but the girl was not familiar with him, and it looked pretty disgusting. Later, Izaka asked him to feed it to her, and so the dark-skinned man took the round log and brought it to the girl, and without ceremony he abruptly shoved it into her mouth. However, there was no way she was going to swallow it, so Izaha ordered the man to beat her until she did it. The girl was very scared, and so she immediately swallowed the poison. There was despair on her face, and then she asked what they wanted from her. Izaka said that she had 10 days, and if she killed one of the voiced heavenly generals during that time, he would give her an antidote. She immediately realized that the white rat, the yellow horse, and the green dog were the ones who brought only evil to people, and the guy was surprised by her insight. And then he untied the ropes. The girl stood up and decided to ask who Izaka was. He said he was just a friendly neighborhood gopher, and his henchman became nervous, because he decided to simply lay all his cards on the table. In response to this, the girl looked at him suspiciously. She sighed sadly, realizing that they would not tell her anything, and then assured him that they would meet again after she killed one of the generals. The dark-skinned man was even more taken aback by the fact that the girl did not take Izaka's answer seriously. On the way out, the guy turned to the red monkey. He said that she still had a choice. She could go to Rakshasa and get the antidote. Then she became interested in why she should help Izaka. He also said that she was probably already tired of carrying out Rakshasa's tasks, giving away all the money. The girl just looked at him thoughtfully, and later she smiled and said that she was leaving. The dark man finally turned to Izaka, saying that his poison had not worked very well. The guy asked what the poison was made of, and he said that he mixed a laxative and a stomach stimulant and made a ball out of it. So he won't be surprised if something spills out of her while she's running. Izaka smiled slyly under his mask and said that he was proud of his ingenuity. Meanwhile, the girl ran away and didn't suspect anything. And so, sometime later, her shoes were stepping on the city road. She ran relatively slowly, maintaining a pace that was comfortable for her. But suddenly a certain feeling pierced her consciousness. Her stomach felt sick, and she thought it was because of the poison. She still didn't like being forced to swallow it. And suddenly she thought about Izaka's words. About the fact that all she does in her life is do Rakshasa's dirty work. And most importantly, she gives him all the money. However, she still struggled in her mind, because she could not betray the teacher. Still, it was naive to assume that she would go along with it so easily. Suddenly, the recent feeling of pain in my stomach intensified. Her stomach was starting to feel really sick. And suddenly she began to guess. Although she began to understand the situation, she still went into denial. But she still had to admit it. She started having diarrhea, and in her opinion, it would be better if it was just a stomach ache. It was extremely difficult for her to restrain herself, so she begged fate to have mercy. Because of the tension, everything in her eyes began to blur, and she kept getting worse. Her gaze darted around, and despair lurked in her head. She looked very strange, and that's why passers-by shied away from her. And yet she desperately tried to find a place where there was no one. She blamed the universe for allowing this to happen in a place like this, but she still clung to life and walked slowly. So she decided to concentrate all her internal QI energy in the sphincter. And finally, after some time, she managed to reach some clearing. Her head and eyes darted around, looking for denser bushes. But suddenly she realized that someone was approaching her. And this someone did it very quickly, so the girl immediately thought that it was her teacher. However, a second later she saw a man in white robes standing above her. He flew over her and landed softly on the ground, and the girl froze. This incredibly handsome man asked the girl if she was okay, and she just said something about poison. Because of the tension in her head, she could not control her speech. But later she bent over and said she was looking for the restroom. The man realized how unpleasant a situation she was in. He offered her to sit on his back so he could carry her to his favorite shop, unless, of course, she wanted to relieve herself somewhere in the forest. She stood there and looked at him in shock, but her stomach churned again, so she asked him to take care of her. The girl sat on his back, and Izaka smiled slyly. She smelled really bad. But the guy, without thinking, soared into the sky. He said that she could overcome anything by staying calm. And the girl was able to relax a little and understand that he was clearly a master. And he also had a pleasant voice. His leaps were so enormous that at his peak he could see the entire mountain range that was far ahead of them. And literally a couple of minutes later he dropped her off on the street and she suddenly broke into a run. Taking the guy's advice, she ran to the backyard, where, according to him, there was a restroom. And in an instant there was silence on the street, interrupted only by the sounds of blossoming flowers. The girl bit her fist in anger and despair because of the volume she was making. However, soon her desire to live reached unprecedented heights. But she was extremely embarrassed because she didn't know how to look the guy in the eyes now, because he probably heard everything. She stood silently for a while, preparing to enter the building. And yet I decided to do it. Upon entering the eatery, she was met by Izaka, who asked if she was okay. The girl bowed, saying that she was extremely grateful to him. And the cook, turning to the guy, said that he was definitely lucky when it came to food. After all, he wanted to use pork bones in the soup, and Izaka managed to arrive on time. The girl saw this dish and asked what it was. The cook said that these were pork ribs, and the guy looked at the plate with anticipation. And Izaka, having bitten into the meat, answered her with pleasure in the same way. After this, the girl was overcome by appetite, and drooling began to flow from her mouth. The merchant offered her to try it, but she said that she couldn't because she had stomach problems. But he insisted on his own, and she, smiling slyly, continued to struggle with her mind. But she began to refuse again, and the cook looked at her angrily and ordered her to sit down and eat. And a moment later she was already sitting, anticipating the taste of the food. The bone immediately appeared in her hand and the meat in her teeth, and she realized that it was incredibly delicious. While she was enjoying the dish, the chef asked Izaha what kind of relationship they had. The guy said that she was his sister, and she heard it. Now that she heard that voice, she understood. The one that recently caused her to have a symphony in the backyard, and the one who defeated her, possessing incredible strength. A realization struck her mind, and Izaka sat and posed. And with a deliberately soft smile, he asked if it was his incredible beauty that had left her speechless. However, her brain was so overloaded from the fact that this bastard had deceived her, and even made her shit herself in front of him, that she couldn't think. And so, a moment later, her body began to fall backwards, and she immediately fell off the chair. Izaka considered this ridiculous, because she lost consciousness at the sight of her brother. Although it could also be that she lost consciousness from the incredible taste of the ribs. The merchant, changing the subject, asked if it was true that Izaka was now the head of the Black Rabbit, and he confirmed it. He also added that this girl is one of the generals. The man understood why Izaka called her sister, and later said that she was quite cute. The guy looked at him shrewdly, asking if it was really love at first sight, and he, although he put on a serious face, still became embarrassed and asked not to talk nonsense. Izaka decided to close this topic at the root. Suddenly, he asked the girl if she was going to get up at all, since she only had 10 days left. She jumped up abruptly and said that she would complete her task within the time allotted to her. She bowed to the cook, thanking him for the ribs. And he, smiling radiantly, asked her to visit more often. The girl moved towards the exit and said goodbye with a nervous smile. But, as she ran out of the building, her face changed dramatically. She also decided to take a quick look back, and she saw Izaka, who was gesturing that she had 10 days left. And then it will be the end of her. The girl's face suddenly distorted as if she saw death itself. This guy scared her so much that she ran out of the city at full speed. Meanwhile, Izaka decided to take a walk around the area. He said goodbye to the merchant and left. While he was walking, he thought that his body had become as light as a feather after training in Qinggong. In the past, he joined a mystical speed squad that only recruited those who had reached the peak of Qinggong. It is full of madmen who are ready to train until their death. And all this in order to obtain the title of the fastest of all. But Izaka did not manage to reach the throne. Now he was extremely interested in meeting these masters, which he had not known before. While he was thinking, his feet led him to a hotel under construction, and the chief builder, addressing Izaka as a brother, greeted him. But later he realized his mistake and apologized for his familiarity. Later they exchanged news, and Izaka told about his invasion of the Union. The guy then asked if they had caused any problems, and the blue-eyed man said that the soldier Sim with the ponytail often patrols the Ilian district, so no one has a chance to cause them any problems. After this, Izaka asked how Sontai was doing. The man said that he was just sparring with Sima B and had been losing to him for 10 days in a row. This event has become quite popular because when they spar, a lot of people gather around them. Changing the subject, Izaka suddenly threw a bag to his interlocutor, and he, opening it, saw golden plates. Red-Eyed said that this money is to maintain the morale of the construction team. However, their leader considered that this was too much. As he left, Izaka only explained that there were many people in the Builder clan, and he could spend as much as he wanted. And the head of the Builder clan said goodbye to him and shared the good news with his subordinates. Izaka continued his rounds, and some warriors were walking towards him. They were strangers, and so they passed each other. And so he missed the commander of this gang. The man's keen eye noticed a familiar face and asked if it was Izaka by any chance. And he stopped and looked at him. Now a palpable tension began to emanate from their gang. Their leader, looking at the piece of paper, said that the guy looked like Izaka, and his subordinate agreed with the words. Suddenly the red-eyed man spoke up, asking if they were the scum from the Black Pearl Fort, and the leader looked at him sternly. His subordinate said that he didn't expect to meet Izaka here, since he seemed to have left this place. The guy realized that because of rumors about the clan leader's departure, dark groups had flocked to Ilian. Suddenly the leader of the gang stood up abruptly. He said his name was Dak Go-song, and he was from Black Pearl Fort. There was a reward of 30 gold plates on Izahi's head, because he finished off the bastards in black. The leader said that they had come here to place the document about the hunt for Izaka's head. A little later, one of his retinue came up to give the boy a scroll, and Izaka thought that since this is a dark faction, it is better not to accept anything. And so he just stood there motionless. The subordinate extended his hand with the scroll, but now an awkward silence fell between them. The leader said that if Izaka himself came to the Black Pearl Fort, the reward for his head would be removed. So next he asked him what he was going to do. The hero noted that there were too many of them just to hand over the document, and the leader sheepishly said that he had heard about Izaka's skills, and so they decided to get together. He just sighed resignedly and said that this was an acceptable excuse. Izaka thought that he had days when he felt strange. Usually he kills and feels nothing, but it's rare that he avoids senseless deaths, and today is one of those days. And he certainly wouldn't have been called a mad demon if his actions weren't contradictory. He moved back and said that he was not in the mood to meet their master now. But the leader's face distorted, and he rudely said that it would be better if Izaka went with them right now. This did not escape his ears. So he turned around and asked with a murderous look if Dak Go-song was really so eager to go to the next world. And he responded by saying that he could not react differently, because Izaka had killed their comrades. Now the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. The leader said that it made no difference how Izaka went with them, because if the visit was postponed, people from the Union of the Tiger's Roar and the merchants of the Three Swords would come for him. So whatever he chose, it was a pain in the ass anyway. And Izaka was truly surprised by how unafraid the boy was of death. So he decided to go with them. And he felt sad. After all, when he wears the mask, he is the honorary head of the Union. And when he takes it off, he again becomes a mad demon. A little later, they were already crossing the river of the Hornless Dragon. The boat moved slowly and rocked sedately from side to side. And somewhere behind, Ilian was visible. Izaka said goodbye to his hometown, and said that he would return as soon as he earned some money. The other guys looked at him like he was a savage, and Izaka continued, asking the town to welcome him with open arms. The men only confirmed that the guy was mentally ill, and the red-eyed man suddenly began to glance sideways at the warriors. To his left sat a motley group of men, and then he looked to the right. There were the same men sitting there, but not of better appearance. That's why Izaka said that they are freaks, and probably do all these disgusting things because of their crooked faces. And he really thought about this thought. However, there was also the sex demon, the left hand of the messenger of light, who was incredibly beautiful, but did the same vile things. That's why he said out loud that, after all, the face has no influence on actions. Anyway, he asked them why they were so ugly and did such things. The leader asked what he was talking about. Izaha explained that he had heard that the Black Pearl Fort was indulging in a kind of slave auction trade. Toothy asked the gentleman to close the bread slicer, but the guy answered him rudely, calling him a rat face, and asked what he felt when he saw slaves at auction. He, smiling, said that he wanted to earn money so that he too could have a slave. All the guys laughed, but the leader's face twisted. He yelled at them, ordered them to shut their mouths before he killed them all, and the laughter immediately died down. The man was very nervous, because these imbeciles still did not understand how to behave with someone who was going to fight the head of the fort in front of their eyes. Meanwhile, Izaka was thoughtfully peering into the expanse. The leader suddenly asked him if he intended to leave them alive. The red-eyed man continued to peer into the distance. He thought that the level of his madness had somehow begun to increase. It seemed to him that he would not behave like that in this life. The leader repeated his question. The guy said that they should fight each other, and his mercy would descend on the one who survives. The leader looked at him with a crazy look and said that it was good, and his subordinates looked at him with fear, and they all immediately began to pull out their blades. The heads of ordinary warriors were separated from their bodies in a split second. But Izaka continued to peer into the distance, and the river beneath them turned red. After all, the gang leader cut the throats of all his subordinates in a split second. Izaka said that he would fulfill his promise and save his life, so the man allowed himself to relax and squatted down. Suddenly the guy asked him how the Black Pearl Fort was doing, and he said that everything is as usual. It is teeming with idiots. Red-eyed only smiled in response, and the river waves continued to beat rhythmically against the side of the boat. Finally they arrived at the ancient city of Black Sand. Izaka finally pushed his cheerful mood into the background, and a moment later they washed up on the pier, and there they were already met by people who ordered them to stop. The leader barked at them, saying that he had brought Izaka on the orders of the master, and later he ordered him to follow him. They went to the center of the sect, and the guy watched the devastation that was happening near the walls. These were real slums. Izaka was surprised that there were ordinary people here at all, and after some time they finally approached the main building. The boy at the door asked what brought Commander Doc Go here, and he said that he brought Izaha. The guard. Finally, the boy realized and let them through. The door immediately opened, letting them in, and at that moment, a meeting was taking place in the center of the hall. All the leaders were present, as was the head of the clan himself. Izaka also noted that there were too many old men here. Suddenly Doc Go spoke up and loudly announced that he had brought Izaha, and the old people suddenly turned around at the sound of his voice, as was the leader, who was also an old man, but with a more expressive and thoughtful look. Izaka approached one of the old men and asked him to move so he could sit down. He didn't do anything, and therefore immediately got punched in the face, which caused his decrepit body to roll away from the chair, and the other leaders began to watch him even more closely. Next, Izaka took a chair and moved it closer to the head, and he sat down right opposite him. One of the leader's nerves couldn't take such impudence, but the head of the fort stopped him from acting rashly, and reluctantly, the old man sat down. Now the faces of the leaders were filled with pure anger. The fort chief finally said that he welcomed Izaka and wanted to get straight to the point. The old man said that he killed 3 people from the Black Fort, but the chief also heard that this happened because of the fire in Izaka's house. He confirmed his words, and therefore the elder said that since his people were the first to take action, the guy would be able to leave as soon as they cut off 3 of his fingers. But the hero immediately rejected such a generous offer. Then the old man offered 1 finger and 100 gold plates, since Izaka must pay for the damage to what was under the fort's supervision. With this he finished his sentence. The executives sitting nearby bowed and thanked the head for his hard work, and Izaka smiled and thought that there are too many madmen in this world. Later, the guy again declined the offer, saying that he didn't have the money and wasn't going to give it back anyway. The veins on the leaders' faces began to bulge with anger. The old man said that the fort always takes money, and therefore Izahi's family will have to pay for his actions. The guy sadly said that he doesn't have a family, but his dream is to have one someday, and he also dreams of chicken noodles. Such an extraordinary answer simply baffled the leader's thoughts. The old man suggested an option where the residents of Ilion would answer for his misdeeds. Izaka began to get angry. Now he put forward conditions, saying that they could lick his feet, or everyone in this room will die together. The leaders, as always, frowned, and their leader began to get furious. Doc Go already thought that Izaka was starting to go crazy, After all, not only did he provoke the head of the fort, but also all the elders. That same old man with a beard again couldn't stand his aggression. He, like the other old men, took out a weapon to punish the foolish boy. But he didn't even bat an eye. He just got up from his chair. And the old man called him a fool and added that he had given him a chance. But Izaka still thirsted for bloodshed. However, the guy said that the only fool here was the head of the fort, because he gave them a chance to survive. Go didn't know what to think, and the elder finally ordered that Izaka be killed. Elders immediately rushed at him from all sides, and he, in his usual manner, began to dodge their attacks. But he also did not forget to counterattack. Moreover, it was so effective that the bodies of the old people flew in different directions. Even that pumped-up elder seemed to have already caught up with the enemy. But his weapon didn't even reach the edge of Izaka's robes, and then he received an extremely painful blow to the solar plexus. The other elders also tried to keep up with the slaps and blows that tore through the air itself. A wide variety of weapons, even metal ones, were used against Izaka. However, he only used his techniques playfully, and so, the knives pointed at him bounced off him as if from a metal wall. They fell, losing their momentum and hit the floor, and the remaining warriors thought that in this way, they were able to time the attack. However, the recently knocked-out weapon played a cruel joke on them. Izaka was able to intercept it in the air, and he handled the weapon much better than without it. That's why the room immediately began to be painted scarlet. The elders who were next in power after the leader were cut into pieces, and Izaka watched them, continuing to stand firmly on his feet. He came here like a god of death, intending to take their souls, and this fact made the old man extremely nervous. The remaining warriors simply could not believe their eyes. After all, this young man emanated an aura that penetrated to the bones. Go also stood to the side and felt it, and his silence was his answer. So the guy, with the same murderous look, dryly declared that he would approach them himself. And in a split second his body appeared in front of the first old man. He tried to attack him, but it was all in vain. And for trying to hit Izaka, he cruelly punished him. And then he immediately switched to the second old man. The blade that was pointed at him suddenly ended up in the guy's armpit, and the elder, caught like an ordinary fighter, immediately received a key blow straight to the chest. Izaha's clothes began to smoothly change color from white to red, and the warriors, whom he had knocked out at the very beginning, began to get up in order to try themselves in the fight again. They decided to unite in order to take on the enemy in one fell swoop, but even this didn't make even a single muscle on Izaha's face twitch. And a moment later he turned into a furious tornado that ground the bodies of the elders into dust. There was so much blood that it spurted in waves in all directions, and because of this, Go couldn't make a single move, because this wasn't even a fight, but an extremely bloody meat grinder. However, the fort's leader did not let his emotions get out. Sometime later, their battle ended, and streams of blood flowed from the blade that Izaka had picked up. Some of the elders managed to survive, but only to lie in a pool of their own blood and moan in pain. The head of the fort continued to sit in place. He turned to his dead friends, telling them they had done a good job, and Izaka rudely ordered him to shut up, because all he did was sit idly by while his subordinates died like flies. And this was successfully passed off as a provocation. That's why, a moment later, the sound of blades striking each other resounded throughout the hall. Thus the old man struck with a cross-shaped wave that went towards Izaka. But the guy managed to make one single blow, which drew a red line that turned into yellow. The gradient of power that rushed forward took the blow of the old man's cross, and a moment later a curtain of dust rose up in the room, through which the old man immediately emerged. He was counting on a surprise attack, but Izaka was prepared for this, and each of his attacks was stopped by the guy's blow. Their fight seemed to be beyond human capabilities, and the speed was so great that it was impossible to keep track of them. The building shook, and echoes of power destroyed everything around. The old man fought to the limit of his abilities, but the boy's gaze remained just as indifferent, and so the head of the fort rushed into the attack, using all his strength. And Go, who was standing nearby, received his share of sawdust in the face, but later he was able to see how two warriors crossed their blades. At that moment, Izahi's single blade held back the onslaught of the old man's two swords, but the captured weapons, unfortunately, were not of such high quality, and so the guy had to retreat, because now he only had part of the blade, and this made him quite angry. The fort's leader decided to take advantage of the opportunity and attack while his enemy remained unarmed. His blow flew literally a centimeter past Izaka's head, and he, in turn, began to concentrate the power in his hand. It was that new technique that called for the hand, and with this hand he pulled the sword towards himself, which greatly surprised Go, and their fight continued. He looked at the old man sarcastically, as he clearly did not expect such an action, but the only answer he received was silence. Their duel continued, the sound of blades thundering through the hall, but Izaka still did not take the matter seriously. Suddenly the old man used chi power, forcing the boy to dodge, and then counterattack yourself. Izaha thought that the old man was not bad, His strength was comparable to Doc Go-song, if he had trained for another 40 years. After this, their exchange of blows continued. The warriors changed their stances and struck from the most unexpected angles, but they still could not reach each other. At least that's how it seemed, because all this time Izaka was analyzing the man. His eye was filled with power, and he was able to see what was invisible to the human eye. The old man was ill with something, which is why his movements were constrained, and his breathing was completely uneven. While he was thinking, they raised their blades to make heavy attacks on each other, and now it was clearly audible that the old man continued to breathe heavily, which could not be said about Izaka. And so they crossed blades again. And the guy, taking advantage of the pause, decided to attack with his hand. The old man immediately saw this attack and managed to jump back. But Izaka did not hesitate and jumped after him. He jumped and raised his sword above his head, and the old man tried to figure out how to hold back this attack. An extremely heavy blow fell on the head of the fort leader, who crossed his blades above himself to hold it back. And when he landed on the ground, his legs were already on his knees. The old man had spent too much energy on the fight, and therefore could not withstand this blow. He barely had enough strength to hold both of his blades, and then he poured chi into his hand and struck it straight into his opponent's chest. A stream of force knocked the spirit out of the old man, and his body flew headlong into the wall. Izaka decided to use the finishing move. Having already filled his other hand, he threw the blade with force straight at the old man, and the man sitting by the wall saw death approaching as if in slow motion. The power-imbued blade flew straight at him, but the old man couldn't even move. And so, a moment later, a blade pierced his body and pierced through him. He walked into the wall, pinning the old man along with himself. The head of the fort immediately started to vomit blood from his mouth. It was similar to how Aizaha dealt with the head of the Black Rabbit Union. Go was stunned by such cruelty and inevitability, as did the surviving elders who witnessed the death of their leader. Suddenly the old man spoke, asking Izaka to listen. He said that he wanted him to allow his subordinates to heal him, and then he would appoint the guy as the next head of the fort. However, if he kills him now, he will not be able to completely subjugate the fort. And since all these guys are nothing more than imbeciles, he must lead them. But Izaka understood that this was an empty farce, because the old man simply did not want to die, and the head of the fort realized that he had been found out. The guy continued, saying that the old man had made a good living off the money from the slave trade, and turning everyone's life into a living hell. He must have killed many people who begged for mercy just as he is doing now. Then Izaka raised his hand over him, and he said gloomily that it was better for trash like the old man to be dead. And his hand, imbued with the power of ki, rushed towards the old man's face. And a moment later, the entire wall turned crimson. Go, who was already frightened by everything that was happening, stood and experienced primitive horror. After all, the head of its former leader just burst like a balloon. And then Izaka turned to him, looking with his murderous red eyes from under his bloody face. Therefore, the elders were overcome by the same feeling. Suddenly, Go came out of his fear, saying that Aizaha should become the next head of the fort, and he suddenly called the guy to him, which he obediently did. However, the next second a fist flew into his face, and the guy immediately fell to the ground, and Izaka grabbed him by the hair. His eyes were filled with a primal rage, and he suddenly asked why Go kept nagging him. The hero was clearly not himself, because it was clear from his expression that he was ready to kill anyone who came to hand. However, Go was fearless, and said that they had nothing to do, since Aizaha had killed the head of the fort, and the guy began to come to his senses. He remembered the words of the previous head of the fort, and realized that a real hassle awaited him. Izaka then ordered him to gather all the survivors and heal them. He also thought angrily that if there were people from Jianghu here who had mastered oriental martial arts skills, he would have simply swallowed up their fort. But the people here were too mixed. Then he sat down more comfortably and began to think. And the first thing he thought about was that he would probably have to pay for beating someone to death. Sometime later, a meeting was held, and new people were appointed to the positions of leadership. Izaka said that he wanted to appoint a new head of the fort, and he himself would simply take the fort under his supervision. The young people sat next to him and watched with interest. Then Izaha said that he was appointing Go as the head of the fort, and he must mobilize all those who can help in destroying the fortress walls. But the guy didn't understand why this was being done, so he asked Izaka. However, the hero was unhappy that he had to explain everything. However, Go was supported by all the other leaders. Izaka said that the walls did not protect them, because they were useless against the Jianghu martial artists. The fact that the fort's leader could not stand up for his life serves as an example. The leaders remained silent. Then Izaka said that because of the walls they were too isolated, and in order for something to start changing, this needed to be corrected. But the young men continued to look at the hero, their expressions unchanged. It was not even clear what they were thinking about. Izaka thought that they did not understand what he was talking about, and then desperately said that he was tired. So instead of explaining, he simply gave instructions to tear down the wall and go out into the world more often. The men simply agreed with him, Izaka also added that if he sees any slave trade or racketeering related to the gambling business here, or at least something that will make him angry, then he will immediately kill Go and begin to kill, one by one, all the captains whose faces he managed to remember. This statement made them tense up, and Izaka, with a murderous smile, asked to convey his respects to the head of the Black Fort in the next world. Now the atmosphere in the hall became much darker. One of the men raised his hand and asked for more details about what they needed to do, but this only infuriated Izaka, because, in his opinion, he had already said too much. He rudely said that the guy should turn on his brain and think through all the details himself. After all, why is he even sitting here, calling himself a captain, if he himself can't understand what to do? The guy looked offended, and Izaka added that it was because of such idiots that their organization had sunk to this state. Finally, the hero said that from now on they would all ask permission for all actions from Go, who was sitting nearby. He also said that they need to change their name and under no circumstances use the word black, because that immediately indicates that they are from a dark organization. Suddenly someone raised their hand. The guy with the short hair asked if they could use the word white, and Izaka turned his furious gaze on him and rudely asked if he really thought they were from the white faction, but he answered negatively. The hero was rude to him again and told him to shut up until the end of the meeting. The boy even got a little upset and frowned. It was a real pain in the ass for Izahi, but he still continued, saying that they needed to reduce the number of their rules to 3. One of the guys asked if he really wanted them to reduce the more than 100 rules to 3. He looked at them like they were idiots, and then said that they would start with 3 and then add something if necessary. Next, they had to get rid of taxes and free the prisoners, and now the captains were forbidden to take money from the vault. Such drastic changes frightened men. However, Izaka added that the money should be distributed to help those in need, as well as to build decent homes. After his heartfelt speech, he asked them if everything was clear. However, everyone just looked and remained silent. So the guy asked what kind of atmosphere was in the air. One of the commanders took the floor, saying that Go had already spoken about this. He asked other commanders for confirmation of his words, and one of them said that Go kept talking about it. Suddenly, Izaka turned sharply in his direction, and he sat and also looked the guy in the eyes. This continued for some time, but later Izaka still told him to try, and Go promised that he would cope. Some time passed, and it was already dark outside, and suddenly, someone stepped on the threshold of the Black Rabbit's Union. The guard, who was standing guard and talking, noticed the steps and asked who was coming. It was Izaka who replied, "Your leader is coming." The guard froze in horror, but he still figured it out and bowed, greeting the leader. The guy entered the area and was surprised by the silence, thinking that his idiots were shirking their training, and Biak had already rushed at full speed to his master. Izaka asked the reason for the silence, and the old man said that a golden boar had come here. The guy asked him again if one of the 12 generals was here now. Buck confirmed this. Izaka walked into the hall, and in his mind he recalled the memo. And as we know, he became the strongest disciple of Rakshasa due to his physical strength. He is supposedly the young leader of a wealthy group of merchants who brings in huge amounts of money for Rakshasa. Remembering all this, Izaka entered the hall, and now there sat a fat man, for whom they had prepared food for a whole table, and he was just busy eating this food. Suddenly he met Izaka's gaze, and putting his food aside for a moment, he looked closely at the boy's face, and he answered him with silence. Suddenly he turned to the head of the Black Rabbit Union, and he casually ordered that water be brought to him. The fat man didn't like this, and he rudely repeated the same order. And now Izaka has already raised his hand. And then he took a jug of water and carried it to the fat man. He began to pour him water, while thinking about how unceremoniously this slug had burst into his clan. Apparently the golden boar is not at all afraid of the Black Rabbit. The fat man asked him where their leader had gone. Izaka thought that he had gone to heaven, but remained silent, and so he simply turned around and left. The golden boar yelled at him after him, saying, "What kind of arrogant jerk is this?" At the exit, Izaka was met by Biak, who said that he had prepared clothes for him. A little later, the fat man finished his food and burped loudly, and then I heard footsteps behind me. Suddenly, he recognized the figure behind him as a black rabbit. He addressed him as a brother and greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy remained silent, but then he asked what this pig face wanted. The fat man didn't get the joke. However, Izaka did not consider himself wrong. He then asked him what business he had come for, and the fat man said that his guild wanted to offer him a certain elixir before the battle with the rooster. The guy asked what kind of elixir it was, and he replied that it was a 400-year-old white flame herb. The hero asked the price, and the fat man began to put on the mask. The golden boar then offered to sell it for 50 gold bars, and also add 10 boxes of common white flame grass. Without thinking, the guy told him to bring them to him. The fat man was delighted, and added that he apologized for having planned to make the same offer to the white rooster if the rabbit had refused. Izaka was once again surprised by how shitty their interpersonal relationship was, and then he began to sink into memories. From this moment on, he must forget about everything he has. He needs to be prepared not to give money, even if he has it. And opening his eyes, he saw clearly. There was indeed peace in his mind. And having finished with this, he went to what the boar had brought. In front of him was one closed chest, and an open one, in which 4 sprouts of grass were visible. Kaban explained that these herbs were difficult to obtain and store, so Izaka should take them as quickly as possible. In response to this, the guy immediately took one of the sprouts, and immediately threw it into his mouth. The boar was already getting nervous, but he calmed him down. Izaka thought that in his past life he had a bunch of this grass, only it was 100 years old, and it can't be that the boar would just let him eat one of them. The guy then ordered Buck to check the grass, but he asked again, not understanding what they wanted from him. The boar was surprised, and then asked if the old man really knew how to test elixirs, but Izaka told him not to look down on him. He raised his hand sharply, and pointing to Byok, he said that he had devoted 30 years of his life to serving Jianghu. He is a legendary elixir appraiser and also an elixir expert. He was called the elixir magician and the wise master of elixirs, and also an elixir genius. The old man's heart skipped a beat from such praise. Izaha continued, saying that Byok would be able to find the elixir hidden 100 kilometers above the clouds, and also smell it. In fact, he only became one of Jianghu's people because of his skill in appraising elixirs. This is what their manager Buck is like. The old man bowed almost to the floor, and said that this was an incredible honor for him. The boar began to get nervous and said that this was incredible, and the old man immediately pulled gloves on his hands and said that he would begin. He opened the chest and looked at the 3 sprouts, and a second later he began to inhale their scent. The aroma of herbs immediately penetrated his receptors. After this, it was time for visual assessment. He turned to Izaka, saying that all 3 sprouts had the same smell, but there was one problem. One of the pieces of the spine was carelessly torn. This means that someone has already tasted this root. The boar immediately turned angrily towards the old man. He said Beck meekly apologized, and then he told Izaka that the grass was real, and that it really wouldn't be easy to get. And besides, due to the difficulty of transporting it, if there had been one more stub, the guy would have been asked for at least 100 gold bars. The boar said with surprise that he thought the old man was just an actor, but his knowledge of medicinal herbs was truly profound. Izaka agreed to the deal and told the boar to take the payment, and he immediately went to the chest and opening it, saw gold bars. Having counted them, he declared that everything was correct. Now he ordered his subordinate to load it into the cart. Meanwhile, Izaka stood and ate the grass, saying that it really was the real white flame grass. But this reaction extremely frightened the boar, since elixirs are usually taken before cultivation. However, Izaha doesn't need to do this, because the heavenly pearl absorbs all the energy, which can be used later. And he is perhaps the only person in Jianghu who is able to accumulate internal chi energy. Before leaving, the boar also asked Byok to strengthen their security, so that the rabbit would not be distracted from cultivation. Patting himself on the belly, he said goodbye to Izaka, and he walked away slowly. And Byok suddenly became worried that the guy was not going to cultivate right away. He calmed the old man down and asked where all the leaders were. The answer he received was that all the commanders were located in different places. They were all on the road to the Golden Boar. Izaka wanted to take his money for himself, and the old man was worried that they hadn't even developed any plan. However, the guy stated that he is not a person who plans anything at all. The most important thing that matters now is the desire to steal money, no matter the reason. Such a heartfelt speech made Buck feel moved. Bowing, he promised to remember it. Meanwhile, Izaka mentally addressed the boar, saying that he was going to him. Later, Byok still asked why the boy decided to attack the golden pig. The hero answered him that there were many reasons for that, and the first of them is that he took his money. He also spoke to him in a condescending manner, ordering him to be given water. The most important thing is that he didn't pay for dinner. And finally, he was rude to his brother in art, and therefore deserves death. This convinced the old man. So much so that Byok almost cried from the feelings that overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, the horses were driving the boar's cart. They moved at full speed. Meanwhile, a man was sitting in the cart, thanking the young master for his hard work. The fat man said that he would take all their money for himself, but the rabbit didn't even realize that he had lost it again. Suddenly the horses began to stop, and the chariot shook violently. One of the wheels skidded so much that the cart almost fell on its side, and in the end, they still stopped. The fat man managed to hit the wall, which made him very unhappy, and his guard started yelling at the coachman. He also explained that the cart, which decided to change a wheel, blocked the road. The fat man was extremely unhappy, but the guard went to solve everything for him. He began to approach the crowd, which was currently arguing loudly. One of the men turned to the security guard, saying that they did not want to block their way, but he didn't have time to finish speaking, because he immediately received a blow to the head, as well as the one standing next to him. The man with the hat started hitting everything with his palm, shouting at them, saying how dare they block the young gentleman's way. But Izaka immediately appeared from the forest, having managed to change his clothes. He didn't stand on ceremony and immediately kicked the man in the back with all his might. It flew a good 10 meters and crashed into a tree, and from the force of the blow, his consciousness switched off. Izaka justified this by saying that he raised his hand against a coachman from a non-noble clan. However, the men approached him, saying that they were only disguised as coachmen. Finally, a golden boar came out to them. He recognized Izaka, but asked what it all meant. The guy said that the servants do whatever they want, and therefore the boar shouldn't pay attention. However, he did not understand anything, and said that he would not turn a blind eye to the situation, just because Izaka was his brother's servant. But the hero looked at him with the same gaze, and the golden boar was surprised by the servant's mood, and a tense atmosphere arose between them. Suddenly he realized that this was their task. Taking a stance, he warned that they would not get away with this, and if someone paid them, then their guild will find out about everything. Suddenly he pointed his finger at Izaka. He said he didn't look like a servant, and anyway, it was just a piece of the puzzle to figure out who he was and where he got his money from. Izaka walked towards him, saying that he didn't care at all. Why did the boar start to get angry? He enveloped himself in chi energy and prepared for battle, and pointing it towards Izaka, he answered him. But the energy did not allow this to happen, because now they were confronting each other. The golden boar suddenly realized that the battle would not be easy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his opponent from his place. Their strength seemed to be equal. However, he called Izaka an imbecile, because he tried to withstand a duel of internal ki with someone who had consumed countless elixirs. However, the guy didn't even bat an eyelid. The fat man said again that he would never lose in a battle of chi, but suddenly his face twisted, because a third arm suddenly appeared from Izahi's energy, and the guy recognized in this the ability of the Heavenly Pearl. The chi energy he had been trying to break through began to flow through his arms. After all, he began to absorb the energy of the golden boar, and his opponent immediately understood this. His hands were enveloped in scarlet snakes that absorbed everything that the boar had managed to accumulate within himself. And although he wanted to stop it, Izaka did not give him any slack. And later, the mask on the boar's face suddenly decided to crack. The amount of energy in the air was staggering, and the fat man couldn't understand why he couldn't push the boy away. Izaka was surprised at how stubbornly the Heavenly Pearl absorbed chi energy, and after a while it was difficult to look at the fat man. However, Izaka understood that if he suddenly stopped this, he could receive multiple injuries from the boar's kui energy. But if he didn't stop, his opponent would lose his life, which wasn't much of a problem. He didn't want his vengeful spirit to end up inside the Heavenly Pearl, and if he does this, he will be no different from the leader of a demonic cult. So he decided to make a difficult decision, and his energy suddenly flared up, and a sharp stream of ki emerged from his body. And a moment later, the fat man flew to the side. Izaha's hands were still on fire, and he, in turn, began to concentrate the power between his palms, and so a fireball appeared there, with the help of which he absorbed the remaining energy that he absorbed from the golden boar. The fat man remained conscious, but his face had become much thinner. And yet, for Izaka, the night was productive, because he wanted to steal some money, but ended up stealing a lot of chi energy. The fat man, swimming in his fat, asked what he had done to him, but Izaka only looked at him with contempt, and then he said that he saved him out of his great kindness. The guy thought about the fact that it was probably impossible to find more noble warriors than him, and later he ordered his subordinates to search the cart, because since he had started the robbery, he needed to take everything that was there. The fat man tried to stop them, because there were things of the White Rooster, who would demand responsibility for this. But Izaka heard this and asked the boar again. He replied that it was true, and so the boy ordered the men to completely clean out the cart. Suddenly his eye fell on a box containing 400-year-old roots. He asked to bring it to him, and the fat man screamed that he couldn't take it. But Izaka ignored him, and the chest was already at his feet, which he opened in a flash. There were 4 roots in it. Izaka was extremely irritated by the way the boar was conducting business, but he had nothing to say. The guy suggested out loud that with these actions, the fat man wanted to take the rabbit out of the game, but the stinking carcass said he had no evidence. In response to this, Izaka decided to approach him, and having hit him, he said, well, of course he doesn't have them. After all, if they were, the Black Rabbit would have ordered his subordinates to attack the Golden Mountain Merchants Guild. The fat man, practically starting to cry, said that their leader would not tolerate this. However, Izaha said that Rakshas would most likely turn a blind eye to this, and then decided to explain why. But one of his subordinates raised his hand and asked him to answer for himself. Izaka pointed his finger at him and asked him to answer. He explained that if they gave half of the wealth to the Merchants Guild, he would turn a blind eye to it. This was damn true, which made the subordinate very happy, and the fat man continued to look at them as if they were idiots. Suddenly, Izaka asked them who it would be better to tell about this, the Union or Rakshasa. The men said they didn't care at all, and one of them suggested telling both of them. Izaka explained that this would be more difficult. Now he asked the fat man what would be the best thing to do. and he suddenly wilted. The guy started shaking his hands, calling him to answer. And he didn't stop doing this, making the fat man nervous. But he only asked what Izaka wanted from him. Suddenly a voice was heard that announced that she had arrived. It was the red monkey that returned from the mission, and the golden boar was surprised by such a meeting. But later she looked at Izaka, showing the mask. She said that she had fought with the general, and now he was in heaven. And the guy accepted it, saying that the monkey had done a good job. That's why she immediately asked for an antidote to the poison. The fat man, who was at a distance, looked at them in shock and did not understand why she called him brother. The girl explained that she had constant diarrhea and couldn't fight properly because she constantly needed to go to the toilet. The boar was completely taken aback by the fact that the girl spoke so easily about diarrhea. Izaka turned to the monkey, saying that he would keep his promise. But he was interrupted by a fat man who asked with incomprehension who this Izaka was. The guy looked at him angrily, and the girl immediately understood his emotions. And so she slapped the fat man, and the blow was so strong that the man could not stay on his feet, and his body fell backwards. He, in turn, looked at his sister with annoyance, and she said that he did not dare show such disrespect to his brother. But the boar did not understand why she called him that way. Izaka praised her, and she thanked him for it. Later, he ordered his men to load the boxes back into the carriage. He also ordered the fat man to call his coachman, but he again did not understand why he should follow the red-eyed man's orders. That's why Izaka immediately looked menacingly towards the girl. She immediately attacked the boar, but he immediately understood everything. He looked at her with resentment, but he still got hit in the face. The blow to the second cheek was due to a sideways glance, and Izaka suddenly turned to them, saying that fighting brothers and sisters should not hit each other so hard. And the girl, bowing, said that she would take this into account. Then the guy took out a mask, and suddenly he put it on himself. The fat man looked at him with incomprehension, but the girl immediately realized what was going on, and so she bowed to Izaka and said that she greeted her brother dog. Her insight surprised the guy. The boar did not react as expected, and so the girl's angry gaze caught up with him again. Finally, he realized and bowed to Izaka, greeting him, and he gave the command at ease. The girl stood at attention, and the fat man was indignant at this circus. After some time, they got into the carriage, but something worried him much more. The red monkey did not dare to open his mouth in front of Rakshasa, but he behaves in a similar manner with Izaka. Suddenly, the boy turned to the boar. He immediately tensed up and was ready to listen. Izaka didn't like the fact that he was thinking too loudly, and the girl immediately decided to punish him for this. But he promised to clear his mind, so she stopped. After some time, they arrived at Moyong Clinic. The workers took the fat man on their shoulders and helped him inside. The head doctor ran out to them and asked what had happened to him, and then he ordered that the young gentleman be brought inside, and his subordinates obeyed his orders. Izaka stared suspiciously at the chief healer. He was young and handsome, and his aura inspired calm. The hero suddenly began to think about his past. The poisonous demon Moyong Baek, who saved him from ki reflux in his past life. Baek lost his entire family because he dared to argue with Rakshasa. After that, he became a clear example of what a person who hid his hatred for a long time could become. The demon became stronger thanks to his knowledge of medicine, and then began to study poisons and test them on his body. In a constant cycle of self-poisoning and healing, he became the one who was able to finish off the Rakshasa, including his students, even those who renounced their past. Izaha met him after he killed Rakshasa. He harbored hatred not only for Jianghu, but for all people. Because of this, he swore that he would never save anyone again. After all, he healed countless people, but no one saved him from falling into the abyss of madness. And there was a reason why Izaka was grateful to him. It was that the guy was the only one for whom Baek had given up his oath. A man slowly drowning in the abyss of madness was able to sympathize with someone who had long been mired in it. Izaka always wondered if there had ever been a time when he was a normal person. Suddenly the guy turned to the girl. He told her to heal her wounds too, and she immediately obeyed him. The doctor approached Izaka and said that he was seeing him for the first time, and later asked if he was feeling okay. Suddenly the hero began to take off his mask. The doctor looked at him, but there was no emotion on his face, just like on Izaka's face, and so they just looked at each other in silence. Izaka smiled at him, but thought it was stupid to believe that he would be recognized. So he introduced himself and said that he was the head of a clan of a small group called the Ignobles. And he was surprised, saying that he thought that Izaka was one of the generals. The guy said that his clan was fighting Rakshasa, and the true owner of the mask was killed by a monkey. The doctor understood this and then changed the subject, asking how Izaka was feeling. The hero, smiling, said that he had come to pay and was interested in learning about the doctor's medical knowledge. Suddenly, Baek took off his glasses and apologized for not introducing himself. Finally, he said that his name was Moyong Baek. The guy nodded respectfully. And then he asked the doctor to give him a couple of minutes, and he opened the casket with the white flame herb. The doctor didn't understand why he brought them with him, and Izaka asked him to evaluate them. Baek said it was at least 100-year-old herb, but the guy was surprised it wasn't 400 years old. The doctor said that it would be too much, because that grass is rarer and is only delivered to the central plains. Izaka knew that the boar had lied to him, but it still hurt. Suddenly the guy said that he had already eaten 3 of them, and the doctor congratulated him. Beck also added that they have a lot of energy, but one must be careful about the frenzy disease that follows eating them. Izaka said that he is always angry, so everything is fine. And the doctor said that if he has a tendency to be violent, then he needs to be careful. The guy replied that he was releasing his anger properly, and the doctor asked how. And just in case, he said that due to doctor-patient confidentiality, he would not tell anything to anyone else. Izaka began to talk about how one day his house was on fire. At that moment the guy was filled with anger. The doctor sympathized with him, and Izaka casually said that he killed the arsonist. And as soon as he did this he felt peace. The doctor looked at him as if he were crazy. Then the Black Rabbit's people came for Izaka and started talking nonsense about life and death. And then Beck asked what the hero did to them, and he calmly said that he also killed them. And when he did, he felt peace again. The doctor continued to listen to him attentively. And Izaka continued, saying that after that they sent out the killer. But he left him alive because he had balls of steel, and later they broke into the Black Rabbit's alliance. The doctor became more and more nervous, but continued to listen. Izaka had no intention of leaving the head of the Union alive. But he suddenly didn't care, and added that he then sent him to heaven. And then he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction again. The doctor said that Izaka was doing a great job of releasing her anger. The guy asked if it was true, and Beck hesitated, but then said that it was clear from his face. Suddenly Izaka remembered that when he met the poisonous demon, he was absolutely empty inside. It was the moment when revenge faded away, and there was no future. The people he loved were no longer alive, and therefore in this life, Izaka will not allow this. Even though he became a mad demon again, he shouldn't become a poisonous demon. He alone will be enough in this world. Suddenly, words of gratitude were heard loudly from behind the screen. Izaka recognized the red monkey in this voice and smiled. He hoped that she had some hope that her shit would come out of her ass along with the rest of her diarrhea. Meanwhile, the doctor came out first. He assured Izaka that no one was seriously injured. The hero nodded respectfully, but Beck later added that their mental state was unstable. She hasn't slept for several days, and she is also suffering from severe diarrhea. Izaka said that he understood everything, and the doctor added that the girl was on her knees asking him to relieve her intestinal problems. And they looked at each other silently. The doctor looked at him, clearly demanding an answer, and Izaka was thinking about what to answer him. But he later admitted that he fed her a laxative, making her think it was poison. Then Izaka told her much more vividly that he fed her a ton of laxatives, and that's why nothing stopped her. He ordered her to kill one of the most brutal generals, and Izaka hit the table. He menacingly stated that he had no choice but to kill the girl. But laxatives saved her life, and she lives only thanks to them. Beck looked at him with extreme surprise. Izaka, raising his voice to a shout, reiterated his words, and he said with pathos that this is what he calls the laxative theory. The doctor was extremely inspired by such a heartfelt speech. He said out loud that he didn't even know that laxatives could save people. However, Izaka said that since she had completed the task, the doctor could cure her. But Beck didn't argue with him. The guy also asked to stop talking about shit, because all their conversations were devolving into that. The doctor changed the subject again, saying that the boar had experienced some kind of mental shock. Izaka explained that he lost a lot of energy and money while fighting with him. The doctor wanted to ask him something, and the guy urged him not to be shy. That's why Beck asked with a serious expression why Izaka was being treated by Rakshasa's student if he was his enemy. The guy praised him for his observation. Suddenly he put 2 fingers on the table. While imitating his gait, he said that there was one person in Jianghu who walked like that, and he asked if Beck knew what would happen if this man killed everyone who got in his way, people who can be spared, or even strangers, and absolutely everyone else. The doctor said that he was listening. Izaha said that this way this person will become part of the demonic faction. This answer greatly surprised the doctor, and Izaka continued to move his fingers. He went on to say that if such a person kills, it is only the cruel bastards who burned his house to the ground. The woman with the filthy mouth, the murderer who paid for the food, the man who never knew the world because he was kidnapped at a young age. These are all the people he spared. Beck asked if this was the path of the dark faction, but Izaha said that it was his unique position regarding the paths of life. The doctor was interested in this formulation. Izaka said that he treats people in the hope that they will improve, and even if he might be betrayed in the future, he is ready to endure it. Then Beck thought that the guy was a member of the white faction. But Izaka denied this, saying that he could not join them because he was not a virtuous person. However, the doctor did not think that everyone in the white faction had valor. The guy said that there are many such people among the founders of the clan and its top officials. People who lack valor are in the faction because they are their disciples. This is the power of heritage. Izaka is not like that, because he was just an errand boy whose house was burned down. The doctor thought hard about this, and the guy watched him with a smile and thought that he had not expected to see Beck before he became a demon. Suddenly something caught the doctor's attention. Izaka placed a chest of gold in front of him and said that it was payment for the treatment. He asked in a nervous voice if the guy was offering the whole chest, and he agreed. However, Izaka was ready to go for it, because Beck really was a good person. The doctor was about to refuse, but the hero stopped him and also asked for a quiet place to sleep. Later, Beck took 3 gold bars, and he said that even so it was unnecessary. But Izaka insisted. However, Beck was much more stubborn. Izaka noted that he was so stubborn even before becoming a poisonous demon. So the guy decided to offer him the white flame herb. However, patients come to him every day. Izaka didn't like the fact that he couldn't repay his savior in any way. The doctor bowed to him for his kindness, and said that the hero needed this herb more. The guy looked at him with resentment, and Beck was beaming with good nature. However, Izaka lost the debate on words again. It was already late. However, Beck stood outside his hospital and looked at the beautiful view in the sky. His ward approached him and said that Izaka had begun cultivating in his room. And Beck began to think that the guy had some kind of special kind of anger disorder, and suddenly he remembered that angry face of the guy. He laughed, because that discussion about diarrhea was still in his head. A new day dawned, and Izaka was cultivating in the meantime. Beck walked up to his door and asked through it if the guy was awake. The hero heard this and opened his eyes. And later he went to the door and opened it. Opposite him stood Beck, who greeted him and asked him to drink the tea he had prepared. Izaka took the drink and looked at it strangely. It was scary to drink some muddy water prepared by a poisonous demon. But he said that Izaka should drink it in one gulp. The guy didn't refuse, but it was clear that he didn't want to do it, and yet he drank. And after that, Beck asked about his condition. Izaka said that he felt relief in his chest. You could say his soul felt lighter. Beck said he was glad about this, and asked Izaka to visit them more often. However, the guy said that he would come only after he killed Rakshasa. Only by doing this could he stop the string of bad luck that had plagued Moyongbaek. A little later they went outside. Izaka thanked the doctor for the treatment and for allowing him to stay. Beck wished him luck and said that the guy was always welcome here. And the hero said that if the doctor had problems with Jianghu, Izaka would personally come to the rescue. But the doctor pretended that he was not in any danger, and said so. The guy didn't believe him, because he was now in the midst of a war, and therefore anything could happen. They said goodbye, and Izaka and his retinue went home. A little later, the fat man asked his brother Dog for permission to return home. The boy, however, Izaka explained that he had not let him go anywhere, and that is why he immediately became depressed. The girl also turned to the hero, asking him for an antidote, but he said that he had already cured her. He said that his poison was a laxative, and that Dr. Moyong had already cured the girl's diarrhea. And suddenly she realized everything. She thought it was poison, and that's why she went on such a rampage, even defecating all over the place during the battle. But Izaka suddenly asked her to control herself, and she had to obey. Suddenly he turned to his sister and brother, and he said, "Doesn't it seem strange to them that someone like him, who just met them, calls them brother and sister?" The girl said that she was satisfied with everything, but the fat man was not so sure. Izaka suddenly said that if they wanted to return to Rakshasa, he would immediately stop this cart. Since the girl is cured, they can leave the carriage and they will go their separate ways. They are not his slaves, nor the slaves of Rakshasa, and therefore are free to do whatever they wish. The fat man thought about it, and the monkey asked if they could get away with it. The boar said that their home could be slaughtered if they betrayed Rakshasa, and later asked about Izuha's strength. The guy praised him for the fact that the fat man decided to make a detailed analysis of their powers. However, the boar apologized sharply, because it was not only his life that was at stake. Izuha asked them whether their lives would have meaning if they remained on the side of Rakshasa, and the two of them thought hard. They will also have to bring women and pay tribute until he dies. And comparing their military power is not the most important thing. Even if Izuha is weak, what matters is whether they want to live as slaves or not. This situation upset the golden boar. The fat man was born into a rich family and got everything he wanted. But everything turned out in such a way that now their money didn't even belong to them. Izaka hit the nail on the head. The guy also added that in this case, what should be more important to him is not the endless collection of money, but the methods of how exactly he spends it. The fat man, instead of answering, simply asked to buy him some food. Izaka was simply stunned by this, and then he suddenly switched to the girl, and she also said that she was hungry, thinking that they were talking about food. The fat man explained to her the gist of the conversation. She said she would be on his side. The boar didn't understand this, but she explained that Izaka took her to the restroom and to the doctor, and also fed her pork ribs. Of course she was sad about the poison, but it turned out to be only a laxative. After all, if Rakshasa had given her poison, she would have been dead long ago, or shitting in the bushes. It was terrible for her to even think about it, and that's why she wants to be on her brother's side. Izaka And on such a romantic note, he invited them to dinner. After some time, they finally reached the sect. And this time they were greeted not by silence, but by hundreds of voices. The fighters were training at the time, and when the leader appeared, they immediately bowed respectfully. They greeted their leader, who was walking surrounded by his retinue. It only just dawned on the fat man that Izaka was the Black Rabbit, and that very servant was exactly him. It was simply an incomprehensible situation. Izaha thought that the fat man had chi reflux, so he ordered the monkey to examine him. She immediately began her duties, hitting the boar with her palm, and he magically came to his senses. However, that moment seemed like an eternity to him. It was as if they managed to beat him up with that one blow. But later their mood improved, because they finally received food. They pounced on her like animals, and Izaka sat opposite and looked at them like animals. Suddenly he turned to them. He said that they needed to become stronger, because there was nothing more pitiful than being weak in Jianghu. And the door behind suddenly opened. The dark man came to them and said that 5 heavenly generals were standing at their gates. Izaka thought that he had been exposed. However, his protege didn't think so, especially since they didn't even bring an army. So the guy became curious about why they all came together. The fat man said that the white rooster must still be on the way, and the others had come to watch this battle. So Izaka decided to stand up and greet his guests. The rabbit mask appeared on his face again as he walked towards the gate. Meanwhile, the heavenly generals stood and waited for him, and most of them bowed to the rabbit, greeting him. But he didn't answer them in any way. After all, there was a white rooster standing in the middle, who immediately asked how his brother was doing. The rabbit said that everything was fine with him, and then asked the same of his interlocutor. He smiled slyly and said that nothing special had happened lately. Suddenly, 3 more people flashed behind their backs. There were 3 more heavenly generals who came to them. The soldiers watched this in amazement. Izaka was greatly surprised by the presence of the white tiger, the green dragon, and the red snake. But suddenly his gaze was caught by something that he certainly didn't expect. The man, after all, it was the great Rakshasa himself. Izaka obviously recognized him immediately. The monkey and the boar immediately began to get nervous, and all the heavenly generals immediately bowed respectfully. Rakshasa passed by them, heading straight towards Izaha, and he stood in the same stance, greeting him. But the old man's presence still bothered him. He said that he was bored, and that's why he came. Izaka didn't say anything, and simply began to descend towards them. Suddenly Rakshasa turned to the 4th. He said that he couldn't handle the rabbit, and therefore he had to move away. The rooster was simply taken aback by this statement, but he didn't argue. Rakshasa said that the power rating was wrong, and therefore called on the white tiger, the green dragon, and the red serpent to attack him in a group. The monkey and the boar looked at him in shock. The rest also did not dare to disobey the order, and immediately attacked Izaka. Rakshasa said that they would fight to the death. The boy thought that the old man must have noticed something. Suddenly he turned to the master, and he began to listen. Izaka said the conditions were a little off, but he couldn't understand whether the guy wanted him to remove one, or, on the contrary, whether he should add a white rooster to the fight. However, the hero only told him to do as he saw fit, and he smiled at him with his eyes. And then he started laughing like crazy. This made the generals a little nervous. Izaka explained that the master must personally take part in a battle to the death, and then called him a fucking old man. A deathly silence fell on the parade ground. His general friends thought that Izaka was definitely not going to survive. Rakshasa smiled at him and said that he never thought that one of his students could say such a thing, and therefore the guy should show his face. But Izaka said that he was not his servant, also calling him a perverted old man. The passions only grew. Rakshasa grinned demonstratively. But then, in a serious tone, he ordered the first 4 generals to attack the guy. The guy interrupted him again, saying that Rakshasa was a coward, because he only used his students as a cover. Moreover, if 4 generals attacked him, he would simply run away, because his knowledge of Qinggong was much better than his martial arts. However, if Rakshasa himself challenges him, then he will accept the challenge like a man. Therefore, Rakshasa had no choice. Now the boy turned to the generals, telling them that their master was forcing them to fight first, only to assess the enemy's strength. And after the death of the disciples, the old man would continue to enjoy life. Suddenly the hero turned to the black cow, asking how old he was, because he was obviously young. If he dies, Rakshasa won't even bat an eyelid, but will simply replace him, putting on the same mask. The old man said that there really was a madman hiding under the rabbit's mask. Izaka agreed with him, saying that masks increase a person's madness. His generals no longer knew how to react. But in the end, Rakshasa still accepted the challenge. However, the next second he gave some sign to one of the students. The boy immediately realized what the old man was about to do, and so he decided to act preemptively. He began to take out his sword and immediately attacked the white rooster. And he made one short swing, from which the rooster had to defend himself. But this was the moment when Izaka was able to escape from there. In one dash, he found himself outside the Union's perimeter, and all of Rakshasa's disciples immediately rushed in pursuit of him. They also jumped over the walls and ran after him, but they were in no hurry to attack him, and Izaka let them get close to him. He quietly told them that they had nothing to worry about. He will finish off the master, and so they should react accordingly. And the generals continued their run. The rabbit asked them to trust him. However, Rakshasa saw this and shouted loudly, asking why they were just staring at him. Izaka continued to run, saying that the old man did not dare to interfere in the midst of brotherly ties. For some time after, their search continued. Izaka was able to break away from them, and the generals decided to disperse. Meanwhile, the guy was pouring himself some alcohol. He asked the worker out loud why there were so many heavenly generals here, but before he could answer, one of them began to approach him. The errand boy was immediately grabbed by the throat, and the general asked him if he had seen anyone strange. The boy began to choke, but managed to say that he didn't see anyone. Then the man asked Izaka about it, but instead of words, he used the ghostly hand technique, clasping the criminal's neck. He immediately pulled him towards himself, and he angrily asked how he dared to raise his hand against the errand boy right in front of him. The guy and his hand moved back to strike with all his might. Without holding back at all, he slammed his fist straight into the offender's face. And he, having flown 10 meters, landed on the road. The boy was simply taken aback by this. But Izaka asked him not to be surprised, as this was commonplace for Jianghu. The guy splashed some alcohol on his hand to wash off the blood, and then he poured it into a bowl. He ordered the boy to drink. He didn't try to deny it, and immediately took the bowl of alcohol. However, the boy was still very nervous, and so Izaka sent him home, saying that he would send a man here later who would pay for the drink. The boy was very nervous, and therefore did not even argue. He bowed to the guy and ran away. Meanwhile, someone approached the corpse of one of the heavenly generals. It was two other generals who thought that the rabbit was somewhere nearby. Izaka was sitting behind them and eating something. A black bull noticed him. He rudely asked the hero what he was staring at, and Izaka, in response to this, threw a stick in his face. She, in turn, flew with such speed as if it were a deadly dagger. In fact, it produced the same effect. The second general was simply taken aback by the fact that an ordinary stick had pierced his comrade's skull completely. The first one fell dead, and the second one decided to run away, calling his brothers along the way. But Izaka boldly sent the second stick flying, while drinking alcohol, and a moment later the second skull was pierced through, and Izaka loudly put the glass on the table. There were already 3 corpses lying in front of the place where he was sitting. He was noticeably surprised by how weak the low-ranking generals were, but his thoughts were interrupted by another general who saw this terrible sight. Izaka looked in his direction and asked how the white rat was doing. However, his opponent did not waste time talking. Using his chi power, he immediately rushed to attack, but his blow was met with extreme rudeness by Izaka. The guy shot his energy at the general, and blood began to flow from under the second one's mask. His hand was suddenly entangled in some kind of scarlet energy, which is what happened a moment later. The hero, in turn, did not even get up from his chair during this entire time. He looked at the white rat and told him not to cross someone like Izaha in his next life, and suddenly he reached for his mask. Now there are only 4 heavenly generals, and the great Rakshasa left. Izaka left from there, and the rest came to the place where the generals died. The red serpent said that he must be going to lure them out one by one, and the green dragon suggested that everyone unite, since he would have nothing to oppose to the 4 of them. Meanwhile, Izaka stood next to them and thought hard about this idea. The snake spoke again, offering to return to the teacher, but he was refused, because if they returned empty-handed, the old man's anger would be great. And the rat was still thinking hard. The white tiger meanwhile sighed heavily. He decided that from now on they would walk together and continue the pursuit. The white rat had to go to tell the Rakshasa the news. The dragon didn't like that the tiger kept his distance from the teacher, but he said that Izaka's target was Rakshasa, and anyway, he wouldn't have done this if the old man had accepted the duel. One of the generals asked, puzzled, if the hero was telling the truth, and the tiger answered him, saying that even from the lips of a madman one can get the truth. But then they became curious about why he killed their brothers. The tiger angrily said that the guy had gone crazy. The white rat and the red snake nodded in response. Izaka came to the conclusion that the senior general was quite smart. Suddenly the tiger said that the rabbit had not originally intended to fight them, which meant that he would appear where the teacher was now. Izaka, meanwhile, was increasingly amazed at his insight. The tiger added that if the boy killed the teacher, they could start all over again, making the white rat one of the heavenly 4 generals. They all also didn't like the way Rakshasa treated the youth. The white rat nodded vigorously, and then he said that he could kill the teacher, and then everything would end. Suddenly all the generals looked at him sharply. They realized that he was not a white rat, and Izaka realized that he had foolishly made a mistake. A deathly silence fell between them, and the generals immediately jumped away from him. After all, Izaka used the hand of force. The blow was so strong that all the generals had to defend themselves with all their might. The bodies were thrown aside, and the men looked nervous as if they had just escaped death. Especially the red snake, which was probably weaker than the others. but before it was Izaka, who, with the speed of a machine gun, was hammering his fingers into the man's weak points. They couldn't believe he was so strong. Meanwhile, the guy neutralized the enemy, paralyzing him by pressing on all the acupuncture points. He reached for the red serpent mask, removing it from him, and then he put it on himself, asking not to bother him, because he was going to kill Rakshasa. The tiger agreed with him and asked him to release the snake. However, Izaka said that he could not allow him to live, but the white tiger couldn't agree with this, because the guy said that his target was the teacher, not the generals. Izaka said that the red snake was a bastard who kidnapped defenseless women and gave them into the hands of Rakshasa. This argument made the generals nervous. Looking at the snake, Izaka said that he heard that it had recently provided Rakshasa with a blue-eyed beauty, and the generals, in response to this, became even more nervous. They couldn't understand whether he would kill him because of the kidnappings or because of that beauty. But their thought processes stopped the moment Izaka raised his fist. He hit the snake so hard that the latter's body flew off like a feather. However, the collision with the wall was not so easy. The red snake was the most loyal of Rakshasa's retinue, so he always did everything his teacher demanded. After this, Izaka turned around and beamingly announced that the 4 generals were now 3, but they didn't appreciate the joke. Now he went to Rakshasa and said that if they were ready to say goodbye to their lives, they could come as a whole company to join him in an alliance. His sect was nearby, so he quickly arrived at the scene. As he entered, he loudly announced to the teacher that his student had returned. In different voices, he introduced himself as a red snake and a white rat, because he was wearing 2 masks at once. He also reported that Izaka had knocked out a black bull and a red goat in a spectacular manner, returning alive. But Rakshasa did not respond, which angered the guy. The same one sat in the middle of the courtyard all this time, and all the fighters of the Black Rabbit Union bowed to him. They were glad to see Izaka back. However, the boy suddenly began to glow with happiness, calling the teacher. His warriors immediately doubted that it was Izaka, but if it was him, then why was he addressing Rakshasa so familiarly? The old man greeted the hero, asking what the last moment of the red snake's life was like. Izaka said that he hugged the wall and died, and Rakshasa replied that the snake was his dearest disciple. The hero looked at him from under his brows and said that he would like to ask a question. He tapped his mask, and he asked why they needed these masks anyway. The Rakshasa smiled madly at him and said that none of his countless disciples had asked about this. He said that by wearing a mask, people can do terrible things more naturally, because a certain boundary appears between the person's personality and the mask. He also asked Izaka to take off the mask, because one of them would die, so there was nothing wrong with that. But the guy refused him, because now he was going to do something very bad. The old man laughed sarcastically. He felt sorry for him, because someone like Izaka, in his opinion, should have become Rakshasa's disciple. However, the hero said that he would have killed the teacher in any case, and, like today, would have asked about the masks. The old man praised him for such an attitude. He walked down the stairs with his hands hidden. Izaka thought about the fact that he was not popular among the ladies, despite the fact that he had a beautiful side, but he did not understand how someone like Rakshasa could mate all along the east and west. Suddenly, Izaka was overcome with rage. Rakshasa approached him and asked how he wanted to fight. Izaka asked him what he was most confident in, and the old man said that he was confident in his key art. But in that case, the guy would be at a disadvantage. That's why the hero decided to stop at this one. Rakshasa thought in his mind that Izaka really was a crazy bastard. However, he accepted his challenge. Izaka raised his hand in response, and they simultaneously concentrated to the limit. An energy began to flow from their bodies, which clashed with each other. The directed hands were her guides, which was the meaning of the chi duel. Invisible forces tried to crush each other, while simultaneously crushing the entire surrounding space. And their confrontation was so unnatural that the floor beneath them began to crumble into sand. The old man realized that this boy was not so simple, and that was putting it mildly, since Izaka had the same amount of chi as Rakshasa, despite the fact that the latter had been accumulating it for decades. But the guy didn't react at all, looking at his opponent with murderous coldness. And so Rakshasa, who was already known for his cowardice, pulled a blade from under his sleeve. They fought with only energy, but the old man broke this rule. However, Izaki had enough strength to intercept his hand. The blade stopped a centimeter from his neck, but could not move further. He sarcastically remarked that the old man wanted to fight in the art of ki. Rakshasa broke out in a cold sweat, which indicated how much he was affected. Looking at the frightened face, Izaka said with a smile that he knew the teacher would not disappoint him, and the guy immediately hit him in the head with his forehead, which was covered by a hard mask. Rakshasa began to bleed, but that wasn't enough for Izaka, and so he once again hit his head against the old man's head. He simply hammered masks into the old man's skull, the first of which had already completely collapsed. However, the rat mask remained, which was no less hard. The blows continued, and the old man became increasingly worse. Izaka hit him for the last time. Now the old man's face was a bloody mess, but the guy wasn't going to stop. because a spark had already flared in his eyes. Releasing 2 energy hands, he dug into the Rakshasa's body. And he, being conscious, realized that his ki was being pulled out. It literally flowed out of his body in streams, heading towards Izaka. The old man's face, in turn, literally began to dry up before our eyes. Chi is the life force that nourishes the body, and therefore its suction causes simply horrific pain. And after some time, Izaka finished with this. The Rakshasa fell to the ground and saw how his body had dried up. Now he looked like the old man he was, and Izaka suddenly said that he was glad to meet. The Rakshasa looked away from his withered hand and stared at the boy. He was not wearing a mask, and he said that he was the head of the Hao clan, and his name was Izaha. The old man's voice, which now resembled the creaking of a 100-year-old tree, muttered his name on its tongue. And the guy said that Rakshasa could say his last words to his remaining disciples. He spat out blood and said that where did Izaka see his students if he killed them all? But then he turned around, and he saw that a monkey and a boar were looking at him. The old man looked back at them with some relief. He also noticed the first 3 generals who were sitting at the gate. They too watched the death of their teacher. The old man called Izaka a sick bastard, and said that he had left quite a few of his students. He also addressed the head of the Hao clan, and expressed his admiration for his skills. But Izaka only looked at him silently, and the old man bowed to him. He told his disciples that he was grateful for their work in the name of someone like him, and also stated that they must now serve the head of the Hao clan. His voice became quieter, and he finally ordered them to continue their lives without masks. Rakshasa's disciples were speechless, and each of them had different things going on in their souls. The old man fell silent, and the fire of life went out in his eyes. He did not dare to fall before them, but also spoke warm words to his disciples at the end of his journey. And Izaka came up to him and covered his eyes with his hand. He later addressed the generals, saying that they needed to take off their masks, as this was their teacher's dying wish. They, in turn, could not resist this. Izaka ordered his subordinates to remove the corpses and restore the interior, and he himself called the generals and Buck to talk about what to do with the former. After some time, the remaining heavenly generals were sitting in the conference room, and the commander of the Union troops, Bayok. Izaka suddenly told them that from now on, he was their great brother. This statement immediately diffused the situation. The guy said that he could become their master, but he looks younger than them, and therefore a great brother would be the ideal solution. But this also confused them, because he was going to become a great brother, while still being the youngest of all. Now he was going to say something, but only once, because if they asked him to repeat it, he would fight them in a mortal duel. The monkey cheerfully declared that he was listening attentively, and the boar began to sweat noticeably. Izaka thought about how those who shared pork ribs would form a deep bond. The other generals also listened to him attentively. Suddenly the guy said that the others shouldn't be shy, because their teacher was already dead. The statement was extremely controversial, as the men immediately became depressed. But now Izaka rudely ordered them not to be shy, and they immediately declared that they understood everything. The guy didn't know how many troops each of them had, but they needed to make sure that they could clean up all the shit they did during Rakshasa, and then they could join the Hao clan. The Green Dragon asked what kind of clan this was. Izaha explained that they were a clan of the simple working class, and then asked them what they should do first for the Hao clan. But everyone, including Buck, didn't even know what to answer. Izaka thought that they couldn't know, because he himself didn't know a damn thing. He went on to say that they should report to him about what was happening in the future, and that they could also come to him if any problems arose. But for now, he would leave them alone. But they still have to clean up what the Dark Faction did. The White Tiger, as the leader of the generals, accepted this order. Now Izaka thought about it. He thought that since they were adults, there was no need for orders. But since they had taken off their masks, they were obliged to change. The hero is not a good person, and it is tens of times harder for him than for an ordinary person to restrain himself from killing someone, just like when he spared the first 3 generals. Suddenly the White Rooster said that he was worried about something. Izaka glanced at him and asked, "What for?" And he explained that Rakshasa had a particularly close friend, the king of the Hornless Dragons, who received women and money from the old man, who would be very angry about the death of the former. The Green Dragon then added that there is a society of rain clouds. They were among the teacher's most troublesome enemies, and even beyond them, there are still many people who held a grudge against Rakshasa, whose reaction is impossible to predict. Izaka reacted extremely strangely, and his eyes blazed with fire, but then he felt relief. The monkey asked the reason for his great brother's joy, and he said that now he has many people whom he can kill. Now he really did give the impression of being a psychopath. The White Rooster confirmed his guess. That's why the guy thought the name was too promiscuous. And so he ordered Buck to send a letter on behalf of the Union, writing that they should not end everything and live chastely. The old man expressed his guess, asking whether it was necessary to send them a declaration of war under the guise of a letter with good intentions. Izaka called him smart, and Buck was extremely flattered by such praise. But then the White Rooster said that there was no need to mock the forces of the Rain Cloud Society, because they were really strong. Izaka suddenly turned to the guy, and he simply ordered me to shut up. He obediently carried out the order. Then Izaka asked what the problem was with declaring war if they were already at odds with them. Suddenly he became thoughtful again, and with an extremely angry face he hit the armrest. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at this reaction. Izaha angrily repeated the names of their society, and said that he could not leave them alone with such a name, and therefore Byoku should openly declare war on them. The men were extremely outraged that he wanted to fight them just because of a name. The guy even more angrily declared that they should take revenge on their society for tearing off the Rakshasa's hand. Suddenly everyone looked at him as if he were even more crazy. This idiot wanted to take revenge on someone who tore the teacher apart, despite the fact that he was the one who killed him. Now Izaka asked the generals for their opinion, and the rooster hesitantly said that they still had to do it. Because of this reaction, the guy again addressed everyone sitting there. They were all very nervous, and sweat was running down their faces. Izaka ordered them to be more cheerful. Meanwhile, it was a beautiful sunny day outside. The guy thought about how much more he had to do, but in reality, he simply walked peacefully around the property and looked at everything around him. At the entrance, there were men who were busy repairing the place where Rakshasa had fought. They laid new tiles, and when they saw Izaka, they bowed deeply to him. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man also saw him. He also greeted the chief, who responded by raising his hand. Suddenly, Izaka saw leaves falling from the tree. They circled around him, twisting in a bizarre dance in the air, and they flew from a huge tree that stood nearby. Intrigued, Izaka decided to approach him and meditate a little. He went deep within himself and felt the falling leaves swirling around him. Some of them fell right onto his shoulders. The dark-skinned man noticed this, but only looked silently. Some more time passed, and then the evening came. The leaves that were slowly accumulating around him were everywhere, and the warriors, having finished their training, watched Izaka with interest. At that moment, the guy opened his eyes. He stood up slowly, and immediately after that he began to take out his blade. His warriors were puzzled by such actions, and Izaka suddenly hit the air, and he looked at the sword with some resentment. But later I noticed pink petals swirling around. They danced in circles and fell with a certain grace, and so the guy decided to follow their example. His sword began to cut through the air like a petal falling from a tree, and the unexpected pirouettes were captivating. This technique was filled with grace and softness on the one hand, but also with the same lethality on the other. The warriors of the Union stood there, not daring to make a sound. Izaka began to swing the blade, and his movements resembled a tree leaf swirling in the sky, and the energy he created took on a delicate pink hue. She enveloped the space around him, picking up cherry leaves as she went. A whole swarm of petals followed the movements of his sword, as if he controlled them, and pink-colored energy filled the air, creating visible strokes. Suddenly, Izaka lunged forward, and his sword caught one tiny petal right on its tip, and letting him go into free fall, the guy's gaze focused on him. A moment later, the petal was cut in half, and the leaves that were scattered on the floor took shape and swirled in a dance around the guy. At that moment, Izaka completed his technique, and the wind he created attacked his subordinates standing in the distance. They couldn't believe what they just saw. Apparently their leader just created a new sword technique, and Izaka, turning his back to them, asked what kind of tree was next to him. They said it was a plum blossom. The guy gently placed his palm on the trunk, and he said that he would name this technique in honor of the plum blossom. His subordinates looked at the beautiful rose tree in fascination. Suddenly the guy noticed a red monkey, which he addressed. He said that as expected, she stole a glance at his martial art. The girl realized that he was hinting that she was a thief, but the guy just remained silent. The monkey also decided to insult the hero, and therefore said that the name of the technique sounded too weak. But then Izaha suggested calling it the Rakshasa sword technique. The girl took her words back, and the guy invited her to go out to eat, but she wanted to admire the flowering tree a little longer. And left alone, she gazed, enchanted, at the petals dancing in the wind. Meanwhile, Izaka reached the mansion and began to have dinner with the fat man. He became interested in which of the monkey and the boar became the first general. The fat man said that he took office before her, and Izaka asked why he had allowed the girl to hit him so many times. But the boar only said that he had also thought about it, whether it was normal or not. And yet the conclusion was reached that this was unacceptable in a well-known Orthodox sect. For slapping her older brother, she would have been expelled. But still, they are not an Orthodox sect, but a dark faction, and even in it such things are unacceptable. The fat man reasoned further, and again came to the conclusion that the girl should be taught a lesson. But that's what he thought before, but now Izaka has stolen his internal energy. You can't laugh at a monkey's internal energy either, so the fat guy doesn't have a chance. But looking at Izaka, he noticed that he had fallen asleep holding chopsticks in his hands. The fat man became worried and called him by name, and the guy woke up, not understanding what was happening. But he still suggested continuing dinner. All that Izaka got out of the conversation was that the boar liked the red monkey. The fat man realized that the guy had simply been asleep throughout their entire conversation. But his remark was stopped by Izaka, who squinted at the man and asked if there was anything he didn't like. Having understood the hint, the fat man only sighed in annoyance, and they continued eating. Izaka suddenly noticed with a smile that the boar was filling his mouth quite well. But he justified himself by saying that his energy had been stolen, and therefore he had to replenish it with food, to which the hero said that the fat man's logic was invincible. The man said that he was glad that he was fat. He is a member of the Golden Mountain Society and has countless riches, and he is the youngest of the sons. He also has martial arts skills, and if he were thin, it would be too much. Izaka only heard that he was the youngest child. He really did look like a younger brother in his opinion, because now it was no wonder that it was normal for him to get slapped. The fat man didn't like it, but he didn't dare say a word. So he changed the subject and asked what was wrong with the monkey and the union's subordinates, and they in turn trained. They waved their swords with smiles. The dark-skinned man sat under a tree and meditated. The monkey, however, combined Jingong with martial arts of the sword much more cheerfully. The fat man, seeing this, thought that they had all gone crazy. However, Izaka liked it, but the boar did not share his joy, saying that this was wrong, because now they looked more like the union of a crazy rabbit. The guy stood his ground, and in the reflection of his eyes, the leaves of a blossoming plum tree were visible. His subordinates were inspired by Izaha's training, and they themselves embarked on the path of martial arts that they desire. It was really very good. The mood around was peaceful, and Izaka began to tap out a melody with his finger. And it was so beautiful that the fat man was immediately captivated. Some time later, the dark-skinned man stood up and began training with the red monkey, and the entire training ground was immersed in a single music emanating from the rustling leaves swirling in the wind. They enveloped the entire territory of the Union, creating an indescribable atmosphere. But soon night fell, and it was time to finish with the training. The very next day, Izaka decided to gather the leaders. They gathered in the main hall, where all his generals were now. Bayok began his report by stating that they had received reports of a silver ghost, Yu Sachong, in the surrounding area. Meteorite wanderers were also noticed, which created problems with money. And besides them, several unknown martial artists also gathered in a large group. And Izaka was interested in why this was being done. Bayok explained that after the news about Rakshasa, they thought that Nanhua had become weak. Now they are trying to take advantage of the opportunity and take over Nanhua. But Izaka considered them idiots, because if someone killed Rakshasa, it meant that a bigger fish had appeared. His subordinates suddenly became thoughtful, and they confirmed that this was indeed a good idea. Buck said that greed can cloud one's mind. He also added that he assumed that the old hornless Dragon King had joined forces with Professor Su. Since there are many of them, Biok is going to report this to the Heavenly Generals, because if they try to divide the country of Nanhua, the generals will be in danger. Izaka said that he could handle it himself, but the morale of his subordinates would fall due to the difference in numbers. That's why the guy gave the task of bringing people from Ilyan who were too bored, and someone else must go to the Black Pearl Fort. The dark-skinned man was surprised by this. The man needed to say that the leader of the Hao clan was calling him, and then he would definitely come. This should equalize their numbers, which will contribute to fighting spirit. But Izaka also added that it was better not to provoke the bastards from the Black Fort, because they had completely lost their minds. Seogun Pyong remembered his instructions. Now the guy turned to all his bosses. He asked if there was anyone on the Hornless Dragon King's side who should not be killed. In the context of the war with him, the question sounded rather stupid. And Izaka explained that he asked this so that they would not be outraged later that he had killed everyone. Now his subordinates understand the meaning of the question. Bayok said that there were no such people. And the guy later asked to call the Heavenly Generals and warned that he would beat to death those who did not answer the call. Now they can go about their business. A little later he spoke with Buck, who in turn listened to him with a serious face. Izaha needed the old man to draw a sketch of the face of the person he was supposed to find. But Buck didn't understand what they wanted from him. And yet he said that he would do everything. Suddenly the guy explained that the man had a face like a maniac. The old man did not understand this description. And Izaka explained that he was speaking about his impressions of him. He has a sweet face, snow-white skin, and he can smile charmingly with just one look. Bayok closed his eyes and began to imagine this man. Izaka was surprised by his efficiency, but the old man asked him to continue the description. After all, his drawing will definitely catch this maniac. Sometime after these events, Izaka was already in the carriage. And suddenly he informed the coachman that instead of the Moyang Clinic, they should go to the Rainy Cloud Society. He was not happy with the fact that they were committing adultery without him. And the coachman was upset that he would have to drag himself such a long way. Izaka sensed his mood and asked what was wrong. But still the guy did not show his displeasure, and the horses carried them into the company of rainy clouds. In the rays of the spring sun and breeze, all of Izaka's madness was drawn away, as if he had gone somewhere to relax. After some time, they arrived at the place, and the guy ordered the coachman to report that he was at the Moyong hospital. The hero himself walked along the road, and soon he arrived at the gates that stood at the entrance to the Society of Rainy Clouds. The guy came up and unceremoniously knocked loudly on the door, and apparently the blows were so strong that the guard hastily opened the door. An eye appeared from there, and the figure asked who was there. But Izaka remained silent and stared at the man. He asked the question again, but the guy continued to stand, and then he clicked softly. Still, he decided to speak up, saying that he had come to collect some debt. The gate immediately opened. And considering how easily it was done, Izaka thought that this society was not one to repay debts. The guard, in turn, invited the guest to come in. He led him forward, and quietly hummed out loud about how the head's right hand had drunk away the money again. But he didn't like the fact that his guest was silent, so he turned around and rudely asked why the guy wasn't answering. Izaka did not understand the question, and the man became enraged and attacked him. His hand was immediately stopped. The guy did it with such ease, as if a small animal was trying to hit him. He didn't let go of the hand, but squeezed it harder, causing the guard more and more pain. He was squealing something, but Izaka remained silent and did not take his eyes off him. Those eyes inspired some kind of primal fear in the man, and his hand even started to turn blue. That's why he decided to change tactics, asking where such a good fellow came from. Izaka said that he might have come from his mother's belly, but he still believes that this is not what they were asking him about. He continued, saying that the man was probably not even asking him about his geographical location. And if we talk about what forces it is made of, then this is also a very long story. As a result, the guy talked the man into such a state that he only begged for mercy. Izaka didn't like being interrupted, and he knocked the guard somewhere far forward. The man's body fell and he remained unconscious. Izaha walked on and thought that most of Professor Su's people were probably not here, but his thoughts were interrupted by the pond that appeared in front of him. There were beautiful fish of different colors that swam gracefully in the water. However, the guy had to tear himself away from watching the fish because he noticed a man next to him. He was sitting on a stool and eating something. Izaka asked him what was standing next to him, but the man asked a question in response, asking who he was. The guy explained that he came to see Professor Su, and the man said that he had just come out. When asked about the presence of the head's right hand, he replied that only guests were present here at the moment. Then the guy returned to his first question. The man explained that it was a waste incinerator. The guy was interested and asked what they needed such a thing for. The point was that they were burning corpses in it. But Izaka was more interested in who exactly they were burning there. The man, bringing all the facts to one conclusion, the guy asked, "So, it turns out that debtors are killed, and this man burns their corpses." He replied that everything was correct. However, Izaka stated that he somehow did not want to kill the one who was currently eating. That's why he told the man to continue eating, and the boy would go about his business. But the guard finally came to his senses, realizing that he was not dealing with a guest. And putting aside the pork ribs, he took an axe. Izaka was extremely interested in how many people this man had killed, since he could so quickly decide to take someone's life. But before he could finish his thought, the axe rushed past him. The hero was obviously faster, and with just one blow, he overtook his opponent. He couldn't resist the inertia, and so his body immediately flew into the oven, and he instantly burned alive. After his death, only sparks remained, spat out by the smelter, and Izaka decided to take an axe with him, and head straight into the heart of the Rain Cloud Society. As soon as he opened the doors, he immediately smelled different smells. Inside, the room looked like a nightclub, and various aromas wafted through the hall. At that moment, in the center of the room, on the stage, there were several women, and at the tables sat men of various types. Without thinking twice, Izaka immediately went on stage. The axe in his hand frightened people, and the dancers began to run away in all directions. Izaka stood in the center of the stage and loudly called for someone to turn on the lights. The guests immediately reacted to his aura, taking out their weapons. However, in less than a minute they turned into corpses. The axe was stained with blood, which was steadily flowing from it onto the floor. And the guy's face, like his clothes, was covered with red stripes. Finally, Izaka waited for the next guests. A certain young gentleman immediately came to him with a retinue consisting of warriors from the society. The young man looked around and could not understand how such a massacre could have happened here, and so he immediately asked what Izaka was like. In response to this, the guy turned around. Seeing his expression, the young master realized that he had a bad feeling about Izaha. The hero, in response to the question, said that he had come to collect a debt. The man was simply taken aback, because he could not understand how much they owed the red-eyed man, since he did such a thing. Then Izaka asked how much his interlocutor was willing to give him. He wanted to pay off with 300 gold plates. The guy thought for a while. The head of the Black Pearl Port asked for the same price, but the man thought that Izaka owed them. Therefore, he proposed an option where the hero would take the money and pay the debt to the Black Pearl Port. However, Izaka said that he did not have to pay, but the man stood his ground. The guy explained that dead people don't care about debts, and the man understood his hint, and a moment later he glanced to the side. There were many corpses, under which wide puddles were now visible. This spectacle was extremely eloquent, but Izaka warned him that running was useless. Then the man asked what the guy wanted from him. He explained that he didn't need money, because he wanted to hear a confession, but the young gentleman did not appreciate such an offer. Izaka, in response, began to spout his next nonsense, saying how they had ended up in such a life. They weren't supposed to be weaklings from the moment they were born. But how did things turn out that they became so weak? His monologue was interrupted by the opening door, and from it came fighters who began to surround the stage. But Izaka still turned to the man, asking if he would say anything. However, he could only think that the person standing in front of him was a madman. He was confused. But now he saw that all the corpses had been killed with one blow of the axe, and so he ordered all the fighters to retreat to the street. They did not understand this order, but they still obeyed. And after a while the hall began to empty. The two men were left alone. The young gentleman immediately said that he was ready to do anything, and Izaka ordered him to kneel. He obeyed immediately. It was clear from his face that he was very nervous, but still kept his mind. The hero looked carefully into his eyes, and the man began to speak again, saying that the head was currently absent, so Izaka could ask for whatever she wanted. When asked when Professor Su would return, he replied that the old man would return closer to the evening. Izaka suddenly asked if the man could handle killing the professor. He thought for a bit and said that if he gathered his subordinates, he would defeat him. Red-Eyed realized that the man would easily betray him, and his appearance became much more menacing, which frightened the purple-haired guy even more. He almost started to cry, but excuses continued to pour out of his mouth. But the guy wasn't going to listen to this rotten nonsense any longer. He immediately struck the man with the axe, splitting his head in two. A person so rotten simply did not deserve to live. And if you think about it, none of the Raincloud Society will be of any use to him. Then Izaka went outside, and there someone shouted that the head's right hand had been killed. The guy looked at the crowd and sighed tiredly, realizing that he still had a lot of work to do. He finished it closer to the evening, and by this time he decided to go to the Moyong clinic. Beck immediately greeted him, and then stared at him thoughtfully. All of Izaka's clothes were covered in blood, and he asked if he was a bit late. The doctor said everything was fine, and then asked if the guy had been fighting again. He only said that this was his daily routine. Moyong offered him some tea, and he did not refuse. And so, sometime later they were sitting at a table. The doctor became interested in who Izaka was fighting with. But instead of answering, he asked if Beck had heard about Rakshasa's death. He answered positively. Izaka explained that after his death, the dark factions united, and therefore he had to first look into the society of rain clouds. Beck realized that he had done a lot of damage there, and the guy agreed, adding that he had done it with a hatchet. The doctor wanted to ask some question, but Izaka immediately said that he had divided their heads into halves. But Moyong was more interested in whether the guy was killing those who didn't need to be killed. The hero denied it, and so the smile returned to Beck's face. But he warned that Izahi's inner demon was already at his gate. The guy explained that this was precisely why he had come to visit the doctor. In his head, he was thinking that if he joined forces with Professor Su, then in the end, he would truly become an unstoppable, insane demon. So he restrained himself and went back to visit Moyong. He wants to become a sensible, mad demon who corrects mistakes, not an unstoppable one who only sows chaos. His goal was to become the best mad demon. After this session, Izaka headed to his home. He felt much better after talking to Beck. After all, communicating with someone to whom you can open your heart gives a feeling of peace. Without changing, Izaka decided to go into the main hall, and there the assembled heavenly generals already gave it to him. As well as another unexpected personality, Cha Songtae appeared in person. He bowed just like everyone else, and Sontai, having vacated the throne, stepped aside. Immediately after Izaka sat down, he ordered everyone else to do the same. Sontai immediately explained that they had already introduced themselves to each other. However, the guy did not understand why the blonde sat down in the leader's place. He explained this by saying that he was a general of the Hao clan. In Izahi's opinion, this was a compelling argument, and Sontai once again, but much more joyfully, declared that he was the general of the Hao clan. Izaka looked at him as if he was crazy, and the red monkey suddenly asked the chief if it was true that Sontai was his right hand. But at first he didn't understand what she was talking about, and then he looked at Sontai with emphasis. The blonde became nervous and mentally tried to ask him to confirm his words. However, the guy began to think that he had really raised a cunning fox with his own hands, and he told everyone that it was not true. He explained that they didn't have such a concept, but Sontai was the clan's general, so he needed to be treated with due respect. The hero said that they should have realized that the blonde would fall after a couple of their blows, and therefore they should take care of him. This public humiliation greatly irritated the guy, but while he had not yet gone far, Izaka called him, and he said that if Sontai had objections, then he should become stronger. The blonde said that he didn't mind, but everyone here met a powerful teacher and became even stronger thanks to the elixirs. But he, in turn, raised the sword only in order to survive. Therefore, he believes that he would have a chance if he fought someone without internal energy. Then the dark-skinned man immediately offered him a duel. But he refused, saying that it would disrupt their atmosphere, and therefore it would be better to do it next time. Master, so just sighed in irritation, and quiet laughter echoed throughout the hall. And everyone started laughing except Santai. In the end, Izaka sighed wearily and said that they would definitely fight next time. Santai bowed to him and agreed. Now Izaka wanted to discuss how best to crush the enemies, so that rumors would spread more effectively. Santai asked who they were fighting against, and the guy explained that it was the old hornless Dragon King, Professor Su, and a couple of other small groups. The blonde man guessed that they must have about 400 or 500 soldiers. All the leaders and generals were amazed at Santai's insight. That's why Izaka gave him his word, and thus Izaka agreed with his opinion. He also thought that this option was much more fun, but if anyone had any suggestions, he was ready to listen. The generals looked at them as idiots because they chose tactics based on the degree of fun. Everyone was silent, and so Izaka made a decision. They must evacuate the servants and those who have not studied martial arts to Ilion Prefecture. Now he asked who wanted to accompany the people to the village, but silence fell in the hall. Izaha suggested that Sontai do this, but he said that he would stay here as Ilion's representative. The guy realized that no one wanted to go, and so he decided to appoint Bayok as the escort. He nodded smilingly. The old man had to control the vanguard, and Sima B would stand in the rearguard. They heard his instructions and obeyed, but Sima B looked very depressed. Izaka also ordered the boar to follow them and report if anything happened. He also obeyed him, and he ran quickly to catch up with his new allies. He offered the rest a drink, since they had nothing else left. The leaders and generals also obeyed him, but with much greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, it was deep night outside, and in the Union Hall everyone was having fun. Izaka also became not averse to drinking, and held a bowl of liqueur. Suddenly he saw people from the Black Pearl port entering the hall. Doc Go greeted the Union leader familiarly, saying that his older brother had arrived. An irritation immediately appeared on the guy's face. Doc Go then pointed to his men and said that he had brought reinforcements with him. This attitude towards the head of the clan was not hidden from the heavenly generals. And Doc Go suddenly sat down next to Santai. He took the empty bowl in his hand, and he ordered Santai to pour him some liquor. And after that, the veins on the blonde's face immediately bulged with irritation. He rudely told him to pour himself whatever he wanted. Moreover, he was infuriated by the way Doc Go addressed the clan leader. However, the toothy one only looked angrily at Santai, and so he immediately poured himself some liqueur. Izaka suddenly asked Doc Go whether they had decided on the issue of choosing a name for the sect, and he said that they were part of the Hao clan. But this was not the answer that the red-eyed man was waiting for. Toothy explained that they were a bunch of idiots who couldn't choose a name for themselves, and so they decided to remain simply the Hao clan, and the number of their rules has already exceeded 10. Suddenly it finally dawned on Santai. The man sitting next to me turned out to be the head of the Black Pearl port, and so Santai reduced the pressure. So much so that he even turned away so as not to provoke the toothy one. Izaka asked Doc Go how many people he brought with him. Toothy said that Headmaster Hao had asked him to bring in the elite, and so he had weeded out all the incompetent ones and brought in 30 people who could have done the work of 100 people. Izaka appreciated this and praised the man in his own way. Doc Go suddenly changed the subject and said that their alcohol was somehow too weak, and he didn't understand how they got drunk on this urine. This offended the generals a little, and they looked at him reproachfully. That's why Doc Go suddenly fell silent. He asked what their plan was, and Izaka said there was none. They just needed to kill all the opponents. Toothy looked at him understandingly. And so, a moment later, he stood up and asked to be woken up later, because now he was going to sleep. And without moving far from his allies, he landed right a meter from Izaka's throne. The rest of the clan leaders were simply taken aback by this. Suddenly the chief asked if the moon was bright today. Master. So confirmed this, saying that the conditions were perfect for battle. Next came the question of whether the enemy had people who practiced poisonous arts. But the dark-skinned man said that there were none. Now Izaka asked about the strong people in their army. The white tiger told him that, in fact, only the big shots there were powerful. But the red-eyed one was interested in how strong they were compared to Rakshasa. The tiger said that they had their own strengths and weaknesses, but they were not the kind of masters who would easily give in to the old man. Izaka explained that he would deal with the two main ones himself, and therefore the rest should not risk going after opponents stronger than themselves. People listened to his words. Suddenly they heard footsteps, and a guy burst in and loudly announced that enemies had come to them. Everyone instantly drooped. They didn't expect it to be so early. But still, at least Izaka was already ready for battle. Then he asked to bring him his mask. The white tiger himself and personally handed Izaka the black rabbit mask, which he immediately put on himself. Just like Izaka, and now a whole small army stood on the other side of the gate. Izaka did not hesitate, and immediately decided to go out into the yard. Meanwhile, there stood an enemy army, led by two masters. Professor Su greeted the heavenly generals and asked what they were going to do to him if they couldn't even scratch him before. But then he grinned and said that he would spare them if they killed the one who killed his right hand. Izaka called him an amazing prankster. On behalf of the heavenly generals, the White Tiger spoke up and greeted Professor Su. However, he immediately asked why he had submitted to the king of the hornless dragons, since Rakshasa would have been ashamed of that. Professor Su thought this was a pathetic provocation, and later asked where the red monkey was, thinking that she had died. But she immediately sneezed, spitting into the masonry, knocking off a small brick from it. And all attention fell on her. Professor Su, in turn, said that he intended to spare her in any case. The king of the hornless dragons suddenly said that only the one who killed his old friend deserved to die, and therefore everyone should step aside. And he invited those who wanted to die closer to show them why the great Rakshasa was making offerings to him. Meanwhile, Izaka rubbed his hands, anticipating death and murder. Suddenly he turned to the heavenly generals. He said that they had better not betray him today because he was not in the best mood. He explained his conversion by saying that under the light of such a beautiful moon, his madness turns into frenzy. He might lose his mind, and therefore they should not give in to the words of this eccentric. The men began to get nervous, but still said that they understood everything. Suddenly, Izaka turned to the tiger, asking him to clasp his hands and place them in a certain place. He followed the order, but did not understand why it was necessary. Izaka, in turn, put his foot in his hands and asked him to throw him up as high as possible so that he could enjoy the full moon. It was an extremely strange request, but the white tiger did not dare disobey. Izaka smiled at him and said that they would see each other later, addressing him as a brother. He looked at his master and responded in kind. Then Chief Hao smiled even more, and at incredible speed he soared into the sky. Before his eyes there remained only the bright and wide moon, which in that moment became even closer to him. Izaka raised his head and watched her with pleasure for that brief moment. And as he fell down, he laughed hysterically. As he went into free fall, he turned his head towards the ground. And lighting a fire in his hand, the guy rushed down. He used one of the Flame Realm's techniques, the Great Palm Seal. And that one, like a fiery meteorite, moved straight towards the enemy army. A wave of flames covered them from the sky, the impact was so global that even the heavenly generals had to defend themselves. And Izaka fell into the fog that was created from the dust. He used his power again and the haze began to clear. After that, he just smiled contentedly, looking into the faces of his opponents, which in the meantime were charred and lay dead. And on the ground there was a huge palm that literally a moment ago crushed part of the enemy army. And even their higher-ups now stood in fear, watching this madness. Izaka, meanwhile, began to draw his blade, and suddenly he turned to his enemies, telling them to listen to him carefully. He pointed to a man with a gray beard, who was the ruler of the Hornless Dragons, and he explained that because of him, everyone here would die. The old man had nothing to say in response. He bowed his head, but only irritation was visible on his face. And a moment later, he shouted angrily to his warriors that they should kill everyone here. Then their fight began. Doc Go was among the first to enter, cutting down his opponents with a mad grin. The heavenly generals also ran behind. The other leaders also fought their way through the line of enemy warriors. Most of the common warriors surrounded Izaka, while the rest stood and were afraid to approach him. But the cry of their commander made them move, and they reluctantly ran into the attack. However, Izaka only melancholically suggested that they perish. The arrogance in his voice made them stop instantly, and the guy's blade was engulfed in flames. The hero said that he would only kill the leaders. His fierce gaze exuded an animalistic thirst for blood, and so the warriors immediately deserted. However, the guy didn't let them leave, hitting them in the back. He disobeyed his own words, and pure madness was visible in his eyes. Izaka, like a wild beast, began to chase his prey. His blade cut down ordinary warriors without giving them a chance, and their blade could not even touch the edge of his clothes. Then he asked why they were running, and noticing a man running away from him, he pointed his blade at him. The latter's head immediately shot up into the air. Izaka, and his cruelty knew no bounds. The two old men agreed that Izaka had gone mad, and a moment later, the warrior whose head he was twisting flew to the side. Such inhuman cruelty caused the remaining fighters to freeze like frightened animals. They immediately threw down their weapons, and they rushed to flee from the battlefield, but they were met by the blade of their own commander. He, in turn, yelled at them and said that he would kill anyone who ran away. Meanwhile, Izaka stood and inhaled the air. His face was filled with pleasure, and the sword burned brighter and brighter. But his peace was interrupted by Professor Su, who ordered his warriors to attack Chief Hao. This made the guy extremely angry, but his technique surpassed all visible and invisible limits. Without even swinging his sword, he left bloody lines on the bodies of the approaching warriors. Literally everyone who attacked him. They saw them, but couldn't understand what they were, until we realized one simple truth. All the warriors, all several dozen of them, were chopped into mince in literally one instant, and the blood that momentarily darkened the sky gave the moon a red tint. And a moment later it fell to the ground, creating a whole small lake around Izaka.